At my birthday, I was going to announce my new career. Instead, my sister told me she was in love with my husband. Everyone watched. I smiled. A year later, she was alone, crying at my feet. Hey, Reddit. I'm Evelyn, 34F. I never thought I'd be the type to post here, but after everything that happened over the past year, I need to tell this story. Some of you might say I should have seen it coming. Maybe you're right. But when you grow up in a family like mine, you learn to overlook certain things. You get conditioned to let things slide, to keep the peace, to push down your own feelings for the sake of family. My younger sister, Natalie, 31F, never had to do that. Natalie was the golden child. She was beautiful, charming, and could wrap people around her finger with a well-timed smile. My parents doted on her like she was the most precious thing in the world. Meanwhile, I was the responsible one, the steady one. If Natalie messed up, I was expected to help clean it up. If she needed money, I was supposed to pitch in. If she threw a tantrum, I was the one who had to back down. But I didn't resent her, not at first. That's just how things were. I told myself it wasn't a big deal. Then I met Brad. Brad, 36M, was everything I wanted in a partner: kind, dependable, intelligent. He saw me in a way I wasn't used to being seen. With him, I didn't feel like an afterthought. We built a life together, brick by brick, and when we got married, I thought I was finally stepping into a life that was my own. But Natalie was always there. At first, it seemed harmless. She was excited to meet him, eager to be the fun sister-in-law. She laughed too loudly at his jokes, made playful comments about how lucky I was to have a man like him. I noticed how she'd touch his arm when she spoke, how she'd ask him personal questions that went beyond polite conversation. But I told myself I was overthinking. After all, Natalie had always been like that, intense, needy, a little too much. She wasn't trying to be disrespectful, right? But then, little things started adding up. She started calling Brad when she was upset instead of me. Whenever she had a new breakup, and there were many, she'd reach out to him for comfort. If we invited her over for dinner, she'd show up early, dressed like she was going on a date. She found excuses to touch him, a hand on his shoulder, a lingering hug, brushing imaginary lint off his sleeve. Brad, to his credit, never encouraged it. He was polite but distant, clearly uncomfortable. I should have put a stop to it sooner, but I was raised to keep the peace. My whole life had been about not making waves. So I swallowed my discomfort. Then came my birthday. By this point, I had spent years working a job that paid the bills but drained my soul. I had always wanted more for myself, and a year prior, I had finally taken the leap and started my own business. It had been a risk, but it paid off in ways I never imagined. My company was thriving, and I had planned to announce my success at my birthday dinner, surrounded by friends and family. It was supposed to be my moment. The restaurant was beautiful, the kind of place where the lighting was soft and warm, where the staff made you feel like you belonged. I had reserved a private room, invited everyone who mattered. The energy was light, celebratory. Even my parents, who had never truly understood my ambitions, seemed genuinely happy for me. Brad sat beside me, his hand resting on my knee under the table. I remember feeling this swell of pride in my work, in my marriage, in the life I had built. And then Natalie tapped her glass. A hush fell over the room. I turned to look at her, expecting another one of her dramatic announcements. Maybe she had a new job. Maybe she was moving. Maybe she was dating someone else. But then she looked at me, and then at Brad, and she said, "I have to be honest about something." I could already feel my stomach twisting. She exhaled shakily, as if she were the victim in all of this. Then, with a trembling voice, she said, "I love Brad." The room went silent. I didn't react, not right away. I just blinked at her, waiting for the punchline. But she wasn't joking. "I've been in love with him for years," she continued, voice thick with emotion. "And I can't pretend anymore." I heard my mother gasp. My father muttered something under his breath. Brad stiffened beside me, his grip on my knee tightening. Natalie's eyes were wide, almost pleading, like she was waiting for me to understand. Like she was expecting me to break down, to give her the dramatic reaction she wanted. Instead, I smiled. I saw the flicker of confusion in her expression. She had expected shock, maybe anger, maybe even tears. She had no idea. That moment was the beginning of her downfall. I let the silence stretch. Natalie stood there, her chest rising and falling like she had just confessed something noble, something brave. The entire room felt frozen, waiting for my reaction. My mother was already wide-eyed with concern, glancing between us like she might need to intervene. My father rubbed his temples, his patience for Natalie's theatrics wearing thin. But I didn't react, not the way she wanted me to. Instead, I reached for my wine glass, took a slow sip, and set it down carefully. Okay, I said. Just that. Nothing more. Natalie's lips parted slightly. She had expected tears, maybe an argument, maybe even me storming out. She thrived on drama, but I wasn't giving her any. She swallowed hard. Eve, did you hear me? She forced out a shaky laugh, like she thought I might not have understood. I love Brad. I can't hide it anymore. I tilted my head, watching her. Okay, I repeated. Brad finally moved beside me, shifting just enough for his knee to bump against mine. He hadn't said a word, but his entire body was tense. I could feel the way he was trying to contain his own shock, his own frustration. It was our friend Daniel who broke the silence. He let out an incredulous laugh, shaking his head as he leaned back in his chair. What the is this? He muttered. Some kind of rom-com gone wrong? That got a few nervous chuckles from the table, but Natalie didn't find it funny. She turned toward Brad, her hands trembling at her sides. Brad, she said, her voice raw. Please, say something. He stared at her like she was a stranger. What do you want me to say? That you feel it too, she whispered. That you see me. The hairs on my arms stood up. I glanced at Brad, not because I doubted him, but because I needed to see his face. And what I saw made my stomach settle. There was no hesitation, no guilt, just absolute disbelief. Natalie, he said slowly, his voice low and steady. I don't know what you think this is, but I love Evelyn. Evelyn, my wife. The way he said it, like he needed to remind her, made something inside me click. Natalie had convinced herself of something that wasn't real. I knew she had always been the kind of person who believed her own fantasies, but this was something different. Her face crumpled. You don't mean that, she whispered. I do, Brad said firmly. And I think you should sit down. That was when my mother decided to intervene. Natalie, honey, she said gently, reaching for her arm. Maybe we should. Natalie jerked away. No, I need to say this. She turned back to me, her eyes welling with tears. Eve, you don't understand. I held up a hand. Stop. She froze. I was still calm, my voice even. But something in my expression must have warned her, because she finally hesitated. I don't know what you thought was going to happen here, I said. But this isn't it. The tears spilled over. But no, my voice was sharper now. I leaned forward, resting my elbows on the table. You're in love with my husband? Okay. And what was supposed to happen next, Natalie? Were you expecting me to hand him over? Were you hoping he'd get up and confess his undying love for you in the middle of my birthday dinner? She swallowed hard, but she didn't answer. Because she hadn't thought that far ahead. Natalie was used to getting what she wanted. She was used to throwing out whatever emotional bomb she had and letting everyone else scramble to put out the fire. Not this time. This time, I wasn't going to be the one scrambling. The tension in the room was unbearable. My mother was pale, my father still silent, and our friends were trying to figure out whether they should step in or stay quiet. Brad hadn't moved an inch, his jaw tight. And Natalie looked lost. Finally, she let out a soft, broken sound. I didn't mean for it to come out like this. I stared at her. Then how did you mean for it to come out? She opened her mouth, but no words came. That was the moment I realized something. She had planned to say this. She had planned to make some kind of grand confession. But she hadn't planned what would come after. She hadn't thought about what it would mean, what it would cost her. And it was about to cost her everything. I leaned back in my chair, exhaling slowly. We'll talk later. It wasn't a request. It was a promise. Natalie wiped at her tears, nodding shakily, and for the first time in her life, she actually looked afraid. The ride home was quiet. Brad drove, one hand gripping the steering wheel, the other resting lightly on my knee. Normally, that touch would have comforted me, but tonight, I barely felt it. My mind was still at the restaurant, replaying every second of Natalie's performance. Because that's what it was, a performance. I didn't believe for one second that she had just blurted it out by accident. Natalie had always been theatrical, but tonight, she had planned this. Maybe she hadn't thought about the consequences. Maybe she truly believed she could just say it, and we'd all adjust our lives accordingly. But she knew what she was doing when she tapped that glass. She wanted to humiliate me. She wanted to make a scene, to wedge herself between Brad and me in the most public way possible. And worst of all, she thought she could win. Brad finally broke the silence. Eve, he said, voice careful. Are you okay? I blinked, realizing I had been staring out the window. I turned to look at him, and something in his expression made my stomach unclench just a little. He looked concerned, yes, but not guilty, not hesitant, not like a man who had been keeping a secret. That meant everything. I'm fine, I said, though my voice felt distant. Brad exhaled, drumming his fingers against the wheel. I don't even know where to start, he muttered. What the was that? Has she said anything to you before about? He cut himself off, shaking his head. No, that wouldn't even make sense. You would have told me. Of course I would have, I said immediately. Because that was the difference between Natalie and me. I told the truth. Natalie? She told stories. The moment we got home, I kicked off my shoes and collapsed onto the couch, staring at the ceiling. Brad sat beside me, rubbing his hands over his face like he was trying to wake up from a nightmare. She's not going to stop, I murmured. Brad stiffened. What do you mean? I turned my head to look at him. She planned this. You know that, right? This wasn't some impulsive moment of honesty. She thought this through. She picked tonight. She picked an audience. She wanted to make me look weak. She wanted to make you. I hesitated, my stomach twisting. Brad clenched his jaw. She wanted me to look tempted. I nodded. That was the part that made my blood boil the most. Natalie hadn't just been trying to hurt me. She had been trying to plant a seed. She wanted people to wonder, to whisper, to look at Brad and me and think, maybe there's something there. She wanted me to feel paranoid. She wanted me to doubt my own husband. And that was why I was done playing nice. The next morning, I woke up to a text from my mother. Mom, please don't overreact. She was just being emotional. Let's talk. I stared at my phone, then let out a humorless laugh. Of course my mother's first instinct was to smooth things over. Natalie could have slapped me across the face, and my mother still would have found a way to excuse it. She had always coddled her, always bent over backward to explain away her worst behavior. But not this time. This time, I wasn't going to let it slide. I didn't respond to my mother. Instead, I scrolled down and found Natalie's number. And then I called her. She answered on the second ring, her voice hesitant. Eve. I didn't give her the satisfaction of an emotional reaction. My voice was calm, controlled. We need to talk. She hesitated. Okay. When? Now. A pause. Then a soft sniffle. I didn't sleep at all last night. I feel so horrible about everything, Eve. I didn't mean for it to come out that way. I said we need to talk. I cut in. Not that I need to hear your excuses. Silence. Then, finally, she said, fine. Come over. I hung up before she could say anything else. I had spent my whole life letting Natalie dictate how things went. Not this time. This time, she was going to listen. I arrived at Natalie's apartment 15 minutes later. She lived in a sleek, overpriced high-rise. One of those places that looked luxurious on the surface, but had paper-thin walls and neighbors who never made eye contact in the elevator. It suited her. Everything about Natalie had always been about appearances. I didn't bother knocking. She had buzzed me up already, and when I reached her door, I twisted the handle and walked in. She was sitting on the couch, legs curled under her, a blanket draped over her shoulders like she was the victim here. A barely touched cup of tea sat on the coffee table. She had even dimmed the lights, probably hoping to create some kind of somber, pitiful atmosphere. Natalie always knew how to set a scene. I shut the door behind me. Talk. She flinched at my tone, her fingers tightening around the blanket. Eve, please. I don't want to fight. I let out a slow breath, forcing myself to stay calm. You humiliated me in front of our family, in front of my friends. And now, you don't want to fight. Her lower lip trembled. I wasn't trying to humiliate you. I tilted my head. Oh, then what was your goal? What exactly did you think was going to happen? Natalie swallowed, glancing away. And that's when I knew. She wasn't sorry. Not really. She was just upset that things hadn't gone her way. I took a slow step closer, lowering my voice. You were hoping he'd leave me, weren't you? Natalie's eyes snapped up to meet mine. You wanted him to hesitate. I continued, my voice barely above a whisper. You wanted him to consider it. To look at me and wonder if he had chosen the wrong sister. Her throat bobbed. I let out a breathless, humorless laugh. You actually thought you could steal my husband. Natalie flinched. And that's when the tears came. She buried her face in her hands, her shoulders shaking, letting out the kind of heartbroken sob that had always made people rush to comfort her. The kind of sob that had worked when we were kids, when she'd get caught stealing my things or lying to our parents. But I didn't move. I didn't say a word. I just watched. And when she realized I wasn't falling for it, she slowly lowered her hands, her face blotchy, her breath hitching. "Why do you always get everything?" she whispered. A chill ran down my spine. "What?" Natalie sniffled, her expression crumpling. "You always win, Eve. Always. You were the perfect daughter, the perfect student. And then you married Brad." I stared at her. "You don't deserve him," she continued, her voice thick with venom. "You've never had to fight for anything. Everything just falls into your lap. And then there's me, always in your shadow, always the screw-up, always the other daughter." For a moment, I just stood there, my pulse pounding in my ears. Then, slowly, I exhaled. "So this isn't about love?" I murmured. "It's about winning." Natalie's silence was all the confirmation I needed. She didn't love Brad. She wanted to take him from me. Because that's what she did. She took. She had spent her entire life trying to be the center of attention, trying to make sure that no matter what, she came out on top. And this was just her latest attempt. I let out a slow, quiet laugh. Natalie stiffened. "You really thought you could take my husband?" I said softly, shaking my head. She opened her mouth, but I didn't let her speak. "Let me make something very clear to you," I said, my voice deadly calm. "Brad isn't interested in you. He never was. And after last night, he doesn't even pity you." Natalie flinched like I had struck her. I took another step forward, leaning in just slightly. "I am done letting you drag me into your little competitions. I am done pretending we are anything other than what we are." Her breath hitched. "You're not my sister, Natalie. You're just a woman who happens to share my blood." Her lips trembled. "Eve." I turned and walked out the door. I didn't look back. I had already given her the clarity she needed, though I doubted she'd truly absorb it. That wasn't for me to worry about anymore. For the next year, I had no contact with Natalie. I didn't call, didn't text, and didn't respond to any of her attempts to reach out. Brad, of course, was concerned at first. He knew how close we had been growing up, but after everything with her, I knew that this wasn't just about family. This was about her constant need to make everything a competition, one I wasn't willing to play anymore. Brad stood by me, and I appreciated that. He could see through her too, even if it took him longer to truly realize the depth of her manipulation. The tension at family gatherings was palpable. My mother would occasionally text me, asking if I'd forgiven her yet, or urging me to give Natalie a chance. I would just reply with a brief, "I'm fine." But the truth was, I was relieved. The constant drama was gone. Then, one afternoon, as I was getting ready to leave for work, the doorbell rang. It was early, and I wasn't expecting anyone. When I opened the door, there she was, Natalie, standing on the doorstep with her hair a mess and her eyes red and puffy. Her posture was slumped, the confident, calculating air she always had replaced by something unrecognizable. She looked defeated. I didn't invite her in. I just stood there, waiting for her to say something. Eve, I'm sorry. Please, can we talk?" she asked, her voice hoarse. I crossed my arms. "What's this about, Natalie?" Her lip quivered, and for a moment, I thought she might break down again. "I know what I did was wrong. I know I hurt you. But I don't know what to do anymore. I've lost everything." I raised an eyebrow. "Everything?" I said, almost disbelieving. "You mean your career, your friends, your relationships? All the things you've torn apart because you couldn't stop competing?" She looked away, ashamed. "I ruined it all. I pushed people away, including Brad. He told me he couldn't do this anymore, that he didn't want to be part of this twisted triangle I created. I don't know how to fix it." I didn't know what to say for a moment. Part of me wanted to feel sorry for her. Part of me wanted to reach out and say it was okay. But then I remembered everything, her constant games, her manipulation, her deliberate attempts to tear me down. I took a deep breath and met her gaze. "I don't know what you expected from me, Natalie, but you were never going to take Brad from me. You thought you could destroy my life, but it didn't work. He's my husband, and you'll never come between us." She visibly winced at my words. "I know. I'm so sorry. I've made so many mistakes." Her voice cracked as she spoke, but I wasn't moved. I had spent years bending over backward for her, forgiving her for her selfishness, and I wasn't doing it anymore. I stared at her for a long, tense moment before speaking again. "You've been given more chances than anyone deserves. And now, here you are crying for the things you've lost because of your own actions. I shook my head, my voice cold. But no, I'm not here to fix you anymore, Natalie. This time, you're on your own. There was a long silence. Her eyes flickered with desperation, but I saw something in them I hadn't expected. Guilt. Real guilt. You'll never change, I added, turning to go. And maybe that's the saddest part. Before I could close the door, she spoke again. Eve, please. I don't have anyone left. I paused, hand on the door handle. But I didn't turn back around. That's the consequence of your choices. And with that, I shut the door behind me. As I sit here now, looking back on it all, I'm left wondering, am I the a-hole? Natalie's not part of my life anymore. I don't reach out to her, and honestly, I don't think I ever will. The entire ordeal was a wake-up call for me. I'd spent so much of my life trying to keep the peace, trying to make things work with her, but in the end, I was just enabling her toxic behavior. And honestly, I'm relieved it's over. But still, I find myself questioning whether I handled it the right way. Should I have been more compassionate? Should I have tried harder to fix our relationship? Or was this just the inevitable result of years of manipulation and rivalry? The revenge? It wasn't about making her pay. It was about finally setting boundaries. About saying, you've crossed the line, and now you can deal with the consequences. And in a way, that felt like the ultimate victory, letting her see how much she had destroyed, without lifting a finger to hurt her in return. What do you all think? Did I do the right thing? Or was I just as bad as she was? My name is Alex, and I'm a dad of one incredible kid named Daniel. He's always been the kind of son who never asked for much, never demanded the newest gadgets or the flashiest sneakers, and he worked hard for everything he achieved. So when he graduated this year, I promised myself I'd give him a celebration that showed him just how proud I was. Now, I don't come from money. I work long hours, and every spare bit I could scrape together went into saving for this party. Not some over-the-top spectacle, but something meaningful. I wanted Daniel to have the moment he deserved. Good food, music, decorations, and most importantly, people gathered there to honor his work. The idea of the party lit him up. I can still remember the way his eyes shone when I told him I booked a small event hall nearby. He grinned ear to ear, like he finally believed people saw his effort. That made every extra shift worth it. But in my family, nothing is ever that simple. Enter my parents. My mom, Helena, has always had a way of downplaying anything I do. My dad, Victor, just goes along with her, usually with a smug kind of silence that speaks louder than words. Then there's my cousin Leah, who, in my opinion, never grew out of her high school queen bee phase, and her daughter Emily. Emily is around the same age as Daniel, but the two couldn't be more different. Where Daniel studied late into the night and worked weekends, Emily flitted between hobbies and boyfriends. Still, my parents constantly compared Daniel to her, as though no matter what he did, it wasn't quite enough. When I announced the graduation party, my mom's first reaction wasn't happiness. It was, "Are you sure you can afford that, Alex? Maybe just something smaller at home would be better." I brushed it off, because I knew if I listened to her doubts, I'd never do anything for my son. For weeks leading up to the party, everything seemed to go fine. I booked the catering, put down deposits, and even asked Daniel what songs he wanted for the playlist. He was nervous about the whole thing, not wanting to be the center of attention, but I told him this was his night, and he earned it. The day finally came. Daniel wore the new suit I got him, looking older than I expected, almost like I blinked and missed him growing up. We drove to the venue together, both of us buzzing with excitement. I'll never forget the moment he turned to me in the car and said, "Dad, this feels like it's just for me." We walked in, and that's when everything shifted. The first thing that hit me wasn't the smell of food or the chatter of people. It was the massive banner hanging across the room. Bright pink letters stretched across it, reading, "Congratulations, Emily." At first, I thought I misread it. Maybe the lighting was playing tricks. But Daniel's smile faltered instantly, his entire body stiffening beside me. His eyes darted to mine, confusion clouding his face. My parents were near the entrance, greeting guests like they were the hosts. My mom caught sight of us and, with that condescending tone she's perfected over the years, said, "Oh, Alex, isn't this wonderful? We thought it would be better to combine things, make it a family event. Emily deserves a celebration too, you know." I looked at Daniel, his expression crumbling, and felt something inside me snap. I tried to keep my composure at first. This was supposed to be for Daniel, I said, my voice low but firm. My dad finally spoke, shrugging like it was nothing. It's better to share, Alex. No need to make everything about one person. Meanwhile, Emily was already posing for pictures under the banner, Leah bustling around her like a proud stage mom. Not one person, not my parents, not Leah, seemed to notice the way Daniel stood frozen, his joy gone. I clenched my jaw and tried to steady my breathing. The music was playing loudly, people were eating, laughing, taking selfies. It was chaos, and none of it felt like it belonged to my son anymore. That's when I made a choice. I walked straight to the front where the DJ was set up, grabbed the microphone, and with a calmness I didn't even recognize in myself, I shut it all down. The music cut. Conversations halted. Every eye turned to me. The microphone felt heavier in my hand than I expected. Maybe it was the weight of what I was about to say, or maybe it was the way every single person in that hall turned their head, waiting. A hush fell over the room, the kind of silence that presses against your chest. Daniel was standing off to the side, his hands shoved deep in his pockets, his eyes fixed on the floor. He looked smaller somehow, like the excitement I'd seen that morning had been crushed out of him. I cleared my throat, trying to steady the storm inside me. Ladies and gentlemen, I began, my voice echoing slightly through the speakers. I need your attention. At first, people assumed it was just some opening speech. A few even clapped politely. But when I didn't smile, when I didn't gesture toward the bright banner hanging in the back, the clapping trickled into uneasy silence. This event, I continued, was planned and paid for by me. I've worked extra hours, saved every bit I could, all because I wanted to honor my son, Daniel, for his graduation. I gestured toward him. A few heads turned his way, some people offering weak smiles as if trying to recover the awkwardness. Daniel lifted his chin slightly, but the hurt in his eyes was obvious. This, I said, pointing up at the banner, was not part of the plan. Murmurs rippled across the room. Emily, who had been snapping photos with her friends, froze mid-pose. Leah's face hardened, the kind of expression she reserved for moments when someone dared to cross her. I pressed on. I don't know who decided it was appropriate to hijack my son's celebration and turn it into something else, but I can tell you this. It ends now. The crowd stirred. Some guests looked uncomfortable, some whispered to each other, but all eyes inevitably drifted toward my parents, who stood near the refreshment table. My mother, Helena, stepped forward, her smile fixed tight, the kind she used when she wanted to look like the reasonable one. "Alex, darling," she said, her voice carrying just enough to be heard. "There's no need to make a scene. We thought it would be better this way, to share the day between Daniel and Emily. They're both graduating, after all. Why not celebrate together?" Her words dripped with that false sweetness I'd grown up with, the same tone she used whenever she wanted to disguise control as kindness. I tightened my grip on the microphone. Because this was never about Emily, I said, each word deliberate. This was about Daniel. His work, his effort, his achievement. Not anyone else's. Leah, never one to miss her cue, inserted herself then. She clicked her tongue and crossed her arms, raising her voice so everyone could hear. "Oh, come on, Alex. Don't be so dramatic. You're acting like Daniel is the only kid who's ever graduated. Emily deserves to be celebrated too. Honestly, you should be grateful we brought more people. It makes the party bigger, livelier. Isn't that what you wanted?" I caught sight of Daniel in that moment. His jaw clenched, his shoulders stiff. He wouldn't meet my eyes. My heart twisted. "No," I said firmly. "What I wanted was for my son to feel valued. And right now, he doesn't. Thanks to all of this." The hall went still again. The weight of my words hung in the air, pressing down on everyone. Victor, my father, finally decided to chime in, his voice carrying that deep, authoritative tone he always relied on when he wanted to shut me down. "Alex, stop embarrassing yourself. You're ruining the night for everyone. If you can't handle a little sharing, maybe you shouldn't be hosting events at all." That stung more than I'd like to admit. I'd spent weeks planning, agonizing over details, pinching every penny, all to make this special. To hear my father dismiss it as if it were nothing, it sent a flash of heat through my chest. I set the microphone down on the stand, slowly, deliberately. Then I looked out at the crowd, at the relatives shifting uncomfortably in their chairs, at the friends who suddenly looked like they regretted showing up. I could feel the anger simmering beneath the surface, Not just mine, but Daniel's too. This party, I said, my voice lower now, steadier, is over. Gasps rippled across the room. A few people actually laughed nervously, thinking I was joking. But when the DJ looked to me for confirmation and I gave him a sharp nod, the music shut off completely. Leah stormed forward, her heels clicking against the floor. You can't just end it, Alex. Do you have any idea how selfish this looks? You're making Daniel look bad, not us. I turned to face her, meeting her glare head on. The only people making him look bad are the ones who thought it was acceptable to erase him from his own celebration. Helena's voice cut through the tension, sharper this time. Alex, don't you dare speak to your cousin that way. This family has always shared our milestones. It's tradition. You're the one turning this into a disaster. Tradition. That was always her excuse. Tradition to put me second. Tradition to celebrate others while downplaying me. Or now, my son. The word made my skin crawl. Daniel finally spoke then, his voice quiet but cutting. I don't want to be here anymore. The room froze. My son, who had been silent through the entire ordeal, who had endured the embarrassment of seeing his night stolen, finally broke. His words weren't angry, they were resigned. And somehow, that hit harder than if he had shouted. I walked over to him, put a hand on his shoulder, and nodded. We're leaving. Leah scoffed, shaking her head like I was some petulant child. Unbelievable. You're going to walk out and ruin the entire night for everyone else. For what? Because Daniel didn't get to be the only star for once. I looked at her, then at my parents, then at the banner stretched across the wall. No, I said softly, but loud enough to carry. Because he deserves better than this. I took Daniel's hand and started walking toward the exit. The whispers rose behind us, a mixture of shock, outrage, and disbelief. By the time we stepped outside into the cool evening air, my phone was already buzzing in my pocket. Notifications piling in, the family group chat lighting up like fireworks. But I didn't check them. Not yet. We didn't drive far. Just enough to clear the cluster of cars and people outside the venue, but not far enough to escape the storm that was about to hit. Daniel stayed quiet the whole ride, staring out the window, his fingers drumming lightly against the steering wheel. I could feel the weight of the night pressing down on him, the kind of disappointment that leaves your stomach hollow. Once we were home, I let him sit on the couch while I went to grab my phone. I knew the family group chat would be blowing up, but I needed to see it for myself. What I found wasn't just chaos. It was carefully orchestrated guilt and outrage, a full-blown campaign to make Daniel and me feel small. The first message was from my mom. Alex, I can't believe you walked out. Everyone was having a perfectly nice evening, and you ruined it. Daniel is going to regret this. Then my dad chimed in. You're being ridiculous. We just wanted to include Emily. Sharing is important. Maybe you should apologize before this goes any further. I scrolled further. Leah had already posted a string of messages, each one dripping with passive aggression and her usual superiority. Alex, seriously, get over yourself. Daniel is fine, Emily is happy, and honestly, you're acting like this is the end of the world. You can't control everything. Also, the banner was not meant to upset anyone. It was a simple mistake. I can't believe you're being this dramatic. Everyone else is confused why you think the party belongs to Daniel alone. I showed Daniel the screen. His face tightened. I'd hoped the messages would fuel anger, but it was deeper than that. He felt erased, disregarded, invisible in front of the people he trusted most. Dad, he said quietly, why do they always do this? Every time something is supposed to be about me, it turns into this? I swallowed hard. There was no easy answer. All I could do was sit beside him and squeeze his shoulder. Because they've always thought their priorities are more important than ours, I said. But that stops now. You're the one who worked for this, who earned this. And no one is going to take that away from you again. Daniel leaned into me, and for a moment, the anger and hurt seemed to settle just enough for him to breathe. But the quiet didn't last. The notifications kept coming, one after another, the messages shifting from concern to outrage, with my extended family piling on. My Aunt Margot sent a long lecture about how families need to compromise, and that Daniel will never learn if we don't teach him to share the spotlight. I could feel the words trying to twist reality, trying to make it seem like Daniel was the one in the wrong. Then came a message from my cousin Leah. Her tone was even worse than the rest. You've embarrassed Emily and me in front of everyone. You made me look like I can't even celebrate my own child. You owe me an explanation, Alex. This is completely unacceptable. I stared at the screen, my jaw tight. I wanted to reply, to tell her exactly what I thought, but I knew that wouldn't help. This wasn't about being polite. It was about setting boundaries, about reclaiming control of a night that had been stolen from my son. Daniel broke the silence again. I don't care what they think, he said quietly. I just wanted a party for me. That's it. I nodded. Exactly. And we're going to make sure you have that, even if they don't understand it. For the next few hours, we sat together, ignoring most of the notifications, but I couldn't stop checking. Each new message felt like a punch, a reminder that my parents and Leah were experts at turning any moment into a weapon. By midnight, the conversation had escalated into something I hadn't expected, threats disguised as concern. My parents began hinting at consequences, suggesting that if I didn't make amends, they might not support Daniel in the future, that his college graduation gifts, or even small things like family trips, could be withheld. I looked at Daniel, who was scrolling silently on his phone, his expression a mixture of sadness and defiance. I could see the gears turning in his mind. He was angry, yes, but more than that, he was hurt, and he wanted justice in a way only someone who had been consistently overlooked could feel. The next morning, I woke up to find more messages, now longer and more manipulative. My mother had forwarded photos from the party, but only ones showing Daniel standing awkwardly while Emily posed happily under the banner. The captions she added made it look like Daniel had been upset for no reason, like he had spoiled a perfect event for everyone. Leah's messages had shifted, too. She was now attempting to frame herself as the victim, claiming that the family was embarrassed in front of all their friends, and Emily felt humiliated because of your son's outburst. Even my father was chiming in now, adding veiled threats about family harmony and how Daniel would learn respect if we handled this properly. By mid-morning, Daniel had had enough. He looked at me with an intensity one hadn't seen before. "Dad," he said, voice firm, "we can't just let them get away with this. They can't act like nothing happened. We need to do something." I nodded slowly, feeling the tension coil tighter in my chest. He was right. We couldn't just sit back while the people who were supposed to celebrate him instead turned it into a spectacle for someone else. The question was, how far should we go? Before I could respond, my phone buzzed again. It was a group video call initiated by my parents. The little icon on the screen mocked me, as if they expected me to kneel and apologize for daring to protect my son. I glanced at Daniel, who was already shaking his head. "Don't take it," he said. But I could see the strategy forming, the realization that maybe it wasn't just about the party anymore. This wasn't just embarrassment. They were testing boundaries, seeing how far they could push, and if we didn't respond carefully, the next move would be even worse. I stared at the screen, thinking about the months of work, the careful planning, and the look on Daniel's face when he realized his night had been stolen. I could feel the rage building slowly, methodically, the kind that doesn't explode in the moment but simmers, waiting for the right time to strike. Daniel spoke again, quieter this time, almost to himself. "They think they can get away with this because we don't play by their rules. They're wrong. They're going to see what happens when someone stands up to them." I realized he was right. This wasn't just about a graduation party. It never had been. This was a pattern, decades in the making, and for the first time, I felt like we had the leverage to push back in a way that would make them pay attention. I printed the receipt. It sounds small in the moment, like an oddly domestic detail to remember, but that piece of paper became the first brick in the wall I was going to build. I sat at the kitchen table with it under the lamp, the numbers I'd drilled into my head for months. Deposit, balance paid, venue name, staring back at me. I'd kept every proof of payment, every email, every confirmation. If they wanted to rewrite the story, I'd rewrite it louder. "Dad," Daniel's voice was soft behind me. He'd been on the couch all morning, scrolling through the threads, reading the way our family had spun the night into a version that made him the problem. He looked tired, older somehow, like the party had aged him in a matter of hours. "I'm sorting it," I said without turning. "I'm not leaving this alone." He came and sat across from me. "What are you going to do?" I thought about the ways people hurt you in families, subtle measures, small corrosions that add up over the years until nothing looks the same. My parents had perfected that art. Leah had practiced loud cruelty, polishing it into social performance. This time, it wasn't going to be whispers and redesigns of what happened. It was going to be transparent. First, the venue. I called them and asked to speak to the manager. I kept my voice level and calm. Anger is useful, but only when you don't let it make you sloppy. The manager, a sympathetic woman named Rosa, pulled up the booking. She confirmed my deposit, the paid invoice, the timeline. She told me they'd had a last-minute second booking tacked onto ours by a relative, someone who paid for a cake and a banner and had been invited to merge the celebrations. She agreed, without hesitation, to send me every photo she'd taken that night. The banner, the placement, the angles. She didn't try to smooth anything over. She simply said, "You paid for the space, Alex. You deserve the truth." I saved the photos, the receipt, the emails. I composed a message and then deleted it 5 times before I sent anything. This was not about spectacle. It was about setting the record straight, calmly and publicly, so there was no room for their version to stand unchallenged. I drafted a short post, a clear timeline, the photos, the receipt. No name calling, no theatrics, just facts and images, and a single line at the end. This was for my son. This was paid for by me. If you were at the event and saw otherwise, please reach out. I'd like to hear your recollection. I hit publish and then stared at the screen. The response wasn't immediate, but when it came like an incoming tide. Friends of ours who'd been at the party started to message privately, admitting they'd felt the same awkwardness but had been too embarrassed to say anything that night. A few cousins, ones who weren't in the chorus of favor, sent a single emoji of solidarity. People I barely knew forwarded the post to family friends with a note. "This isn't right." Leah reacted within an hour, of course. Her response was a long string of defenses, half indignation, half damage control, claiming that we'd overreacted and that mixing was supposed to be kind. My mother posted in the group chat, all sweetness, a deniable tone that looked practiced. "We only wanted everyone to be together," she wrote. "I'm sorry anyone felt hurt." The apology was a honeypot. I could feel its edges. But the real change came when one of the guests, someone who had been close to both Daniel and Emily in high school, posted a photo of his own from the night. The angle showed the room as we'd seen it when we first walked in. The banner, the cluster of people by the entrance, Emily laughing in front of the decorations, and Daniel standing at the edge, his shoulders folded inward. He wrote, "Not how it was supposed to be." Now the story had witnesses. The group chat that had tried to gaslight us suddenly looked loud and thin. People in our extended family who'd been silent started to send private messages, timid but real. I didn't know they had planned that. I felt weird too. I wish someone had said something. The pushback felt like oxygen. It didn't remove the wound, but it let us breathe. And it gave me the leverage I needed. Next, the guests. I wrote personal messages to those I knew had been on the fence, neighbors, close friends, co-workers, explaining what had happened and inviting them to a proper, private celebration for Daniel. Not a big social media exhibit, a modest dinner, his music, the people who mattered. I framed it simply. If you came to the other party and felt something was off, I'd love for you to join us for a night where the graduate is the focus. The replies poured in, quiet, sincere. People who had been hesitant to make waves were more than willing to show up for the kid they respected. While we were quietly rebuilding the night for Daniel, the family reaction mutated. My mother's messages took on a sharper edge. She began to frame us as divisive, as people who had attacked the family. Leah launched into full damage control, posting a curated album of photos that showed happy faces, cropped tight so the banner looked less prominent. She tagged relatives and friends. It was a scramble to control perception. I expected this. It was the same playbook they'd used my whole life. But as they scrambled, something else happened. A second voice entered the thread. My Aunt Margot, who had usually been too afraid to take a stand against my parents, sent a private message to me. "I'm sorry," she typed. "I should have said something that night. I see now how wrong it was." She asked, quietly, how she could help. That was the hinge moment. The support of even one person who'd been close to them mattered. I wasn't interested in tearing anyone down for the sake of schadenfreude. I wanted accountability so it couldn't happen again. If that meant exposing a pattern, then that's what we would do. So we compiled, carefully and legally, examples of incidents that no longer felt isolated. Old photos, Texts where my mom had minimized Daniel's achievements in favor of Emily's. Notes where favor had been explicit. I showed them to Daniel first. "I don't want to use these to hurt anyone," he said, hands fidgeting with the paper. "I want them to understand." We planned our next move like a quiet operation. A proper celebration for Daniel with trusted witnesses, public photos of that night shared widely, with captions that left no ambiguity. This was his achievement. This was the night planned and bought by his father. We would let the contrast speak. The day of that second gathering, the hall was half the size of the first, intimate, warm. I had called the venue again and arranged furniture differently. Asked the manager to be ready with the photos from the previous night in case anyone questioned the facts. I didn't want to start a fight there, but I wanted proof at the ready. We invited the people who mattered and a few who'd been on the fence. Daniel walked in and the energy shifted. The air felt like it was rooting for him. He smiled in a way that reached his eyes. We ate. We laughed. We listened to his playlist. I listened to other fathers tell him they were proud, to old teachers who brought stories of assignments he'd turned in at midnight, of the way he'd tutored classmates without making a fuss. It was everything the first party had pretended to be. That night, I posted the photos with a caption that was simple and unadorned. This was for Daniel. He earned it. I tagged the venue and included a few of the receipts we had gathered. No accusation, only evidence. The response was immediate and public. But just when I began to think we'd reached a turning point in our favor, Leah retaliated in a way I hadn't fully anticipated. She posted a video at midnight, short, tightly edited, splicing clips from the two gatherings to make it look like we were staging some kind of smear campaign. She called it a father's temper tantrum. It circulated fast. A few comments were cruel. A few people who hadn't been present took the clip at face value. My stomach dropped. They were trying to change the narrative again. They were good at controlling how others perceived us. Better, they had learned, than actually being honest. Then my phone vibrated. An unfamiliar number. A text thread began to populate. A journalist, with a reputable outlet, wanted to speak. Someone had tipped them about the viral clip and the contrasting posts. "We'd like to hear all sides," the message read. "Is your family available for comment?" I looked at Daniel across the room, at the way his shoulders had finally relaxed, and I knew that whatever we did next would make this public in a way that couldn't be unspun. This was the true turning point. Take the story private and try to rebuild quietly, or let it be aired and risk the family's reputation crumbling under scrutiny. Daniel's hand found mine across the table. "We can't let them keep doing this," he said. "If this goes out, it won't be just about the party anymore." I breathed in, the decision forming in my chest like a slow, sure thing. We had built our case quietly, carefully. We could walk away and keep the small victory of an honest night. Or we could push, expose the pattern, and force them to answer for the years of small cruelties that had culminated in that banner. "All right," I said finally, voice steady. "We do it. We tell the truth." The journalist's number blinked on my phone. I tapped it. The line connected. On the other end, a calm voice asked, "Mr. Novak, can we speak now?" I glanced at Daniel, then at the screen where Leah's video still played in a loop. Outside, our family was preparing their own narrative. Inside, we were ready to write ours. I told the journalist everything. I went through the night of the original party, the banner, the photos, the receipts, the messages, every manipulative twist my parents and Leah had attempted to use. I stayed calm, factual, and focused on Daniel, his achievements, and how they had been deliberately overshadowed. I didn't embellish. I just laid out the truth, letting the evidence speak. Within 24 hours, the story went public. Local news outlets picked it up, then parenting blogs, and finally a couple of regional papers. The angle was clear. A father fought to protect his son's graduation celebration after entitled relatives tried to hijack it. The images were unambiguous. Daniel smiling under his proper decorations, contrasted against Leah's staged banner from the previous night. The reaction from our extended family was instantaneous and ferocious. Helena's first response was a post in the family group chat, written in the most measured way she could muster, claiming she never intended harm, and insisting that Alex's narrative exaggerates. Victor posted a single emoji, a thumbs up, without comment, as if trying to remain neutral, but really just signaling quiet approval of Leah's antics. Leah, predictably, was furious. She sent me multiple private messages, half in tears, half in rage, insisting that I had ruined her child's life and that I had betrayed the family. But by that point, the damage had already been done, and it was the kind of damage they couldn't repair. Friends and distant relatives began calling and messaging to offer support. Several of them admitted they had long noticed the pattern of favoritism and manipulation, but had been too intimidated to speak up. The post sparked conversations that had been simmering for years, and suddenly the power dynamic was flipped. My parents and Leah were no longer untouchable, they were exposed. Daniel's phone lit up constantly that day. Friends from school, neighbors, and even some of Emily's acquaintances reached out to tell him they'd never seen anything like what had happened, and that he deserved recognition. For the first time, he felt truly seen, as if the years of being overlooked by his own family had been acknowledged, validated, and corrected. Leah tried to fight back on social media, but her post came across as defensive and petty. Anyone not already loyal to her recognized the manipulation, the carefully framed victim act. My mother attempted to call friends and colleagues, trying to spin the story, but the documentation, the photos, the messages, the invoices, was irrefutable. Every attempt to gaslight or rewrite history failed. By the end of the week, my parents had retreated into silence. Helena stopped posting publicly, and Victor stopped engaging. Leah continued to send angry messages to me and Daniel, but most were ignored. They had lost control, and everyone could see it. Even some of their own relatives quietly sided with us, uncomfortable with the way they had treated Daniel. Meanwhile, Daniel finally got the celebration he deserved. We organized a smaller, intimate gathering, just family and close friends who had always supported him. The decorations, the food, and the music were all exactly as I had originally planned. Daniel smiled the way a person does when they finally feel recognized, and I could feel a weight lifting from both of us. He was celebrated for his achievements, not compared to someone else, and not used as a pawn in someone else's ego. The long-term effect on the family was undeniable. My parents and Leah no longer had the authority they once wielded. Family events became awkward and tense whenever they tried to assert control, and eventually, most relatives began to sidestep them, either outright ignoring their attempts at manipulation or quietly supporting Daniel and me instead. The family group chat became inactive on their end. The dynamic had shifted permanently. Daniel thrived after that. He went to college with confidence, knowing that his efforts were recognized and that his father would always have his back. I continued to support him, both emotionally and financially where needed, without the constant interference that had defined so many years of his life. As for my parents and Leah, they never apologized. They never acknowledged their manipulation, favoritism, or the way they had tried to rewrite reality. They remained bitter and isolated, their reputation quietly damaged among those who had once given them unquestioned deference. Any invitations they sent to events were ignored or politely declined. The once commanding voices in the family had been dethroned, not through anger, but through truth, patience, and careful action. In the end, the victory wasn't loud or flashy. It was quiet, undeniable, and permanent. Daniel had his moment. The family's attempt to steal it backfired spectacularly. And for the first time in years, I realized that standing up for my son had changed everything. We had finally turned the tables, and nothing they could do would ever take that away. We were free from their games, and Daniel finally knew what it felt like to be seen. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. I'm Benjamin, 28, and I've always been the responsible one in my family, the one who followed the rules, got decent grades, worked hard, and tried to keep the peace even when my sister and parents seemed determined to make life difficult. Growing up, my sister, Clara, was the kind of person who thrived on attention and somehow always twisted things to make it look like she was the victim or the star. My parents, well, let's just say they had a pattern of praising Clara for almost anything while minimizing or outright dismissing my achievements. I had learned to accept it, or at least I thought I had. But that all came to a head last weekend during what was supposed to be a celebratory dinner for my promotion. I had just been promoted at work to senior project manager, a role I'd been grinding toward for the past 4 years. I was proud, not cocky, just genuinely proud. I'd bought a small cake, something nice to mark the occasion, and I'd invited my family over because, deep down, I wanted to share the milestone with them, despite knowing how they usually reacted. My parents were there, smiling politely, but Clara had that look in her eye, the one that always warned me she had some kind of jab ready. We were standing in the kitchen, my mom fussing over plates, my dad nodding at something I barely heard, and Clara leaned over the counter, smirk plastered on her face. "Mom says you only got that promotion because your boss feels sorry for you," she said, loud enough for everyone to hear, as if it was a harmless joke. She was cutting into the cake I had bought, carefully ensuring she got the biggest piece. My parents laughed. Not politely, not awkwardly, they laughed. My mom even added a little, "Well, she does have a point, Benjamin," like some kind of sick tag team punchline. For a moment, I just froze. My mouth went dry, and a weird mix of disbelief and anger settled in my chest. I could feel my hands clench, but I didn't say anything. Instead, I smiled. One of those tight, careful smiles that were half mockery, half restraint, collected the cake knife and plate I had set down, and left the kitchen without a word. I didn't slam the door or yell. I just walked out. Silence followed me for a few seconds before Clara's laughter bounced back off the walls, and I could hear her bragging to my parents about how clever she was. Walking to my car, I tried to tell myself it didn't matter. I tried to convince myself that I shouldn't let Clara get to me, that my promotion was real and my success wasn't up for debate. But the thing is, when your family is supposed to be your safe space and they're actively rooting against you, it sticks. It gnaws at you. And even though I was calm on the outside, a fire was building inside me. This wasn't going to be a simple insult to shrug off. The next week, things started unraveling in the most surreal way. I didn't expect it to happen so fast, but the universe, or maybe karma, has a sense of timing. Clara's husband, Dan, had been running a small company with a single supplier that handled nearly all their stock. He had been careless, overconfident, and honestly a bit lazy, assuming nothing could go wrong. Then it did. The supplier went bankrupt suddenly, leaving his company scrambling. At first, I didn't think much of it. I mean, business failures happen. But the way my family reacted when I heard the news was what truly caught me off guard. Suddenly, Clara was the victim. My parents, who had laughed at my success just days before, were frantically calling me, asking if I could come over and help talk things out and mediate a solution. Their tone had shifted from smug amusement to almost pleading, which I couldn't help but notice felt a little poetic. The irony wasn't lost on me. Here they were, the same people who had laughed at my achievements and questioned my competence, suddenly begging me to intervene when the tables turned. I knew one thing for certain. I wasn't going to rush to save anyone, especially not someone who had actively tried to humiliate me. Not yet. Not while the sting of that dinner was still fresh in my mind. But I also knew that, with the way Clara and my parents operated, they were going to keep digging themselves deeper. Their entitlement, their sense of superiority, it was a ticking time bomb waiting for the right spark. And for the first time in a long time, I realized I wasn't the powerless one anymore. I started thinking carefully, quietly, about what my next moves could be. Clara had made a huge mistake underestimating me, my patience, and my ability to play things smart. My parents, well, they were predictable. Always had been. And Dan's company? Vulnerable, exposed, and desperate. The thought of turning the tables wasn't just satisfying, it was thrilling. But I didn't act immediately. I didn't rush. I watched, I listened, I waited for them to dig themselves in deeper, because I knew the more unreasonable they got, the sweeter the payoff would be. Every time my phone buzzed with another frantic text from my parents or Clara, I felt a strange mix of amusement and cold determination. It was as if the roles had reversed overnight. I had gone from the family punching bag to the one with leverage. And I started noticing patterns I hadn't paid attention to before, how they thrived on making others feel small, how they overestimated their own cleverness, how their overconfidence was like a neon sign pointing straight to their weak spots. I didn't reply to the texts. I didn't call back. I let them stew. Each passing day, I gathered more information, quietly piecing together how Dan's company had relied on that supplier, what contracts were in place, who owed what, and how the ripple effect could spread if handled correctly. I felt like I was standing on the edge of something huge, a moment where patience and precision could completely upend their little world. And as much as I told myself I was only observing, I knew the fire inside me was growing. Not just the anger or the hurt, but a sense of clarity. Finally, I realized exactly how to use the one thing they had taken for granted my entire life: my restraint, my carefulness, and my ability to think ahead while they blundered. The week after that awful birthday dinner, I started seeing my family in a way I hadn't before. Before, I'd tolerated their favoritism and manipulations because I assumed that's just how families were. People took sides, emotions ran high, life went on. But now, after Clara's smug insult and the way my parents laughed it off, something inside me had shifted. I was no longer just trying to survive their entitlement. I was paying attention. Every little detail, every tiny jab or calculated slight, became a piece of a bigger puzzle. It started with subtle things. My parents would call me, ostensibly to check in, but the tone was different, patronizing, almost like they were testing whether I would cave under pressure. "Benjamin, honey, I know things are a little tense after the dinner. Maybe you could come over for a bit, just to smooth things over," my mom said one evening. The words were polite, almost syrupy, but I could hear the expectation underneath, that I would apologize or make excuses for Clara, or at the very least, validate their opinion. I didn't reply. I let the voicemail sit, listened to it once, then deleted it. Clara was relentless. I started noticing that every time we interacted, whether in person or over messages, she had a way of making herself the center of attention while minimizing everything I'd accomplished. She would send passive-aggressive texts that masqueraded as concern. "Wow, Benjamin, I didn't know they promoted you that fast. Guess your boss really likes pitying hard workers." Or, "Mom says you've been working too much lately. Don't want you to get overwhelmed, you know." On the surface, it seemed like advice or playful teasing, but it was calculated. Every message carried a sting. Then came the family gatherings, which became a minefield. My parents started inviting me over under the guise of casual dinners, but each time, the dynamic became more suffocating. Clara would brag about Dan's work, their latest purchases, their weekend trips, making sure to compare everything to me in subtle ways. "We had such a fun weekend, Ben. You should take some time off." "Oh, but I guess your boss doesn't allow fun like ours," she'd say with that smirk. And my parents? They nodded, smiled, and occasionally added a comment that made it clear they saw her as the shining example of success and charm. It got worse when they started treating me like I owed them something because I had a stable job and a good salary. One Friday night, they cornered me after a family dinner and casually suggested I should help Clara with some of her investments. Apparently, they had convinced themselves that because I was doing well, I was obligated to bail my sister out financially or professionally. "It's just a small loan, Ben," my dad said. "She's trying to expand, and you know how unpredictable business can be. We'd feel better if you could help." I looked at them, incredulous. I wasn't their bank, and I wasn't about to become Dan's personal safety net after everything they had laughed at me for. "What makes you think I'm responsible for her business?" I asked calmly. My voice was quiet, controlled, but I felt the anger bubbling underneath. They blinked, clearly expecting some kind of concession, and my dad's face flushed slightly. "Well, you are the responsible one, Benjamin. You've always had the brains and the drive. You're in a position to help, unlike Clara, bless her heart." I laughed softly, a little coldly. "So I'm just the family ATM now?" I asked. My parents didn't respond, of course. They never did when confronted with a statement that revealed their entitlement, but the silence was enough. Clara, who had been hovering nearby, gave that little tilt of the head smirk, as if she'd scored some kind of victory without lifting a finger. Over the next few days, the texts and calls continued. Each one escalated, though subtly. My parents began sending me articles about financial responsibility, job stability, and family obligations, always tagged with little reminders like, "Thought you'd find this interesting, Ben," or "Clara wants your opinion on this." The implication was clear. I should use my experience and resources to support them, to protect Clara, to reinforce the hierarchy they'd spent years enforcing. And Clara, of course, had no shame in flaunting her latest wins. She'd post photos of Dan's office, new cars, or dinners at fancy restaurants, then casually tag me or send screenshots, ensuring I couldn't ignore the comparison. It was during one particularly tense lunch that things escalated even further. My parents had invited me over to celebrate a little midweek achievement, which turned out to be a fundraiser Clara was hosting for Dan's company. I walked in to find Clara giving a speech about family support and how grateful she was to have someone like Benjamin in her life to set an example. The audience of a few friends and colleagues clapped politely, but I could see the undercurrent. Everyone knew she was gloating. I sat through it, smiling politely, nodding, and internally counting the seconds until it was over. After the applause, Clara leaned over and whispered loud enough for my parents to hear. "You know, Mom says you only got promoted because you're lucky, not smart. I think the guests should know too." My parents chuckled, and for a moment, I felt the familiar sting of humiliation, the kind that makes your stomach twist. But this time, I didn't react with anger or tears. I noticed the way their laughter carried a sense of superiority that they hadn't earned. I noticed how predictable their cruelty had become, and I realized that if I wanted to get out of this cycle, I couldn't just react. I had to plan. Over the next week, I started quietly gathering information. I listened when my parents and Clara spoke about Dan's business, noting his reliance on that single supplier, how fragile the company's contracts were, and how easily a small disruption could create chaos. I watched their social media interactions, their posts about lifestyle and business, looking for any cracks or vulnerabilities. I made notes, not for confrontation yet, just to understand the landscape. I wasn't impulsive. I wanted the full picture before I acted. Meanwhile, the family continued their little games. My parents would casually imply that I was falling behind in life, that I needed to contribute more to family obligations, that I should be more grateful for everything they did for me. They'd ask me to help with errands or lend small sums of money, all while smiling and acting as if it were a favor. Clara would interrupt conversations constantly, make jokes at my expense, or post online about her supportive family in ways that clearly excluded me from the narrative. It was exhausting, manipulative, and infuriating, but also revealing. Every action, every word, was like a breadcrumb trail leading me to the best way to strike back. I started realizing just how entrenched their entitlement was. They didn't see me as a person. They saw me as a resource, a prop in their narrative of perfection. And Clara, the queen of smug satisfaction, didn't understand that underestimating me was her biggest mistake. Each slight, each insult, each laugh at my expense was giving me insight into how their minds worked, how they assumed everyone else would bend to their will. I kept reminding myself, patience, observation, planning. The more unreasonable they got, the better it would be for me when the time came. One night, as I sat in my apartment reviewing everything I'd gathered, texts, social media posts, business hints, I felt a sense of clarity I hadn't felt in years. This wasn't just about pride or revenge anymore. It was about taking control, about turning the tables in a way that they couldn't ignore or manipulate. And for the first time in my life, I realized I had the upper hand. I had the patience, the intelligence, and the information to expose every flaw, every entitlement-driven misstep, and every little act of manipulation. But I wasn't going to act rashly. That would ruin everything. I needed them to keep showing me who they really were. I needed them to continue being predictable, greedy, and smug. Because the more they revealed their true selves, the more devastating my response could be. And Clara was about to make her biggest mistake yet, though she had no idea. I let the days pass, letting my parents' calls and texts pile up without response. I let Clara's little social media boasts roll by, each one adding fuel to the fire. And all the while, I watched and waited, knowing the moment when everything would finally shift was approaching, and that when it did, there would be no turning back. I had been keeping my distance from the family, letting their calls and messages go unanswered, quietly observing how the pressure of Dan's failing company was starting to get to them. It was subtle at first. Clara grew restless, snapping at small things, picking fights over trivial issues like who would set the table or how much cake each person got at family dinners, as if she was trying to regain some sense of control. My parents were a little more cautious, treading carefully, trying to gauge whether I'd finally respond, whether I'd forgive, whether I'd step in and help, as they imagined I should. Then came the invitation that would change everything. My mom called me late one evening, her voice unusually soft, almost pleading. "Benjamin, darling, we know you've been upset, but things are serious. Dan's company, it's in trouble. We just thought maybe you could come over, talk to him, help find a solution. He's really struggling, and we'd feel so much better if you were there." I could hear Clara in the background, muttering something about how Ben just doesn't understand, but she didn't try to hide it. I told them I'd think about it. Truthfully, I already had a plan in motion, but I wanted to make sure they underestimated me completely. That was the advantage I had. My patience, my ability to let them hang themselves with their own arrogance. Over the next few days, they pressed harder. Texts, emails, even my dad stopping by my apartment unannounced to casually run into me. Each time, I smiled, nodded, and deflected. Inside, I was keeping track of everything. Their tone, their desperation, the cracks appearing in their otherwise smug exteriors. Then it happened. The night that changed everything. I had agreed, finally, to meet with Clara and Dan, under the guise of trying to help them out. I walked into their living room, carrying nothing but a calm demeanor, my mind working through the possibilities. Dan greeted me with a nervous smile, shaking my hand firmly, and Clara practically glowed, probably thinking she'd won. My parents hovered in the background, giving me those looks that were half hope, half expectation, like they were already imagining the relief I was about to provide. At first, the conversation was awkward but civil. I asked questions, offered insight, listened to their problems as if I was truly considering helping. Dan explained the supplier issues in detail, the contracts, the stock shortages, the looming deadlines. Clara nodded along, occasionally interjecting with dramatic sighs or exaggerated statements about how much she needed support. My parents chimed in, offering unsolicited advice, trying to control the narrative. I stayed quiet, absorbing everything. Every word, every gesture, every assumption they made about me and my willingness to fix things. And then, in a moment that would forever change how I viewed them, the betrayal hit. Shocking, deliberate, and utterly blatant. Clara leaned forward, smiling in that smug, triumphant way she always did, and said, "You know, Ben, if you really cared about family, you'd just forgive everything and give us a loan to cover the supplier. Mom and Dad think it's the right thing to do. After all, you owe us for everything." I froze. My stomach dropped. I had anticipated manipulation, entitlement, even passive-aggressive jabs, but this was direct, audacious, and cruel. She wasn't just asking. She was assuming, demanding, expecting me to solve their mess. And my parents, who had laughed at me and dismissed me countless times in the past, were nodding along, reinforcing her statement. I felt as if the floor had dropped out from under me. Every ounce of patience, every plan I had carefully built, was suddenly facing the raw intensity of their disregard for my feelings. I couldn't believe it. After everything, after the jokes at my expense, after belittling my promotion, after mocking my achievements, they expected me to bail them out. They expected me to validate Clara's arrogance with money, advice, and my time. The betrayal wasn't just about the request itself. It was the assumption that I existed solely to prop them up, that my entire life was a resource for their comfort and benefit. My voice trembled slightly, though I tried to keep it steady. You want me to just hand over money? Just like that? After everything that's happened? My words sounded incredulous even to me. Clara's smirk widened. "Well, yes," she said sweetly, with that same smug tone she always used. "It's what family does, Ben. You take care of each other, don't you?" I looked at my parents, and for the first time, I saw them not as my family, but as co-conspirators in the same pattern of entitlement and cruelty. Their eyes didn't flinch, their expressions didn't waver. They expected me to comply, as if years of dismissing me and laughing at my achievements had no bearing on my choices now. The betrayal cut deep, not just because of the audacity of the request, but because of the complete lack of trust and respect. They didn't care how I felt. They only cared that I would act according to their assumptions. For a moment, I wanted to leave, storm out, and never look back. The sense of rage and hurt was nearly overwhelming. But I reminded myself of the plan, of the patience I had cultivated, and of the leverage I had been gathering quietly. They thought they had me backed into a corner. They thought my restraint and calm were signs of submission. They were wrong. Every one of their actions had been cataloged, every slight, every laugh, every assumption, every jab noted and stored. And now, the time to act was getting closer. I realized something crucial in that moment. The betrayal wasn't just Clara's. It was systemic. It was the entire family structure, the way they operated, assuming superiority, assuming entitlement, assuming my compliance. That realization changed my approach. This wasn't just about a single insult or a single manipulative act anymore. This was about exposing the entire dynamic, about showing them that their entitlement and arrogance had consequences. But for now, I had to play my role. I couldn't reveal what I knew, what I had planned. I had to maintain the facade of calm, of consideration, of potential willingness to help. I smiled politely, nodded at Dan, and said, "I'll think about it. Let's see what can be done." My voice was measured, even friendly, but inside, every word was part of a mental strategy. I would let them stew, let them reveal more, and let them dig themselves into deeper holes of expectation. As I drove home that night, the anger and hurt churned into something else, a cold clarity. They had underestimated me. They had assumed I was predictable, compliant, and weak. And the more they revealed their sense of entitlement, the more obvious their vulnerabilities became. I had patience, intelligence, and leverage on my side. I just had to wait for the right moment to strike. I spent the next few days observing. Clara became increasingly desperate, her messages more pointed, more manipulative. "Ben, please, we really need your advice," she'd text. Or, "Mom thinks you should really step in here. You're the only one who can help." Each message was like a needle in my mind, reminding me how deep their assumption ran that I existed to serve them. My parents, too, grew bolder, sending veiled threats about family reputation and obligation, trying to guilt me into action. And as much as it hurt, as much as the betrayal cut through me, I felt something else, an almost exhilarated sense of anticipation. The pieces were falling into place. Their arrogance and disregard for me were providing the perfect opportunity. They thought they were the ones in control, but in reality, every misstep, every assumption, every entitled word was setting the stage for a reckoning they would never see coming. I leaned back in my chair that night, staring at my phone, reading yet another desperate text from Clara. The betrayal had been complete, the insult undeniable, the disrespect unavoidable. But I was no longer the passive target. I was patient, I was careful, and I was ready. After the betrayal at Clara's little fundraiser dinner, I felt like I had been punched in the chest. The combination of her smug entitlement, Dan's obliviousness, and my parents' complete disregard for my feelings left me shaken in ways I didn't expect. I had anticipated manipulation, but this outright assumption that I existed to solve everyone else's problems, hit differently. It wasn't just an insult to my intelligence. It was a declaration that I was disposable, a resource rather than a person. That realization gnawed at me in a way that no one could see. I tried to keep my life normal, to compartmentalize the hurt, but it was hard. At work, I was hyper-focused, throwing myself into projects to avoid thinking about the chaos at home. Every time I closed my laptop, though, the texts would pop up, the emails would arrive, or my phone would ring with calls from my parents or Clara. I stopped answering. I stopped responding. I began to feel the weight of isolation, a strange loneliness that came from being cut off, not by choice, but by the way my family's behavior pushed me away. One night, I sat in my apartment, staring at the ceiling for hours. Clara had sent yet another message, this one dripping with faux concern. "Ben, you know we love you. You can't just ignore us forever. Mom says you should at least think about helping us with Dan's situation. He's really struggling, and it's not fair to leave him to deal with this alone." I deleted it without a response. I felt a lump form in my throat, a mixture of anger, disappointment, and exhaustion. The betrayal wasn't just about the money or the business. It was the sheer audacity of it, the way they assumed my compliance, the way they treated my patience as weakness. Work became my refuge, but even that was tinged with anxiety. Every time I thought about my family, I could feel my chest tighten. I questioned myself constantly. Was I overreacting? Was I being too cold? But then I remembered the dinner, Clara's smirk, my parents laughing at my promotion. I remembered the casual way they had expected me to bail them out financially and emotionally. No, I wasn't overreacting. They had crossed a line, and the line wasn't just about money. It was about respect, dignity, and being treated like a human being. Still, the pain was real. I started losing sleep, tossing and turning as I thought about the confrontation, the betrayal, the repeated jabs that Clara and my parents had thrown my way. I imagined what it would be like if I confronted them directly, if I yelled, if I stormed in and demanded an apology. But I knew that would accomplish nothing. It would only feed their entitlement, reinforce their narrative, and make me the angry, overreacting sibling they could mock later. No, if I wanted justice or revenge, I had to be patient, to wait for the perfect opportunity to act. Isolation, though, has a way of making everything feel heavier. I noticed myself withdrawing from friends, declining invitations, even avoiding coworkers who tried to chat. I was consumed by thoughts of my family, by the betrayal and the constant expectation that I should forgive and comply. I felt trapped in a strange limbo, neither fully free nor fully constrained, hovering in a space where I had to endure their manipulations while simultaneously plotting my next move. It was exhausting, and at times I questioned whether I had the strength to continue. One particularly rough evening, I received a call from Dan himself. I hadn't returned any of his previous messages, but he must have gotten desperate. "Benjamin, I know you're upset, but could you just look at these numbers? We're really struggling, and I don't know who else to ask." I felt my fingers clench around the phone. Normally, I might have offered guidance, maybe even helped, but now, every syllable he spoke felt like another reminder of how my family had betrayed me. Every request carried the weight of expectation, entitlement, and the assumption that I was simply a tool for their benefit. I hung up without a word, my chest tight with frustration and a quiet fury I had never felt so intensely before. It was around this time that I realized something crucial. Surviving their betrayal wasn't just about patience. It was about reclaiming my own life. I couldn't continue to live in a state of constant alert, constantly reacting to their whims, their manipulations, their entitlement. I needed to step back, to regain control over my own emotions, my own space, and my own decisions. I needed to rebuild my boundaries. And yet, at the same time, I couldn't ignore the opportunity that was developing in front of me. Their arrogance, their assumption of compliance, their inability to see the consequences of their own actions, it was all too perfect. So I began to quietly plan, not in a rash or obvious way, but with precision and care. I made notes, both mental and written, about every interaction, every expectation, every insult and slight. I reviewed Dan's company situation, Clara's habits, my parents' patterns of manipulation. I mapped out timelines, contingencies, and potential leverage points. Every insult, every laugh, every sarcastic comment became a potential tool. The betrayal had cut deep, yes, but it had also illuminated exactly how to take control of the situation. I also started building my own little sanctuary. I spent evenings decluttering my apartment, creating a space where I could think clearly and plan without distraction. I began journaling, not just about events, but about my emotions, my triggers, my strategy. I needed to understand myself as much as I needed to understand them. The pain of their betrayal was raw, but it was also a catalyst. It forced me to confront the reality that I had been undervalued and underestimated for years. And for the first time, I felt a sense of determination that was almost intoxicating. The turning point in my quiet suffering came one afternoon when I went for a long walk to clear my mind. The city was busy, noisy, alive, and for a moment, I allowed myself to step outside the trap my family had set. I thought about the past, about all the subtle jabs, all the overt dismissals, all the nights I had gone to bed feeling small, insignificant, or invisible. And I realized that my suffering, while painful, had given me clarity. I had been pushed to the edge, and from that edge, I could see the full picture, how my family operated, how entitlement and arrogance had blinded them, and how carefully placed strategy could turn the tables. I began to form a plan, though it was still in its infancy. I wouldn't act immediately. Patience was part of the strategy. I needed them to continue revealing themselves, to continue underestimating me, to continue believing that I was powerless. Every desperate text, every casual insult, every demand for assistance would be another piece of ammunition. I started imagining scenarios, how I could shift leverage to my side without revealing my hand too soon, how I could make them regret every dismissive laugh, every jab at my expense. And yet, I also allowed myself to feel the weight of everything. The isolation, the sense of betrayal, the quiet heartbreak at realizing my family saw me not as a person but as a resource. It was heavy. I cried a little that night, alone in my apartment, not because I had lost, but because I finally acknowledged the full extent of what they had done to me, the patterns I had endured for decades. I allowed myself that pain, then carefully tucked it away, transforming it into fuel, into patience, into resolve. By the end of that week, I had reached a kind of equilibrium. The hurt was still there, sharp and insistent, but it had been tempered by clarity. I wasn't going to explode. I wasn't going to plead. I wasn't going to play their games on their terms. I had patience, I had information, and I had the ability to observe while they continued to dig their own holes. And slowly, I began to craft the beginnings of a strategy, a quiet, deliberate approach that would ensure that when the time came, they would see the consequences of their entitlement, arrogance, and betrayal in the clearest, most undeniable way possible. For the first time in years, I felt like I was in control of my own life. Not their lives, not Dan's company, not Clara's ego, but my own. And from that control, I could plan, I could wait, and I could prepare. Their underestimation of me was going to be their downfall. After weeks of simmering in quiet frustration, a shift began to take place in my life. I started reclaiming pieces of myself that my family had long treated as their property: my time, my energy, my focus. Work, which had always been a refuge, became not just a way to escape the chaos at home, but a platform for growth, a way to rebuild confidence and create leverage I could use later. I began taking on projects that others had avoided, volunteering for responsibilities that seemed intimidating, and pursuing opportunities that allowed me to step into leadership roles. It started small. My team noticed the extra effort I was putting in, staying late to troubleshoot complicated issues, mentoring younger colleagues, streamlining inefficient processes, and my superiors began to take notice. What I didn't expect was how quickly it translated into actual influence. Within a few months, I had more autonomy at work, a bigger say in projects, and even the ear of higher management on strategic decisions. Each step forward reminded me of what I had always known but had been drowned out by family judgment. I was competent, capable, and underestimated by everyone who had dismissed me, including my own parents. While I was gaining ground professionally, I also began quietly strengthening my personal life. I reconnected with friends I had distanced myself from during the chaos, people who treated me with respect and didn't try to manipulate me. I started exercising again consistently, not just for health, but for the sense of discipline and confidence it gave me. I decluttered my apartment, turning it into a space that reflected control, clarity, and ambition. Every small victory built on itself, creating momentum I hadn't realized I needed until it was there. Then, the opportunity came to learn something that would become pivotal in my revenge plan. At work, I was assigned to a high-profile project that involved negotiating contracts with suppliers and partners. It was intimidating, complex, and high stakes, but it forced me to learn skills I hadn't fully appreciated: reading contracts for loopholes, understanding the vulnerabilities in supply chains, predicting business risk, and, most importantly, influencing outcomes without appearing confrontational. I realized, with a sort of quiet thrill, that these were the exact tools I could use to navigate and exploit the fragility of Dan's business situation should the time come. As I honed these skills, I kept tabs on my family without actively engaging with them. Clara continued to post about her lifestyle, her supportive family, and Dan's company, which was still teetering on the edge after losing the supplier. She bragged about meetings, expansions, and new partnerships, oblivious to how precarious their situation really was. My parents remained involved, offering advice, making calls, and gently nagging me to do the right thing, though their tone had a slightly desperate edge now. They had begun to realize, albeit slowly, that I wasn't going to bend to their whims, and the shift in dynamic was subtly intoxicating. At the same time, I started building financial independence beyond my regular paycheck. I invested carefully, researched markets, and set up accounts that gave me control over assets they couldn't touch or monitor. It wasn't just about money. It was about creating freedom, about ensuring that when I decided to act, I had leverage that couldn't be dismissed. I also began documenting everything: interactions, texts, messages, social media posts, financial transactions related to Dan's company. Every small detail was potentially useful, a way to prove entitlement, mismanagement, or arrogance on their part. There were moments of doubt, of course. I questioned whether I was letting anger drive me too much, whether patience was turning into obsession. But each time I considered giving in or reacting impulsively, I reminded myself of the years I had spent being minimized and mocked. I reminded myself of that birthday dinner, of Clara's smug smirk, of my parents' laughter. I reminded myself that the people who had treated me as a resource would never voluntarily recognize my worth or the consequences of their own entitlement. That clarity kept me grounded, focused, and determined. Opportunities for leverage began to present themselves naturally. One day, I learned from a colleague about a potential supplier who could handle Dan's company's contracts, but only under specific conditions and with strict timelines. Another colleague mentioned that certain partnerships Clara had been relying on were falling through, leaving her business exposed. I didn't act immediately, of course. I kept this information in my mental toolbox, noting how, if used strategically, it could create tension, urgency, and a situation where my family, and Clara in particular, would have to come to me on my terms. Meanwhile, Clara's arrogance continued unabated. She openly mocked my slow rise in casual social media posts, comparing herself to friends and colleagues who were already running successful ventures while implying I had been idle. I read these posts with a mixture of amusement and calculation, realizing that her overconfidence and habit of flaunting superficial success was creating perfect opportunities for me. Every boast she made, every assumption of entitlement, every demand for validation or assistance, all of it was a thread I could pull. By this point, my parents' calls and messages had changed in tone. Where once they were smug or commanding, now they were nervous, tentative, and slightly pleading. They had begun to sense the shift, but didn't yet understand how it had happened. I allowed this uncertainty to fuel my sense of control. I didn't respond to their messages, didn't offer guidance to Clara or Dan, and didn't reveal the strategic advantage I had quietly cultivated. I let them stew in their own assumptions, giving me insight into how far their desperation might go if pushed. The final piece of the puzzle fell into place when I realized the significance of timing. Clara and Dan were approaching a critical point. The supplier issue had escalated to a real crisis, and Dan was relying on my parents' influence to convince me to intervene. Clara had even sent a pointed text implying that my refusal to step in would make me appear petty or ungrateful in the eyes of the extended family. That was when I knew I had the upper hand. Their desperation was peaking exactly when I had the clarity, information, and resources to execute my plan. From that point on, everything became about positioning. I continued excelling at work, expanding my influence, and strengthening my financial standing. I maintained my calm, detached demeanor with the family, allowing their assumptions to fester while I quietly mapped out my strategy. Every interaction, every post, every desperate message was a breadcrumb leading to the perfect moment of leverage. I wasn't in a rush. I wanted to strike when it would hurt the most, when it would be undeniable, and when they would be forced to recognize not just the consequences of their actions, but the depth of their own entitlement and arrogance. And all the while, my own life was improving. I started saving aggressively, building relationships with colleagues who would become future allies, and embracing opportunities that expanded my personal and professional freedom. I realized that my rise wasn't just about setting up revenge. It was about reclaiming my life, my confidence, and my sense of self-worth that my family had tried to undermine for decades. Every small success was a reminder that I had value, that I was capable, and that I was no longer trapped by their expectations. By the time I looked back at the last several months, the contrast was striking. Just weeks ago, I had been consumed by anger, isolation, and the sting of betrayal. Now, I had clarity, influence, financial independence, and a growing sense of strategic power. I had transformed my suffering into preparation, my anger into patience, and my frustration into leverage. The stage was set, the pieces were in place, and the family, blinded by arrogance, greed, and entitlement, had no idea what was coming. For the first time in years, I felt a sense of exhilaration. I wasn't just surviving anymore. I was in control. And when the time came, every smug comment, every laugh, every assumption of entitlement would come back to them in ways they could never anticipate. I had gained more than success or financial stability. I had gained power, patience, and the tools to ensure that when I finally acted, it would be undeniably, unmistakably effective. The next step was simple: wait, watch, and let their own missteps create openings. I didn't need to force anything. They were doing all the work for me. Clara's arrogance, Dan's mismanagement, and my parents' misplaced confidence were converging perfectly. And when the moment arrived, I would be ready, not just to teach them a lesson, but to reclaim the dignity, respect, and acknowledgement I had been denied for so long. The day finally came when everything I had been quietly building over months began to align. I had been careful, deliberate, and patient, letting Clara's arrogance grow unchecked, letting my parents' sense of superiority fester, and allowing Dan's company to spiral subtly into vulnerability. I had all the pieces I needed, and I knew precisely when and how to pull them together. It wasn't about being impulsive or vengeful in a frantic sense. It was about being deliberate, calculated, and utterly undeniable. It began with a casual phone call. I reached out to one of Dan's suppliers, not the one he had lost, but a smaller, more nimble operation I had discovered through research while building my own professional network. I inquired about potential contracts, supply limits, and timelines, ostensibly for professional purposes, never revealing my connection to Dan or Clara. I made it clear that the supplier had strict standards and would only commit under precise conditions. That was all I needed, the seed of scarcity, the subtle edge of leverage. Meanwhile, I let Clara's arrogance guide her further into the trap. She continued boasting about business expansions, posting on social media about how everything was finally coming together and tagging my parents in every update. My parents, predictably, began nudging me, calling, texting, lightly pressuring me to check in or see if there was a way to help. They still hadn't realized that my inaction was deliberate, that I wasn't ignoring them out of weakness or hesitation, but out of strategy. I waited for the perfect day, midweek, when Clara and Dan had scheduled a crucial meeting with the remaining supplier to discuss the delivery schedules and payment terms. I knew that if I intervened at precisely the right moment, I could shift control of the situation without appearing overtly aggressive. Timing, after all, was everything. On the morning of the meeting, I sent a short, innocuous message to the supplier, a simple inquiry about availability and potential for a slightly larger contract. Nothing alarming, nothing direct. But within hours, their response, carefully worded, professional, and definitive, created subtle but unmistakable pressure. They could fulfill an order, yes, but only under conditions that Dan's company could not currently meet without immediate financial adjustment. The stage was set. I watched from a distance as the consequences began to unfold. Clara, oblivious to the subtle moves I had made, arrived at the meeting brimming with confidence. My parents, predictably, were hovering, ready to mediate or advise. Dan walked in hopeful but anxious, entirely dependent on their support. And then, without ever needing to lift a finger in confrontation, I allowed the chain reaction to start. The supplier, calm and professional, laid out their conditions. Delivery could only happen if payments were accelerated, contract terms were adjusted, and certain prerequisites met within 24 hours. Clara's face fell slightly, but she tried to maintain composure, muttering reassurances to Dan. My parents leaned in, offering gentle suggestions that basically amounted to urging me to step in, provide a solution, and fix the problem. I stayed quiet. I observed. I let them squirm. I didn't text, call, or otherwise intervene. Every plea, every nervous glance, every tiny hint of desperation that Clara, Dan, and my parents offered became evidence, not for anyone else, but for myself, of the exact pattern of entitlement and assumption I had cataloged over months. I had built the trap carefully, but now it was catching them naturally, almost effortlessly. By mid-afternoon, the tension had escalated visibly. Clara's voice, usually confident and bright, wavered. She whispered instructions to Dan, tried to negotiate with the supplier, but the conditions were non-negotiable. My parents, sensing the growing panic, leaned in, murmuring reminders about family responsibilities and doing the right thing, inadvertently reinforcing the urgency of the situation. Every action, every word, only amplified the pressure I had been patiently cultivating. At one point, Clara shot a text toward me, almost desperate, almost pleading. "Ben, we really need your input. Please, just help us figure this out. Mom and Dad say it's urgent." I stared at it for a moment, letting it linger. Then I replied calmly, neutrally, without giving anything away. "I'm not sure what I can do from here. You'll have to figure out the details yourselves." The effect was immediate and devastating. Clara's smile faltered. Dan's shoulders slumped. My parents' nervous expressions betrayed their internal panic. They had assumed I would intervene, that I would provide the solution, that I would maintain the family narrative of supportive, compliant, helpful sibling. And now, confronted with the reality that the responsibility rested entirely on them, they realized how unprepared and overextended they had allowed themselves to become. The meeting stretched on for hours. I watched, quietly, as Clara attempted frantic negotiations. Dan tried to strategize on the fly, and my parents oscillated between panic and futile advice. The desperation in their movements, the way they glanced toward me hoping for intervention, was almost intoxicating to witness. It wasn't malicious, it was strategy, it was leverage. Every expression, every hesitation, every plea I had cataloged over months had converged into a single, undeniable reality. They had assumed compliance, and now, I controlled the narrative simply by stepping back. I didn't gloat, I didn't raise my voice, I didn't interfere beyond observation. Calmness, patience, and timing were my tools, and they were more effective than anything confrontational could ever be. When Clara finally turned to me mid-meeting, her face a mix of frustration and disbelief, I simply smiled, collected my thoughts, and said, "I've been watching. I think you know what to do." The weight of my words, or the lack of actionable help, settled like a heavy silence across the room. My parents' nervous glances betrayed their growing realization. They had underestimated me, assumed my compliance, and now faced the consequences. Clara's lips pressed into a thin line. Her usual arrogance dissolved into a quiet panic she couldn't hide. Even Dan's hopeful energy faltered, leaving only the stark reality of vulnerability. By the end of the afternoon, the meeting broke up with everyone exhausted, flustered, and acutely aware of their limitations. Clara had managed partial progress, but only through frantic scrambling and partial compromises, not because of any intervention on my part. My parents were visibly shaken, realizing that their assumptions about me being the helpful, compliant sibling had been wrong. The desperation was palpable, and for the first time, I saw them not as entitled, smug overseers, but as fallible, dependent humans who had underestimated the very person they dismissed for so long. That evening, as I returned to my apartment, I allowed myself a quiet satisfaction. I hadn't needed to confront, yell, or manipulate. I had merely positioned myself, observed patiently, and let their own overconfidence, entitlement, and assumptions bring the consequences they deserved. Clara's arrogance, my parents' misplaced pride, and Dan's mismanagement had all converged into the perfect storm, and I had stayed calm, collected, and entirely in control. Yet even in this moment of quiet triumph, I knew the story wasn't finished. There was still more to unravel, more consequences to let unfold, more lessons to ensure my family, and particularly Clara, truly understood the price of entitlement. The seeds had been planted, the trap sprung, but the fallout was still approaching. And I intended to witness every moment, quietly, calmly, and completely prepared. I sat back in my chair, reviewing the day in my mind, letting the satisfaction settle. This was only the beginning. The power shift had begun, and I had finally reclaimed the leverage I deserved. Their arrogance, their assumption of my compliance, and their obliviousness had all been turned against them. And I smiled, knowing that patience, strategy, and careful observation had made this not just revenge, but a demonstration of control they could not ignore or twist. The following week felt surreal, like watching a slow-motion domino effect unfold. Clara and Dan were scrambling in ways I had only quietly imagined before. The supplier situation I had observed and subtly nudged into motion had rippled through their operations, revealing cracks in Dan's management, exposing dependencies they had ignored, and igniting a cascade of small crises that compounded one another. Clara's usual confidence had crumbled completely. She no longer posted smug updates or tagged my parents in triumphs. Instead, her social media was quiet, her public persona carefully curated to hide panic. I could tell she was trying to salvage control, but the cracks were too wide to patch with a smile. My parents were worse. For all their earlier bravado, they had miscalculated my patience, my composure, and the way I had turned the tables on them without confrontation. I received a string of texts over the next few days, subtle at first, almost apologetic. then increasingly frantic. "Benjamin, can we talk?" One read. Another, more insistent, "We need your guidance. Please." I ignored them. I didn't call, didn't reply. I wanted them to feel the full weight of their assumptions, to wrestle with the reality that their entitlement had finally collided with someone who refused to comply. Dan, meanwhile, was in full panic mode. I monitored publicly available reports, casually checking in on news about his company and supplier updates, and the situation only worsened. His attempts to secure alternative suppliers failed because he had relied so heavily on a few relationships that were now inaccessible without rapid investment or personal guarantees. Clara tried to intervene, but her previous smugness had created an invisible barrier. No one trusted the stability of their operation, and the entire enterprise was teetering on collapse. I sat back and watched, silently acknowledging how precise timing, careful patience, and observation had created the perfect outcome. The real turning point came at an unassuming family dinner, which Clara had tried to arrange in an attempt to negotiate directly with me. She had the nerve to invite me, assuming I would feel obligated, that I would walk into their space and help restore the narrative of family compliance. My parents sat nervously at the table, shoulders tense, eyes darting toward me as if I were a fragile element they couldn't predict. Clara greeted me with a forced smile, clearly trying to maintain some illusion of control. I remained calm. I smiled politely, sat down, and listened as they launched into their carefully prepared appeals. Clara spoke first, her voice tight, trying to charm, explain, and guilt me into offering advice or resources. "Ben, we didn't mean for things to get this bad. We need a fresh perspective. You're good at this stuff. Maybe you can help us." Her words were honeyed, but desperation bled through every syllable. My parents chimed in, carefully emphasizing the moral obligation, the family duty, the idea that a sibling should step up in times of crisis. I noticed the subtle panic in my father's eye as he realized that none of his attempts at manipulation would sway me. My mother's hands fidgeted nervously on the table. Even Clara's veneer of confidence faltered as I observed their coordinated but ineffective effort to bend me. I leaned back slightly, maintaining my calm, and simply said, "I've been watching. I know exactly what's happening, and I know what led you here. The situation isn't something I can fix for you. You made decisions, you assumed compliance, and now you're facing the consequences of those choices." My tone was measured, almost clinical, and the weight of it hit them immediately. Clara's jaw tightened. You're not going to help?" "At all." Her voice cracked, revealing the tension she had been suppressing. My parents exchanged a glance, realization dawning that their assumptions about me had been spectacularly wrong. They had expected me to bend to their will, to fix the problem, to smooth over their mistakes. And now, faced with the reality that I would not, they were confronted with the unfiltered consequences of their entitlement. I continued, keeping my calm even as the room seemed to shrink with tension. "I didn't intervene because you've never respected me, and you've never treated me as anything other than a resource. The jokes, the dismissals, the demands, they weren't lost on me. You've spent years assuming I would comply without question. That assumption was a mistake." Clara's face reddened, frustration turning into a kind of panic. But we're family. We needed you." She paused, swallowing, realizing that her insistence only highlighted her desperation. Dan, standing slightly behind her, looked helpless, as though he was finally grasping the full scope of the disaster his arrogance and poor planning had created. My parents, too, were pale, suddenly aware that their manipulation had not only failed but had exposed their lack of foresight, judgment, and respect for me. For the next hour, the conversation unraveled their assumptions completely. I remained composed, letting them speak, letting them plead, letting them realize just how powerless they were without me. Every argument, every appeal, every accusation of family duty was met with quiet observation. I didn't need to raise my voice. I didn't need to throw insults. My calm and restraint were far more effective than any confrontation could have been. By refusing to act, by refusing to validate their entitlement, I ensured the lesson was experienced fully. By the time the dinner ended, the transformation was clear. Clara's confidence had evaporated entirely, replaced by humility born of desperation. My parents' entitlement had been stripped bare, leaving them visibly shaken, aware of the mistakes they had made. Dan, previously overconfident and smug, now looked to me with a hesitant respect, silently acknowledging the strategic patience and intelligence that had exposed their vulnerabilities. Later that night, I reflected on everything that had unfolded. The revenge had been executed quietly, without shouting or drama, but with devastating precision. I had watched, waited, and allowed my family's own arrogance, mismanagement, and entitlement to create the consequences they now faced. They had assumed compliance, assumed weakness, and assumed that their sense of superiority was unshakable. They had been wrong on every count. And in that reflection, I realized something profound. This wasn't just about revenge. It wasn't just about demonstrating that I was capable, smart, or strategic. It was about reclaiming my life, my autonomy, and my dignity. The emotional weight of years of dismissals, jokes at my expense, and entitlement-driven expectations had finally found resolution, not through anger, but through calm, deliberate action. I had transformed my suffering into power, my frustration into strategy, and my patience into leverage that could not be ignored. The family would have to rebuild from this point without me. Clara would have to confront the limits of her arrogance, Dan the fragility of his overconfidence, and my parents the consequences of their manipulations. And I would continue to thrive, unburdened by their expectations, free from their sense of entitlement, and strengthened by the knowledge that I had finally stepped into a position of undeniable control. As I locked my apartment door that night, a quiet smile tugged at the corner of my lips. The table had been set, the pieces had moved exactly as they should, and the lesson had been delivered in a way that no one could dispute. My family had learned the hard way that underestimating me, assuming my compliance, and relying on entitlement above respect came with consequences. I sat down, unclasped my hands, and whispered to myself, almost as a confirmation of everything I had achieved. You assumed I'd always been. You assumed wrong. And for the first time in years, I felt completely, utterly free. I'm Jack, 28, and I've been feeling like a ghost in my own family for as long as I can remember. Growing up, my parents always made it painfully obvious who the favorite was, and it wasn't me. My younger brother, Kyle, has been treated like he's some sort of golden child from the moment he was born, and I guess I was supposed to just accept that my achievements, my hard work, and even my dreams were somehow less important because I didn't have a family of my own yet. It's funny because I actually do have a family. My life isn't empty, but apparently, in their eyes, not being married with kids makes me invisible. Or maybe just expendable. The latest incident happened over what should have been a routine family dinner. My dad, in his usual pompous tone, had the gall to lay it all out in front of everyone. Jack, you're too young to understand, but your brother deserves the inheritance. He has a family. He has responsibilities. You'll have your time someday. Everyone nodded. Everyone agreed. My Aunt Lisa even smiled at him like he was some kind of visionary. I felt my stomach twist, half with frustration and half with this dull, familiar pain that always comes when my family talks about me like I'm a guest in my own home. I stayed quiet, sipping my water, pretending I didn't hear them. But inside, I was boiling. Every word felt like a slap. The way my father phrased it, my brother's life mattered more than mine. My accomplishments, my struggles, my late nights working to save money for my own apartment, nothing counted. It was like I had to watch from the sidelines as everyone celebrated Kyle for just being married and having 2 kids. My Aunt Lisa leaned forward, eyes glinting with curiosity, clearly waiting for me to show some sort of gratitude or at least acknowledgement. But I didn't. Instead, I opened my laptop. I wanted to keep calm, wanted to appear casual, like I wasn't about to throw a wrench into their perfect little moral hierarchy. But inside, I had a plan forming, a plan to make them realize that the way they've treated me, the way they've underestimated me, would have consequences. The screen lit up my face, casting a pale glow as my fingers hovered over the keyboard. Interesting you mentioned family. I muttered under my breath, just loud enough for my brother to hear. His smug grin faltered slightly, and I knew I had his attention. Because here's something you might not remember about your last inheritance. The room fell quiet. My dad's eyebrows shot up. Aunt Lisa leaned closer, peering at the screen with a frown. Kyle's confident posture wavered for a second, as if sensing that the narrative they had built around him, the perfect son, the deserving one, might be about to crack. I kept my tone calm, deliberate, letting the tension hang in the air. I didn't yell, didn't accuse, didn't plead. I just clicked, and suddenly, a series of images and documents filled the screen. Proof of how Kyle had squandered his last inheritance on a series of reckless investments, risky purchases, and a few questionable business ventures that had lost him more money than I'd ever seen him earn. There was a pause, just long enough for the silence to press on everyone's chest. Aunt Lisa's hand hovered near her mouth, eyes widening as she scrolled through the evidence. My dad opened his mouth, probably ready to try and save face, but I raised a finger, signaling him to hold. "You all mentioned family, right?" I said, my voice steady, almost casual, though my pulse was racing. "Let's talk about how Kyle treated his family responsibilities the last time he was entrusted with something important." I watched as disbelief slowly replaced confidence across the table. Kyle's eyes darted from me to the screen, then back to my dad, trying to find some support, some excuse. But the proof was undeniable. Receipts, contracts, even photos of the events that led to him losing a significant portion of his inheritance. They all told the story that my family had somehow missed. The irony was almost delicious. All those lectures about responsibility, all the times they compared me unfavorably to him, all the nods and approving smiles at his maturity and family sense, they were staring at a man who had mismanaged what he'd been given, while the so-called invisible son had been quietly building his own life, responsibly and independently. Aunt Lisa finally spoke, her voice tight with tension. "Jack, where did you get these?" Her eyes flicked nervously between me and Kyle. My dad's hands clenched around his fork, knuckles white, and for the first time in years, I saw hesitation in his eyes. Kyle's mouth opened, closed, opened again, as if trying to come up with an explanation, but none came. I leaned back, letting the moment stretch. I didn't need to say more. I had planted the seed. The look on their faces was confirmation enough that the perfect narrative they had built around Kyle, the one where I was unworthy, invisible, and undeserving, was crumbling. I don't know if they realized it yet, but this was just the beginning. They might have thought they could dismiss me, overlook my achievements, and heap praise on my brother while treating me like an afterthought. But now, the tables were subtly turning. I wasn't going to ruin anyone in a tantrum, and I wasn't going to beg for recognition. I had something better. The truth, undeniable and painfully visible, sitting right in front of them on a screen. And as I sat there, watching my father's smug confidence falter, I realized something else. This wasn't just about money or inheritance. It was about acknowledgement, about finally being seen in a family that had spent decades pretending I didn't matter. I had their attention now, and I intended to make the most of it. Slowly, deliberately, I closed my laptop, letting the click echo in the tense silence. "Well," I said lightly, "interesting to see how family responsibilities can play out differently depending on the person, isn't it?" No one said anything at first. The weight of the evidence lingered in the air like a storm ready to break. Kyle's lips twitched, probably trying to find a way to salvage his image. My dad's jaw tightened, and Aunt Lisa's eyes narrowed as she glanced at me, a mix of suspicion and unease. And that's when I knew. The family dinner had just shifted from a polite, obligatory gathering to the beginning of something much larger. Something that I would carefully orchestrate. Something they would never forget. I didn't yell, I didn't cry, and I didn't lose control. I just let them stew in the reality I'd laid before them. And as I quietly sipped my water, pretending to be calm, I felt a thrill of satisfaction. The first seed of doubt had been planted, and from here, the story was only going to get more complicated. They had underestimated me for years, assumed I was naive, assumed I would accept my lesser role without question. But now, they were going to see that the invisible son had been quietly watching, quietly planning, and quietly waiting for the right moment to challenge everything they thought they knew. I smiled faintly, letting my expression be calm, almost innocent. But inside, my mind was racing with possibilities. There would be conversations, confrontations, and probably some very awkward family gatherings in the future. Kyle would squirm, my dad would fume, and Aunt Lisa, well, she would probably try to play peacemaker, but I could already tell she would be on edge. And the best part? I hadn't even begun my real move yet. This dinner was just the setup. As I pushed back my chair, preparing to leave the table with a casual grace, I glanced at my brother one last time. His confident posture had vanished, replaced by a tight, controlled tension that betrayed how rattled he actually was. My dad avoided my gaze completely, staring down at his plate as if he could will the embarrassment away. Aunt Lisa's sharp eyes lingered on me, and I knew she was already asking herself how she had failed to see this coming. And in that quiet, charged moment, I realized something crucial. The story my family had written about me, the story where I was insignificant, unworthy, and invisible, was about to be rewritten. I didn't need to raise my voice, make a scene, or beg for respect. All I needed was patience, strategy, and a little bit of their own arrogance working against them. After that dinner, things didn't just simmer down, they boiled over. It was as if the little crack I had created in their carefully constructed family narrative had enraged them, though they couldn't openly admit it. The next few weeks were unbearable, a combination of passive-aggressive remarks, cold shoulders, and thinly veiled lectures disguised as concern. Every interaction became a minefield, and my own house, where I usually felt safe, started to feel like a refuge I had to retreat to more often. The favoritism toward Kyle intensified almost immediately. It was subtle at first, Dad asking Kyle for advice about investments, praising him in conversations with friends, or sending him texts about family matters before even bothering to mention them to me. Then it escalated. During a weekend family barbecue, my father handed Kyle a brand new car key with a grin, saying, "For someone with responsibilities, unlike some of us." My stomach turned, my hands clenched, but I forced a smile and congratulated him. I felt the humiliation wrap around me like a thick fog as everyone else cheered and my father patted Kyle on the back. I wasn't even allowed a word of recognition for the promotion I'd just gotten at work, which had taken years of effort. Aunt Lisa was no better. She started making passive comments whenever we were together, little jabs hidden under the guise of concern. "Jack, don't you think you should focus more on settling down? You know, family comes first." I'd smile tightly, nod, and walk away, but inside I was seething. Every word was a reminder that, to them, my accomplishments meant nothing, and I was still just a placeholder until I conformed to their expectations. Even my mother, who I thought might have some loyalty to me, had begun echoing their sentiment. She would glance at Kyle with pride while brushing past me, saying things like, "I just hope you'll understand someday, Jack. He's been through a lot more than you realize." It was condescending, and I wanted nothing more than to tell her that I understood perfectly, and that her words hurt more than any insult ever could. Then came the betrayal. It was subtle, almost accidental in the way they delivered it, but the impact was devastating. My brother had invited me over under the guise of showing me his new business venture, a joint investment with some local entrepreneurs. I had cautiously agreed, thinking maybe this was a chance to reconnect, to at least be included in a family conversation without judgment. I knocked on his door, trying to ignore the knot in my stomach, and was greeted with his usual smug grin. "Jack, glad you could make it," he said, gesturing toward the living room where a few other family members were already seated. "Dad mentioned you might be interested." His tone was light, almost mocking, but I forced myself to return a neutral smile. The room was full of people, mostly my father's friends and some distant relatives I barely recognized. They were all nodding toward me politely, but I could feel the weight of their judgment, the silent understanding that I didn't belong here, that I was just a visitor observing the real family in action. Kyle leaned back on the sofa, the picture of composure, while I was offered a chair at the far end of the room. As the conversation started, I realized too late what was happening. Kyle was presenting his new venture like he was some kind of visionary, speaking confidently about investments, partnerships, and the projected returns. But as he spoke, I noticed discrepancies, things that didn't add up, errors he had obviously overlooked or intentionally misrepresented. My heart sank when I saw him subtly passing around documents that weren't just misleading, they were outright manipulations of previous agreements. And then it hit me. He had involved my father and aunt in this scheme without telling me, making me look like the outsider once again. I tried to intervene politely at first, pointing out the errors, asking for clarifications, but every time I spoke, he would brush me off, smirk, or turn the conversation towards some joke about me being out of touch or not understanding the real business world. My father chuckled nervously at the jokes, and Aunt Lisa leaned in with a fake smile, nodding at everything Kyle said. It was intentional. They were all complicit. I felt my chest tighten, a mix of betrayal, humiliation, and anger washing over me in waves. This wasn't just favoritism anymore. It was a coordinated effort to sideline me, to make me look foolish while celebrating my brother. The breaking point came when Kyle casually mentioned a trip he had taken recently, one that I had only learned about through the grapevine. He described how he had used a portion of our father's gift, the inheritance that was all his, to fund a lavish vacation for his family. He spoke with pride about the luxury villas, the fine dining, and the exclusive excursions, all while making sure to emphasize how responsible he had been in budgeting it. My stomach churned as I realized the depth of his audacity. This was the money my family had spent years convincing me was too valuable for someone like me, money that I had been excluded from discussing or even mentioning, and he had blown a significant portion on indulgence. I couldn't take it anymore. My voice rose slightly, controlled but unmistakable, and I asked him directly, "Kyle, what about the people who were supposed to benefit from this inheritance? The extended family, the charity fund Dad mentioned last year? Did they get any of this?" The room went silent. Kyle froze, his confident mask slipping for just a fraction of a second before he recovered with a laugh. "Oh, come on, Jack. That's old news. It's not like anyone really needed it, and we're all better off this way." He shrugged, as if dismissing the responsibility entirely. My father's face went pale, and Aunt Lisa's hand flew to her mouth. It was one thing for Kyle to look foolish on his own. It was another for him to openly disregard the family's expectations in front of everyone, especially while including me in the room. And the worst part? They weren't defending me. None of them were. I realized, with a sinking feeling, that I wasn't just excluded from the conversation. I was actively being undermined, humiliated, and erased. I wanted to lash out, to scream, to make them see the injustice, but I held it together. My heart pounded in my chest. My hands trembled slightly, but I forced myself to take a deep breath and sit back, letting the weight of my fury simmer. I could feel the anger coiling inside me like a spring, ready to be released at the right moment. This wasn't about childish revenge anymore. It was about reclaiming my place in a family that had spent years pretending I didn't matter. After the meeting, I walked home in a daze, replaying every interaction, every smug grin, every dismissive comment. I realized that this was bigger than I thought. It wasn't just favoritism. It was a coordinated effort to maintain a hierarchy where Kyle was untouchable and I was expendable. My father had literally declared my inheritance off limits. My aunt had nodded in agreement, and my brother had shamelessly misused the money while keeping me in the dark. By the time I reached my apartment, I knew I couldn't let this go. I wasn't going to confront them in anger, not yet. That would only make me predictable, easy to dismiss. No, I needed a plan. I needed to make them see the consequences of underestimating me, of treating me as if I didn't belong. And more than that, I needed them to understand that I had been watching all along, quietly, patiently, and with a sharp memory for every slight, every insult, every deliberate exclusion. I sat at my desk and opened my laptop again, the familiar glow illuminating my determined face. I started gathering evidence, making careful notes, and tracing back every instance of favoritism, mismanagement, and hypocrisy. I wasn't going to act recklessly. I needed strategy, patience, and precision. This wasn't about immediate satisfaction. It was about making sure they couldn't ignore me again. As the night deepened, I leaned back in my chair and allowed myself a small, private smile. They thought they could dismiss me, humiliate me, and keep me in the background forever. But now I knew the truth. The scales were beginning to tip. The breaking point had arrived, and I could feel it in my bones. Everything that had happened, the favoritism, the snide remarks, the exclusion, the betrayal, had led me here. I was no longer just the ignored son. I was someone who had seen the whole picture, someone who had the patience and cunning to turn it to my advantage. The days after that dinner and Kyle's betrayal felt heavier than anything I had experienced in a long time. I went through the motions at work, but my mind kept replaying the scene over and over. The smug way Kyle had dismissed my questions, the forced smiles of my parents, Aunt Lisa's silent complicity. Every time I thought about it, I felt this mix of rage and hurt that refused to subside. It wasn't just the money. It was the principle, the years of subtle and not-so-subtle messages that I didn't matter, that I would always be second, that my life, my choices, my hard work. None of it would ever be enough to earn the respect I deserved. I think that was the lowest point. The realization that the people I had trusted the most, the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally, had actively sided against me. I couldn't even turn to my mother for support anymore. She had started echoing their opinions about Kyle being more responsible and family-oriented, and I knew she genuinely believed it. It wasn't malice on her part, at least not all of it, but it was another blow, another reminder that I was invisible in the eyes of my family. I had nowhere to go, no one to lean on, and no outlet for my frustration that wouldn't be dismissed as whining or jealousy. For the first time in a long time, I cried, not quietly, not in private, but really let the weight of everything hit me. I sank to my bedroom floor, staring at the carpet and thinking about all the moments I had been dismissed, belittled, and overlooked. Every birthday where Kyle got the best gift and I got a polite card. Every holiday where my accomplishments were ignored in favor of his. Every conversation where my opinions were dismissed. I felt like a ghost in my own life. And for a few days, I allowed myself to stay there, to wallow, to feel the sting and bitterness fully. But, as much as it hurt, something else began to emerge from the wreckage. A quiet, burning determination. I realized that if I continued to let them define my worth, I would be perpetually trapped in this cycle of humiliation and invisibility. I had to take control, not by fighting them directly or demanding recognition, but by quietly rebuilding myself, by proving to myself first and foremost that I mattered, that I was capable of more than they had ever allowed me to believe. I started small. I spent more hours at work, not obsessively, but strategically, taking on projects that allowed me to showcase my skills in ways my family couldn't ignore, even if they weren't present to witness it. I joined professional networks and online forums, learning the ins and outs of investments, business management, and entrepreneurship. Slowly, methodically, I was building a foundation for myself, something solid and unshakable that didn't depend on my family's approval. At the same time, I began to pay attention to Kyle's patterns. I started following his business ventures online, quietly observing his spending habits, the projects he invested in, the mistakes he made. I wasn't spying maliciously. I was collecting information, building a mental map of his weaknesses, of the moments where his confidence could be his undoing. And there were many. He was careless, overconfident, and completely unprepared for real scrutiny. Every reckless decision he had made in the past, and continued to make, was a potential lever for me to use when the time came. I also started reconnecting with my own circle of friends and colleagues, people who genuinely valued me for who I was and recognized my skills and intellect. That network became my anchor, my reminder that my worth wasn't dictated by the biased opinions of a family that had repeatedly underestimated me. I realized that I had been defining myself through their lens for far too long, and that lens was warped and dangerous. By rebuilding my confidence and independence, I was reclaiming control over my life, piece by piece. It wasn't easy. Some days were worse than others. There were moments when I still imagined calling my dad and telling him off, moments when I wanted to confront Kyle and expose him immediately, but I held myself back. Anger, I realized, was a tool, but only if wielded strategically. Reacting in the heat of the moment would only make me predictable and reinforce the narrative they had built about me being impulsive or inferior. Patience became my weapon. Observation became my ally. And slowly, the idea of revenge started to take a more refined shape, not about hurting them, but about reclaiming what was mine and making them confront their arrogance. One pivotal moment came about 3 weeks after the family barbecue. I received a call from a colleague at work about a potential freelance project that required someone with precision, attention to detail, and a reputation for integrity. It was high profile, and if I succeeded, it could significantly boost my professional standing. I poured myself into the project, staying up late, double-checking every number, every calculation, every strategy. I wasn't just proving my competence to myself anymore. I was building credibility in the wider world, somewhere my family couldn't ignore. When the project launched successfully, the praise and recognition were immediate. Clients and colleagues alike were impressed, sending emails and messages that lauded my work. I felt a rush of satisfaction that had nothing to do with my family, yet it was deeply personal. For the first time in a long while, I allowed myself to feel proud, not because my father or Kyle would notice, but because I had accomplished something real, something tangible, something I had built with my own hands and mind. But I didn't stop there. I used the momentum to quietly start an investment portfolio of my own, carefully researching and diversifying in ways Kyle had never considered. I tracked opportunities, learned the pitfalls from his mistakes, and even found a few small ventures that showed promise. Each success, each step forward, reinforced the idea that I didn't need their validation. I could create wealth, security, and recognition on my own terms. Even as I rebuilt myself, I remained acutely aware of my family's ongoing arrogance. Every holiday invitation I declined, every dinner I skipped, every polite conversation I navigated without giving in, they were all small acts of defiance, subtle reminders that I was no longer the passive observer in their little kingdom. I started collecting details, documenting interactions, and quietly noting Kyle's mismanagement of funds, Dad's favoritism, and Aunt Lisa's manipulations. It was becoming clearer that when the time came, I would have all the evidence I needed to confront them not with anger, but with undeniable proof. By the time a month had passed, I was beginning to feel a strange sense of exhilaration. I had been pushed down, humiliated, and excluded, but I wasn't broken. In fact, I was stronger than ever. The humiliation had forged something in me, a careful, strategic, relentless determination to reclaim what had been denied to me. Every success I achieved quietly, every step forward, was another brick in the foundation I was building for my eventual confrontation with my family. And then came the moment that made me realize I was ready to move from quiet rebuilding to subtle action. I received an email from a mutual business contact who had previously worked with Kyle. In it, they mentioned that Kyle had made a series of investments that were not only poorly considered, but potentially fraudulent in nature. The email was tentative, almost cautious, but the implications were staggering. Kyle had left himself exposed, and the information could be leveraged in ways that would make the truth unavoidable for everyone involved. I leaned back in my chair, staring at the screen, my mind already racing through possibilities. The pieces were falling into place. My rebuilding had not only restored my confidence and independence, it had positioned me perfectly to turn the tables. Kyle's recklessness, combined with my strategic patience, could be used to expose him without me ever having to appear aggressive or desperate. It would be precise, calculated, and devastatingly effective. And in that moment, I realized something fundamental. This wasn't just about revenge anymore. It was about justice, about reclaiming my life and my worth from people who had spent decades telling me I didn't matter. The humiliation, the favoritism, the betrayal, they had all been fuel, and now that fuel was powering a plan that was quietly, meticulously, taking shape. I closed my laptop with a sense of satisfaction that I hadn't felt in years. The path forward wasn't easy, but I knew it was mine to walk. I would rise from the shadows, from the quiet pain and the subtle contempt, and when the time came, I would make them see that the sun they dismissed, the invisible one, was not only present but unstoppable. The thing about finally having a plan is that it changes the way you breathe. For months I'd been treading water, hurt, angry, rebuilding, but without a direction. Once I had that email mentioning Kyle's questionable investments and the pile of receipts and documents I'd already collected, everything snapped into focus. Revenge, in the way I wanted it, wasn't going to be a messy blow-up or a dramatic public meltdown. It would be surgical. It would be undeniable. It would force them to confront facts, not feelings. And for the first time in my life, the idea of making them squirm for having written me out felt almost clean, empowering, necessary. I started with logistics. I turned a spare shelf in my apartment into a command center, folders, color-coded tabs, a notebook with neat columns labeled date/event/evidence/witness/possible leverage. I created a timeline of every significant family interaction over the last 5 years, who said what, when the inheritance had been discussed, which relatives had been excluded from conversations, and where Kyle's spending spikes lined up with his so-called business activities. I printed emails, saved screenshots, and scanned old photos. Every piece felt like a tile in a mosaic that, when assembled, would form an image they couldn't argue with. Gathering allies wasn't about recruiting an army. It was about quiet alliances and credibility. I reached out to 2 people I trusted implicitly, Lena, an old friend who now worked in compliance for a mid-sized bank, and Omar, a former college roommate who had gone on to become a paralegal. Both of them had seen me at my lowest and knew how calm I could be when I needed to be. I didn't spin grand conspiracies. I didn't beg for help. I simply explained the facts I'd uncovered, showed them what I had, and asked for their professional eyes. Lena's reaction was the first real thing that felt like vindication. She looked through Kyle's public filings and the snippets I'd dug up and, after a long silence, said, "Jack, this isn't just careless. This is sloppy enough that someone could question the legality of his reporting." She advised me on how to preserve digital evidence in a way that would be tough to dispute later. Hashes, time-stamped copies, chain of custody notes. Omar, more pragmatic, started drawing up a list of people who would be useful to have on my side discreetly. A local accountant who had worked with Kyle before, a journalist friend who covered small business corruption, and a former associate of my dad's who had grown increasingly skeptical of how the family funds were handled. I was careful. I didn't want the family to sense the net being woven. For all their arrogance, they were perceptive when it came to any threat that smelled like drama. So everything was done in whispers, in emails that had nothing in them but attachments and dates, in phone calls taken on my walk home from work. I learned how to talk like someone who was calm because they were composed, not because they were hiding panic. Which, in a way, I was. But it was a controlled panic, purposeful, focused, and getting stronger every day. Parallel to building my evidence base, I began a campaign of small strategic moves designed to put pressure on Kyle's public persona. I didn't spread rumors. I didn't forge documents. I simply started letting the world around him show his cracks in a way that would be hard to pin on me. At networking events, I asked pointed questions about transparency that made him shift in his seat. I posted articles about ethical investing on my professional social feeds, with measured comments about due diligence. Nothing accusatory, just enough to nudge people who followed both of us to reconsider what they thought. I quietly made sure my contacts who had business dealings with him received my revised resume and portfolio, not to steal clients, but so that the market would start to recognize me as someone who could be trusted where he could not. My father, predictably, remained both oblivious and reactive. He sent the occasional passive text, "Are you coming to Sunday?" which I ignored or delayed. He tried to draw me back in with calls about trivial family updates, as if nothing had changed. I let him. Keeping him comfortable made the eventual reveal hit harder. The calmer the environment, the more stunned they'd be when the dam broke. Aunt Lisa, who fancied herself the family's moral arbiter, did the rounds with other relatives, spreading versions of the narrative that portrayed me as sulking and unstable. She didn't know I'd invited an outsider, a woman named Claire, an accountant I'd met through Omar, to casually cross-check one of Kyle's recent business summaries at a family brunch I'd accepted an invite to attend. Claire was professional and discreet. She agreed to attend under the pretense of being an old friend visiting town. Her presence would be useful later, but for now she was simply another eye. The most delicate piece was preparing for the emotional warfare. They'd try to gaslight me, guilt me, or paint me as vengeful. It's what families like mine do when someone dares to challenge the status quo. I rehearsed responses. I practiced the art of the calm delivery in front of a mirror. Let them talk, listen with a nonchalant face, and then place one fact on the table. Don't wave your arms. Don't shout. Let the evidence speak. Let them argue against documentation if they must. It'll only make them look defensive. My notebook became littered with phrases like, "I thought you should know, I pulled these records," and "isn't it strange that," simple sentences, surgical in their effect. At work, I pushed my profile higher without making it look contrived. I volunteered to lead a transparency audit on a small joint venture. Nothing to do with family, everything to do with reputation. It gave me plausible credibility should anyone ask why I cared about documentation and oversight. It also provided the perfect cover. My expertise on governance would make it natural for me to ask questions in family meetings about Kyle's investment performance, appearing curious rather than accusatory. The more I cultivated this professional facade, the more comfortable I felt moving in the circles where Kyle had influence. If you can match their language, you steal their tools. I also found tiny psychological levers to pull. Kyle loved to be seen as generous and family first. He lived off the aura of being a provider. I used that against him by praising him in front of others for small, inconsequential acts. "Nice of you to bring the kids a gift," I'd say, loud enough for his ego to swell. People would watch him preen. Then later, I'd drop a neutral question about how that gift was funded. The result was always the same: defensiveness that led to careless admissions, or, at least, tension. It's funny how arrogance makes people sloppy. The more they believe their own myths, the more likely they were to slip up. As I assembled the legal and financial puzzle pieces, I also started to think about timing. There had to be a moment that would maximize impact. A charity gala comes to mind, something where the family's reputation is put on display. I noted dates of local events, fundraisers, and community meetings where my family was often in the spotlight. If I could time a reveal around one of those public-facing nights, the shame would reverberate beyond the living room. It would become social currency in the community they prized so highly. They'd feel the humiliation not just personally, but where their peers could see it. That kind of pressure is corrosive, and it would do the job of forcing uncomfortable conversations at Thanksgiving tables and church groups alike. But I wasn't reckless. Before I chose a public stage, I wanted a private blow that would unsettle them and make Aunt Lisa and Dad look like they'd failed to protect what they'd touted as sacred. A personal betrayal, something that would crack the veneer of family unity. I started keeping a folder labeled "Private," a collection of emails and receipts tying Kyle's investments to questionable vendors, and a ledger of how much of the inheritance had been diverted to personal luxuries. There were photographic proofs, hotel reservations with names, invoices for high-end purchases, and messages he'd carelessly sent about covering the difference when one of his projects went belly up. Each piece was a contradiction of the story he loved to tell, that he was responsible, that he managed money for the good of the family. The more I dug, the more I realized how open a target he was. He'd signed contracts with vague clauses, he'd entrusted funds to people I could track, and, crucially, he'd bragged to the exact people who could corroborate his missteps, friends who turned into witnesses if I needed them to. I made discreet calls. I asked pointed questions. I never hinted at what I was building. People were forthcoming. Arrogance invites confession. The ledger started to swell. At the same time, I staged small acts of detachment that would look meaningful when the reveal happened. I declined to host family events. I stopped attending the Sunday dinners where they discussed Kyle's latest vision. I sent text replies that were measured and slightly distant. "Sounds like a good plan. Let me know how it goes." It annoyed Dad. It flummoxed Aunt Lisa. Most importantly, it changed the optics. When the time came, I would not look like the desperate sibling trying to drag someone down. I'd be the calm one, the one who had quietly cataloged truth. There were nights I lay awake, thinking of consequences. What if my father disowned me? What if they accused me of fabrication? What if Kyle's pride turned into something darker? I thought of the lonely nights, the emotional cost, the friends who'd be dragged in. But the anger that had once felt raw and destructive had transformed into something colder and more precise. I wasn't trying to punish for punishment's sake. I was trying to correct a narrative that had been weaponized against me my entire life. This was a reclamation, an act of setting the story straight. If the truth cost them their illusions, so be it. As I tightened the net, I began to test their reactions in calibrated ways. A cousin I'd always been close to, Elise, sent me a passive message about Kyle's brave decisions. I responded with a neutral, "Is he seeing a financial advisor for that?" The message thread ended awkwardly. A week later, I made a point of praising a small, irrelevant success of mine in front of Dad at a family lunch, and watched the tiny, jealous flicker that passed through his eyes. These micro-tests weren't cruel, they were data points. Each reaction taught me how to phrase the eventual confrontation so it landed with maximum uncomfortableness. And then came the perfect accidental gift. My father, in an attempt to demonstrate his continued support for Kyle, forwarded me an innocuous photo from one of Kyle's family nights, a group shot with Dad smiling, Kyle's kids clutching toys, and Aunt Lisa beaming beside them. He captioned it, "Family doing well. Thought you'd like to see." It was a small thing, except the photo included, in the background, what looked to be an expensive piece of art that I recognized from a gallery's promotional post the year before, an exhibit that had been paid for by someone my father owed money to. The art, the dates, the gallery's notes, it was a thread. And threads can unravel entire sweaters. I printed the photo and, in tiny handwriting at the bottom of my notebook, penciled a plan. I would not act in haste. I would wait for a family function where the stakes were social credibility and legacy, the kind of event where my father wanted to be seen as the patriarch, the man who made wise financial decisions for the family. I would present the evidence to Aunt Lisa privately, then to Dad, and if they refused to face it, I would make it public in a way that could not be ignored. I pictured their faces when the receipts matched the stories they told themselves. Disbelief, then anger, then the staggered realization of how badly they'd been misled. The image made my gut clench in a way that was both satisfying and terrifying. By late afternoon on a chilly Tuesday, everything felt like it was aligned. Claire had agreed to sit with me once more to review Kyle's ledgers. Lena had promised to prepare a technical report on irregular transfers. Omar had compiled a contact list of witnesses who would corroborate timelines. I slipped the last printed ledger into a folder and labeled it, simply, "When the time comes." The label felt oddly ceremonial. I made myself a cup of tea, sat by the window, and watched the street below, where ordinary life moved with oblivious steadiness. I thought of Dad mowing the lawn that morning, of Aunt Lisa fussing with a tablecloth, of Kyle teaching his child to ride a bike. Mundane, human moments that would be disrupted soon. It made the plan feel less like vengeance and more like a necessary correction to a life lived on lies. There was one more piece I needed, a setting where their pride would be front and center and where the fallout could not easily be swept under the rug. I scanned the local charity events calendar and found it. A gala in 2 weeks, the very fundraiser where Dad had promised to speak about family values and the importance of stewardship. It was the perfect stage. If I timed the revelation to occur either just before his speech or at some point during the evening when the community leaders were gathered, it would force a confrontation that would reach beyond our living room and into the world they cared most about. I could see it all in my head. The outrage, the awkward silences, the whispered questions among people who had always admired my father. The humiliation would be public, startling, and, importantly, difficult to refute quickly. But doing it there also carried risk. If I made a misstep, if the evidence had a gap, the backlash would be severe. My reputation could be ruined as quickly as theirs. And that thought made my hands tremble slightly as I closed the folder. I lit a candle and sat with the weight of what I had built. This was no longer just about proving a point. It was about forcing change in a family that had become comfortable telling itself a story that wasn't true. For better or worse, the next move would alter everything. I felt a pang for the mother who sincerely believed what she'd been told, for the cousins who loved the family uncritically. But I also felt a hard, bright certainty. I had reached the point of no return. The plan was in motion, the allies were ready, and the stage was set. The gala was 2 Fridays away. I could hold it. I could wait. I could sharpen each piece of evidence until there was no frayed edge to be grabbed for a defense. I could rehearse the delivery, the nonchalance, the calm. I poured the rest of my tea and, with a steady hand, slid the "when the time comes" folder into the top drawer of my desk and closed it. For the first time in months, I slept without constant dread, but the dream that night was a fractured collage of banquet halls, whispered conspiracies, and the sound of Dad's polite applause at the wrong moment. Morning came with a strange hush. My phone buzzed, an invitation reminder from Aunt Lisa about the gala. Her message was cheery, oblivious. "Can't wait to see you there, Jack. Dress nice." I stared at the text, the screen reflecting my face like a mirror of intent. I typed, then deleted, then typed again, "I'll be there." I hit send. It was the easiest lie I'd told in months, and the one that felt the most honest. I had agreed to be present for the show, and now all that remained was deciding exactly when to pull the curtain back. The plan sat quiet in the drawer like a sleeping animal, and I knew waking it would change everything. I poured another cup of coffee, looked at myself in the kettle's reflection, and realized how calm I was, how coldly certain. The family believed they were the authors of the narrative. They were about to find out I'd been keeping detailed notes. Somewhere between the second cup and packing my briefcase for work, Claire emailed, "I've got the accounts reconciled. Available to meet Wednesday evening. Lena will have the technical summary." Omar added a short line, "Witness list ready. We should coordinate the sequence." My chest tightened in a way that felt like a starting pistol. I closed my laptop, slid the folder back into the drawer, and then, on a small, irrational impulse, picked up the old family photo from the mantel. Dad with his arm around Kyle at some graduation, Aunt Lisa smiling in the background. For a second, the image pierced me with a nostalgic ache. These were my people, messy and flawed and human. But the ache was different now. It was not pity. It was a recognition that I'd spent years shrinking to fit into their story. Tomorrow, I thought, the shrinking would stop. The gala was in 2 weeks. The countdown began, and with each day, the pieces would come closer to aligning. I felt strangely calm as I walked out the door. The plan had a momentum of its own now. All I could do was keep adding small calibrations, double-check the ledgers, ensure witness availability, confirm Claire's attendance, and wait for the night where truth would demand center stage. As I locked my apartment and headed down the stairs, my phone buzzed again. It was a single text from Kyle. "See you Friday. Don't be weird." I smiled despite myself. He had no idea how accurate that text was about to be. I typed a reply, casual and cool. Wouldn't dream of it. Then I hit send and kept walking, the city swallowing my steps as the plan, once quiet and private, began its slow, deliberate walk toward daylight. The drawer clicked shut behind me, and in that small sound I heard the beginning of a reckoning. The night of the gala, I felt the same strange mixture of anticipation and calm that had carried me through the previous weeks. The city glittered outside the hall's tall windows, the lights reflecting like tiny sparks of the storm I had been quietly brewing. I arrived early, deliberately, dressed sharply but not ostentatiously, carrying only my briefcase. Inside were the compiled documents, the reconciled ledgers, the witness list, and Claire's notes. Every piece had been meticulously verified. Nothing could be dismissed as hearsay or emotion. Everything was fact. Cold, undeniable, irrefutable fact. My family, of course, was already there. Dad was in his element, the charming patriarch of the evening, shaking hands and making small talk with donors. Aunt Lisa fluttered around like she owned the room, dropping compliments and asking for toasts with her usual self-satisfied precision. Kyle stood near the center, regaling a small group of acquaintances with tales of his responsible investments and the sacrifices he'd made for family. I could see it all, cataloging the pride, the smugness, the unearned confidence. My pulse remained steady. I had waited for this moment, and every minute of anticipation made the next move sweeter. I positioned myself near the bar, casually sipping a glass of sparkling water, and waited for the right moment. Claire was seated at a nearby table, eyes scanning the room but alert, signaling subtly with hand gestures we had prearranged. Lena and Omar were out of sight, quietly monitoring the event through phone calls and text updates. Every ally was in place. All I had to do was initiate the sequence. The first move was subtle, a casual conversation with a prominent guest who had connections to Kyle's ventures. "I was curious about some of the small business filings in town," I said lightly. "I noticed a few discrepancies in a few of Kyle's recent projects. Nothing confirmed yet, but I'm keeping an eye on it." The guest's eyebrows raised, and I offered a polite shrug. That was all it took. Rumors in the right circles moved faster than any accusation shouted across a room. Kyle, unfortunately for him, was in the perfect position to overreact, and overreaction was exactly what I wanted. Then came the pivot. As Dad moved toward the podium to give his speech on stewardship and family responsibility, I excused myself and quietly asked Claire to place the folder in a location where Aunt Lisa would inevitably notice it. Her favorite waiting room near the coat check, a place she always lingered before introductions. I then made my way toward the center of the room, in plain sight, as though I were just another attendee. Aunt Lisa, as predicted, noticed the folder immediately. She picked it up, glanced at it, and her eyes widened in a way that betrayed her carefully maintained composure. For a moment, she thought it might be irrelevant paperwork. Then she flipped it open. The documents fell into place. The ledgers, the invoices, the reconciled accounts, the clearly labeled mismanagement. Her mouth opened, closed, then opened again. She made a sound like a gasp, which drew a few curious onlookers. I didn't rush. I didn't confront her. I simply approached and said softly, "You might want to look at this carefully." Her fingers trembled slightly as she flipped through the papers. I could see the realization dawn on her face, then the panic. She knew, in that moment, that this wasn't something she could manage with charm or misdirection. Kyle, noticing the commotion, hurried over. "Lisa, what is?" His voice faltered when he saw me standing beside her. I met his gaze evenly, quietly, with no trace of anger, only calm precision. "It's just some documentation about your recent investments," I said. "I thought you'd want to see it before Dad gives his speech." The words were simple, neutral, almost casual, but the effect was instantaneous. Kyle's confident smirk vanished. Dad, mid-podium, turned to see what was happening. I watched the blood drain from his face as Aunt Lisa, who had been his staunchest supporter, held the folder up for him to see. For the first time in years, the patriarch looked like an ordinary man, startled, uncertain, exposed. The evidence spoke for itself. Receipts and invoices showed luxury spending disguised as family expenses. Ledger entries revealed transfers that contradicted Kyle's public claims. Emails and texts exposed casual acknowledgments of mismanagement and deliberate obfuscation. Claire stepped forward discreetly and added her professional opinion. The reconciled accounts clearly demonstrated discrepancies that couldn't be ignored. Her calm, factual delivery left no room for misinterpretation. Kyle stuttered, trying to explain, but every word he spoke only reinforced the documentation. The guests, many of whom were influential in local business circles, began to murmur. Questions were asked, polite, controlled, but loaded. I watched as the carefully constructed narrative Kyle had spent years cultivating began to unravel in real time. His pride, his shield, shattered before a room full of witnesses. Aunt Lisa's usual assertiveness crumbled. She glanced at Dad, then at Kyle, realizing the full extent of the exposure. For the first time, she had no ready defense, no poised commentary to redirect blame. Dad's face was ashen, his voice quivering when he tried to intervene. "Jack, this isn't how," he trailed off, flustered. I interrupted gently, not raising my voice. "It's exactly how, Dad. I just collected the facts." The room fell into a tense, almost reverent silence. The social currency my family had relied on, their charm, their stories, their assumed moral authority, was gone, replaced by the cold clarity of documented truth. People who had admired them looked uncertain. People who had trusted Kyle now questioned everything. The humiliation wasn't just personal, it was public, undeniable, irreversible. Kyle's shoulders slumped. He attempted a weak smile, tried to argue, but his words sounded hollow. Dad tried to salvage something, tried to insist that the situation could be explained away, but the documents spoke louder than anything he could say. Aunt Lisa's usual manipulative commentary evaporated. She could only stand frozen, clutching the folder like a lifeline. I felt a quiet satisfaction, not from cruelty, but from justice. For years, I had been dismissed, belittled, and erased. Now, for the first time, my family had to acknowledge the truth. The narrative they had spent decades controlling had been corrected, quietly but irrevocably, by someone they had underestimated, me. After the initial shock, the fallout was swift. Kyle faced serious scrutiny from business contacts. A few ventures he had touted were temporarily frozen pending independent review. Dad's credibility in the community took an immediate hit. He had championed Kyle's decisions publicly, and now they were clearly flawed. Aunt Lisa, known for her judgmental lectures, had to retreat quietly, her authority undermined by the very evidence she had failed to scrutinize. Even the extended family, previously complicit in ignoring my exclusion, began asking questions, subtle, probing, but unmistakably shifting in focus toward Kyle and the mismanaged inheritance. I didn't gloat. I didn't need to. I remained calm, polite, and neutral, answering questions only when necessary. Every time Kyle attempted to redirect blame toward me, the documents proved him wrong. Every attempt to gaslight or deflect was met with calm, factual clarity. By the end of the evening, the tension had shifted entirely. I wasn't the wrong child anymore. I was the one holding the narrative. I had taken what was mine by right, credibility, visibility, and the undeniable truth, and presented it with precision and care. When the gala concluded, I quietly collected my belongings. I glanced at my father, who avoided eye contact, at Kyle, who slouched with embarrassment, at Aunt Lisa, who tried to smile but failed. I knew that the family hierarchy had shifted. The years of favoritism, manipulation, and exclusion were no longer unchallenged. I had planted a seed that would grow into a permanent recalibration of how they viewed me. and perhaps how they viewed themselves. Walking out into the crisp night air, I felt a sense of release I hadn't known in years. The weight of their favoritism, the sting of betrayal, the humiliation I had endured, it was no longer mine to bear. I had reclaimed my agency, my dignity, and my voice. And most importantly, I had done it with precision, strategy, and calm. I hadn't needed to yell, beg, or plead. I hadn't needed to destroy them completely. I had only needed to reveal the truth, and the truth had done the rest. For the first time in a long while, I felt free. Free from the shadow of my family's expectations, free from their narratives, free from the constant feeling of being overlooked. I knew there would be conversations, apologies, defenses, and attempts to rebuild pride. But none of that would undo what had been revealed. The truth was permanent, and I had wielded it carefully. As I walked toward my car, I thought back to the countless nights spent cataloging, analyzing, and rebuilding. The anger that had once felt consuming had transformed into patience, precision, and quiet satisfaction. The weight of the past had been lifted not by confrontation, but by preparation and timing. I opened my car door, placed the briefcase on the passenger seat, and took a deep breath. The city lights shimmered around me, and I smiled softly to myself. For the first time, I realized that reclaiming one's power didn't have to be loud or dramatic. It could be quiet, methodical, and undeniably effective. And in that moment, I felt the rare and exhilarating clarity of knowing I had won, and I had done so on my own terms. The night was calm, the air crisp, and the streets emptying as I drove away. The family I had once feared, the people who had dismissed me, underestimated me, and humiliated me, they had finally learned a simple truth. Never underestimate the quiet one who has been watching all along. After Mom told me I was not enough for the family, I quietly moved out. A month later, they panicked over the unpaid car loan. I simply said, ask the new favorite to cover it. Hi Reddit, I'm 26F, and I want to share something that's been building for years. I've read so many posts here, especially on our /entitled parents and our /pro revenge, and I used to think, my family's not that bad. But the truth is, sometimes dysfunction doesn't come in the form of screaming matches or dramatic ultimatums. Sometimes it comes in quiet expectations, guilt-wrapped manipulations, and the slow erosion of your sense of worth. That was my life. For a long time, I convinced myself that being the reliable one, the easy child, was enough. That it was good, even. But all it really did was make me invisible. Let me give you a clearer picture. I grew up in a family of 4. My mother, Mirela, 52F, is the type of person who believes that motherhood is a full-time performance. She loves being praised for her sacrifices, telling neighbors how much she does for us, how exhausted she is from keeping the family together. But at home, she was less nurturing and more calculating. Things were always about appearances. Everything from what we wore to how we spoke to relatives was curated to make her look good. If it didn't benefit her image, it was dismissed or ignored. My father, Luca, 54M, is a quiet man. He's not cruel, just passive. Mirela always made it clear that she ran the house. He would sit at the kitchen table with his tea while she made decisions, occasionally nodding or giving a tired shrug, but never interfering. I think over time, he learned it was easier to agree than to stand up to her. He works long hours and spends his evenings watching television in silence. Then there's my younger brother, Dennis, 23M. From the day he was born, Mirela treated him like the family's golden emblem. He was praised for the bare minimum. When he got average grades, she'd declare him a genius in front of the neighbors. If he forgot to do chores, she'd say he was under stress. When he crashed his bike into the neighbor's fence, she claimed the fence was too close to the sidewalk. There was always an excuse for Dennis. Always a reason he couldn't be held responsible. And I was always expected to understand. Me? I'm Adela. I was the quiet kid. Studious. Respectful. I did my homework, helped around the house, kept my head down. I didn't make waves. I got into university here in town because my parents said we couldn't afford to send me away. I didn't argue. I picked up part-time jobs to cover my books and bus pass. Mirela would occasionally brag about how independent I was, but never offered help. Still, I stayed. I thought it was normal to pitch in once you were an adult. So when Mirela asked me to co-sign for her car loan 2 years ago, I said yes. Her credit wasn't great, and she said it would just be for a while. You'll barely notice it, she said. It's the least you can do, since I've done everything for you. I was 24 and still living at home. I didn't want to cause trouble, so I signed. That decision would come back later in ways I didn't expect. At first, I thought I could manage. I split the loan payments with her, even though she often forgot to send me her share on time. I paid for my own groceries, covered part of the utility bills, and still managed to put a little into savings. Meanwhile, Dennis had dropped out of university again and was taking a break to figure things out. Mirela defended him fiercely. He's just lost. He'll get there. Not everyone finds their path right away. I was never allowed that kind of patience. Things really began to shift at the start of this year. It started small, comments at dinner that stuck with me. You work so much, Adela. It's like you don't want to be part of this family. Or, it's nice that you're doing well, but don't act like you're better than the rest of us. At first I thought I was reading too much into it, but then it got worse. One Saturday, I came home from a long shift to find my room different. The desk was gone. My books were in boxes. My bed was covered in Dennis's clothes. At first, I thought maybe he had just moved in temporarily. I found Mirela in the kitchen, as calm as ever. "Oh, good. You're home," she said, like nothing was wrong. "What happened to my room?" I asked. "Dennis needs it now. He's starting fresh. You're barely here anymore, and your things were cluttering up the space. You didn't even ask me. There's no need to overreact. You can sleep in the spare room when you're here. You're gone most days anyway. Don't make a fuss." That night I sat in what used to be a storage room, now suddenly my room, and just stared at the ceiling. Something in me broke quietly, not in a loud, angry way, but like a window slowly sliding closed. I realized that no matter what I did, no matter how responsible or considerate I was, I would never be seen the same way Dennis was. I didn't yell. I didn't argue. I started packing the next day. Over the next 2 weeks, I moved little by little into a small flat with a coworker who had an extra room. I didn't tell my parents. I didn't slam doors or give big speeches. I just stopped being present, and no one seemed to notice. Or if they did, they didn't care. Until the payments stopped. That part came a month later. It was a quiet Tuesday morning, and I was getting ready for work. My phone rang. Mirela. I debated ignoring it, but curiosity won. The first words out of her mouth were, "Why did I just get a call from the bank about the car?" I stayed silent for a second. "What do you mean?" "They said the loan is behind. Your name is on it, Adela. This is serious. Why would you stop paying?" "I moved out, Mom." "That has nothing to do with the loan. It has everything to do with it. I co-signed for you when I lived there, when I was part of the household. You made it clear that I'm not part of it anymore." She paused, then said sharply, "Don't be selfish. Dennis doesn't drive, and I need that car. You can't just walk away from responsibilities because you're in a mood." I stayed calm. "Maybe you should ask the new favorite to help out." She didn't reply, just hung up. The morning after that call from Mirela, I expected things to simmer down. I figured she'd be angry, of course. Mirela never liked being told no, but I thought maybe, just maybe, this would be the moment she realized she couldn't treat me like an option anymore. That I wasn't going to keep picking up the slack in silence. I was wrong. By Thursday, I had 3 missed calls from her, 2 from my dad, who rarely calls me at all, and 1 surprise voicemail from my Aunt Jadranka. That one caught me off guard. We weren't particularly close, but growing up, she always played the role of the fun aunt, someone you could talk to when your mom was in one of her moods. I listened to the message, expecting a check-in. Instead, it was a strange mix of pity and pressure. "Hi, Adela, sweetheart. I just wanted to say, I know things are tense right now, but family is family. Your mom's really worried, and we're all just trying to help each other, you know? I'm sure you didn't mean to stop paying the loan, but maybe it just slipped through the cracks? Anyway, let's not let something like this divide the family. Call me." I sat on my bed, phone still in my hand, and felt this wave of something I couldn't quite describe. Anger, yes, but more than that. It was the realization that the story Mirela was telling everyone was already spinning out of control. I hadn't abandoned my responsibilities. I hadn't forgotten anything. I had made a conscious decision, after years of being treated like an afterthought, to stop enabling a family that only saw me as useful when I was silent and giving. I didn't call my aunt back. The next day, Dennis showed up at my apartment. I wasn't home when he arrived. My roommate Malin texted me while I was at work. "There's a guy at the door asking for you. Says he's your brother. Should I tell him to leave?" I told her not to let him in, and I rushed home after my shift. By the time I got there, he was still outside, sitting on the steps, arms crossed. He didn't even stand up when I approached. "So this is where you've been hiding," he said flatly. "I'm not hiding," I replied. "I moved out. You already took my room. Wasn't that enough?" He rolled his eyes and stood. "Mom's losing it over this car thing. She says you're refusing to help and that the bank's threatening to repossess it." "They are," I said, unlocking the door behind me. "Because no one's making payments. You're being petty." I turned to face him. "No, Dennis. I've been paying for years. While you were sleeping in, skipping school, quitting jobs. I co-signed that loan to help Mom when she needed it. But now I'm not part of the house. Not part of the team. So why should I keep paying?" His face twisted. "You're seriously going to let the bank take her car over this? Just because she hurt your feelings?" "No," I said, my voice even. "I'm letting her face the consequences of her own choices. She decided I wasn't part of the family anymore. She gave you my room without asking. She's made it clear for years who matters more. And now she wants me to save her." He stared at me, speechless. Then he muttered, "You've changed." I didn't respond. I opened the door, stepped inside, and closed it behind me. That weekend, the calls ramped up. Mirela called twice a day, leaving long voicemails filled with layered guilt. My dad started texting too. Short, unsure messages like, "Can we talk?" and "You know she's stressed." And then, Sunday night, the knock came. I was in the kitchen making tea when Malin called out, "Adela? There's someone at the door." It was Mirela. She was wearing her usual coat, tightly buttoned, like she was trying to keep control of every part of herself. Her hair was perfectly pinned, her lips pressed into a line. She looked like she had walked straight from church, but her eyes were anything but calm. "I'm not staying long," she said, stepping inside without being invited. I stood in the entryway, arms crossed. "You could have called." "I did." She set her purse on the table and turned to face me. "We need to clear the air. This whole situation is getting out of hand. Your uncle called me last night, embarrassed, because his friend at the bank said the loan is 2 months behind. That reflects on the entire family." "Interesting," I said. "How it only became serious when someone outside the family found out." She ignored that. "You're being unfair. You signed for that car. You don't get to just walk away." "I didn't walk away from the loan," I said. "I walked away from a household where I was no longer welcome." Mirela let out a sharp breath. "Don't twist things. You were always welcome. You gave my room to Dennis without even asking me. You told me I wasn't involved in the family anymore. What did you think would happen?" She tilted her head slightly. "You're overreacting." I laughed, quietly, bitterly. "Of course I am." She stepped closer, lowering her voice. "Listen, this isn't just about the car. People are asking questions. Your cousin Martina said you looked upset at the last family dinner. What do you expect me to tell everyone?" "I don't expect you to tell them anything. That's the difference between you and me. I don't care how it looks. I care how I'm treated. You're choosing now to grow a backbone when we need help." "No, I'm choosing now to stop being used." She looked at me like she didn't recognize me. Maybe she didn't. Maybe she had spent so many years shaping me into something convenient that the real version startled her. "I can't believe you're doing this over something so small." "This isn't small to me," I said. "It never was." She picked up her purse, standing taller. "Fine, but don't come running back when you realize you've made a mistake." She walked out, leaving the door slightly ajar behind her. I closed it. The next morning, I checked the loan account. Still no payment. No surprise there. But later that week, something shifted. I got an email from the bank. And then, a letter from a lawyer. The letter from the lawyer arrived on a Thursday, folded neatly inside a cream envelope with no return address. I stared at it for a while before opening it. I knew Mirela had a flair for theatrics, but I hadn't expected her to take it this far. The letter was from a local attorney's office, not a big firm, but one known in our town for handling family disputes and small financial matters. It wasn't a lawsuit, not exactly. It was a formal request for financial responsibility, dressed up in legal language. The message was clear. If I didn't resume payments on the car loan, they would pursue me for breach of agreement. I reread the letter 3 times, each pass making my hands colder. They were trying to scare me. They knew I'd co-signed. They were counting on me being too anxious, too conflict-averse, too meek to push back. That had been my role for so long, quietly taking the hits while the family spotlight shone elsewhere. But things were different now. I was no longer in their house, no longer sitting at that table with my opinions swallowed and my help assumed. I folded the letter, placed it gently back in the envelope, and set it on my desk. Then I made tea and started planning. First, I called the bank. I asked for a complete history of the loan, every payment, every missed one, every name associated with the account. It took some time and a bit of back and forth, but they sent me a detailed report. As expected, I found that I had made the majority of payments over the past 2 years. Mirela had only contributed sporadically, and for the past few months, nothing at all. There it was, in numbers, her entitlement, laid bare. Then I requested a consultation with a lawyer. A real one. Someone who wouldn't just send threats dressed up as formalities. I explained the situation, the co-signing, the emotional manipulation, the room being taken, the subtle exclusion that pushed me to leave. I showed him the bank records and the letter I'd received. He looked through everything calmly, then leaned back in his chair. They're not suing you. They're bluffing. This is a pressure tactic, an attempt to get you to pay because they don't want to. I nodded. I figured. But if you want to go on the offense, he continued, there are ways to protect yourself. That was the moment I knew. I wasn't just going to ignore this. I was going to dismantle it, brick by brick, gently, calmly, and with documentation. Step 1 was writing a formal response to the letter, on legal stationery, with the help of my lawyer. In it, I included the full payment history, highlighting the months Mirela had failed to pay and proving that I had been carrying the weight far beyond what was ever agreed. We also included a written statement making it clear that I would no longer be financially responsible for a vehicle I had no access to, and that any further threats would be regarded as harassment. We sent it to both the lawyer's office and to Mirela's personal email. Then I waited. It didn't take long. The following Sunday, my phone buzzed while I was at the store. First a missed call from Mirela, then another, then a text from Dennis. What did you do? Mom's freaking out. I put my phone on silent and continued shopping. Later that evening, I got a call from my Aunt Jadranka again. This time I picked up. Her voice was low and urgent. Adela, sweetheart, why are you sending legal letters? This is family. We don't handle things like this. No, I said calmly, you don't. But I do. I have to. Because when I say no, I get threats. When I stop paying, I get blamed. That's not how this works anymore. She sighed, clearly flustered. Mirela says you're trying to humiliate her. I'm not trying to humiliate anyone, I said. I'm just protecting myself. You'd be surprised how often those two things look the same. There was a long pause. Then she hung up. That same week, I found out something that shifted everything even further. One of my coworkers, Milika, had gone to school with Dennis. They weren't close, but they were friendly enough. Over lunch one day, she asked, "Is your brother still doing delivery work?" I frowned. Delivery work? Yeah, she said, taking a bite of her sandwich. He was bragging about driving a fancy car and working for that courier company in the city. Said he's been using your mom's car. My teacup froze halfway to my lips. Wait, I said. He's driving the car? Yeah, she said, blinking. Didn't you know? I didn't answer. All this time, I had assumed Mirela was the primary driver. She had framed the loan as something she needed for work, errands, family responsibilities, all that. She had said Dennis doesn't even drive. But now it made sense. Why she'd been so desperate for me to keep paying. Why the loan had suddenly become everyone's problem. She wasn't just protecting her pride. She was covering for Dennis. He had been using the car full-time. For money. And neither of them had ever told me. That night, I opened a new document on my computer and began typing every detail I could remember. Dates, conversations, quotes, receipts. A personal record. I wasn't planning to post it anywhere or send it to anyone yet. But I knew better now than to leave my truth unwritten. And I started putting things in motion. A quiet call to the insurance company. A second consultation with my lawyer, this time about removing myself from the loan completely. A visit to the bank, where I asked for the exact terms and penalties for default, and asked about transferring ownership. And one final step, a meeting with an old family friend, Mr. Radiq, who worked in vehicle finance and asset recovery. He wasn't the kind of person Mirela would expect me to call. She hadn't spoken to him in years. After all, she had stopped inviting him to family events when his wife criticized her parenting. But he remembered me. We had tea in his office, and I explained everything. He listened carefully. Then he said, if they miss another payment, and you file a formal notice with the bank, the car becomes eligible for collection. They won't see it coming. I nodded. That's the plan. Because here's the thing, I wasn't going to argue with them. I wasn't going to yell or fight or send angry messages. I was just going to wait. And when they missed the next payment, and I was sure they would, I'd make the call. Not out of spite, not out of pettiness, but because some lessons can only be learned the hard way. It happened exactly 2 weeks after my last meeting with Mr. Reddick. I had filed all the necessary paperwork, the formal payment default notice, the request to remove my name from the loan due to consistent breach of agreement, and, most importantly, the repossession recommendation. I wasn't bluffing. I had given them time. I had warned them, in my own quiet, unwavering way. And still, the payment deadline passed without so much as a whisper from Mirela. So, the car was collected. Not by some aggressive tow service in the middle of the night, but by a calm, professional team arranged through the bank and with Mr. Reddick's help. They came on a weekday afternoon when Dennis was inside playing video games. Because yes, he had dropped the courier job weeks ago, but still kept the car. It was sitting in the driveway of Mirela's house, windows down, a soda can in the cup holder. They rolled up, scanned the VIN, confirmed the license plate, and left with it before anyone inside even noticed. I only found out the full story later, from a neighbor who used to tutor me in math as a teenager. Your mother ran outside screaming. She told me, half laughing, half shaking her head. The boy followed a few minutes later, yelling on the phone. I think he was trying to call the police. But there was nothing the police could do. The bank had full rights to reclaim the vehicle, and I had legally withdrawn myself from responsibility. My name had been removed. The only name left? Dennis. They tried to call me. Of course they did. 6 times that evening, and 5 more the next day. I didn't answer. I didn't even listen to the voicemails. Instead, I called the bank to confirm that the vehicle was safely in their possession and that I was no longer attached to the loan in any way. Then I got a notarized letter confirming my legal release. It felt like standing up from a table where I'd been forced to sit in silence for years and walking away for good. The next major development came a week later. Mirela showed up at my apartment. She didn't knock. She rang the bell 3 times in a row, rapid and insistent. Malin looked at me from the kitchen, eyes wide. Do you want me to pretend you're not here? No, I said. Let's get this over with. I opened the door. Mirela was standing there, visibly thinner, her coat wrinkled, eyes sharp with fury. Not grief, not confusion, just fury. You've humiliated us, she said. I've protected myself, I replied. Your brother had to take the bus today. The bus? Lots of people take the bus, I said. Some of them even pay their own fares. Her eyes narrowed. You've made enemies, Adela. That stopped me. I looked her dead in the eye. Then you should have treated me like family while you had the chance. She flinched, not visibly, not dramatically, but I saw it. The tightening around her mouth. The slight shift in posture. For once, I wasn't folding. I wasn't giving her space to rewrite the story. She left without another word. I thought maybe she'd try again, or that Dennis would show up, demanding I fix it. But the next few weeks passed in silence. That was the thing with them. They only ever fought for control, never for connection. Once control was lost, they had nothing else to offer. About a month later, I learned from my cousin Martina, who had quietly distanced herself from the family as well, that Mirela had taken out a personal loan to buy a new, cheaper car. Dennis was now working part-time at a local car wash, bitter and quiet. The shine had worn off his entitlement. Mirela, meanwhile, had told everyone in the extended family that I was going through something and had become unstable, her way of preserving her image. No one confronted me directly. They just faded out of my life. And I let them. That was almost 9 months ago. Since then, I've changed my number. I've switched to paperless billing. I even got a new job with better pay and a small raise. I still share the apartment with Malin, but I've saved enough to start looking for a place of my own. More importantly, I've started speaking up, saying no, setting boundaries. Things that seemed impossible in that house now come naturally. Sometimes I wonder if Mirela regrets any of it. Not the car, not the loan, but the years of minimizing me, of sidelining me, of choosing the easier child and expecting the quieter one to carry the weight. I wonder if Dennis ever thinks about how much I shielded him from, how much I paid for while he lived carelessly. But I don't stay in that place for long. Because the truth is, I didn't do any of this to make them see. I didn't do it to change them. I did it to free myself. And that's exactly what I've done. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this. My aunt showed up at my college graduation screaming that I stole her son's spot because I got a scholarship and he didn't. She threw a drink at me, called me a fraud in front of my professors, and demanded I apologize publicly. I walked off the stage and cut her off immediately. But she wasn't ready for what I did next. Hi Reddit, I'm Nella, 22F, and I never imagined I'd be writing this out, but I honestly need to get it off my chest. This has been building for years, and the events that unfolded at my college graduation finally pushed things past the point of no return. I guess the best place to start is the beginning, or at least far enough back that things make sense. My family is what you might call tight-knit, not in the warm, fuzzy way, but in the suffocating, always watching kind of way. Everyone knows everything about everyone, and gossip is practically a second language. My mom, her two sisters, and their children all live within a 30-minute drive of one another, and growing up, I was constantly in the middle of our little family bubble whether I liked it or not. And then there's my Aunt Muriel. She's my mother's younger sister. And to put it plainly, she's one of the most controlling, self-absorbed, and competitive people I've ever known. She has a son, my cousin Ezra, 23M, who, for reasons only she truly understands, she has always believed is destined for greatness. From the moment he could hold a pencil, she called him gifted, talented, special, even when the rest of us could see that Ezra was, well, just a regular kid. That's not to say he was bad or anything, but he didn't enjoy school. He never really put in effort. If something didn't come easily, he gave up. And Muriel, rather than encouraging him to work harder, would swoop in and blame someone else. His teachers, the curriculum, other students. Everyone except Ezra himself. Meanwhile, I was the opposite. Quiet, studious, always doing extra credit and joining clubs, not because I was trying to outshine anyone, but because I genuinely liked learning. I didn't have the flash or the charm that Ezra did, and I definitely wasn't the one getting praised at family events. But I got used to that. It didn't bother me. Not really. What did bother me was the way Muriel would twist things every time I achieved something. She'd say it was luck, that I knew how to play the game, that I was good at impressing adults. One time, when I won a regional science award in 10th grade, she actually told my mom, within earshot of me, well, Ezra could have won if he'd entered, but he doesn't need outside validation to feel smart. I remember that phrase because it stung. I was 14, proud of my work, and she made it sound like I was desperate for attention. Over time, her comments became more frequent, more pointed. She'd laugh off my accomplishments, or worse, imply that I'd somehow cheated my way into them. My mom always told me to ignore it. That's just how your aunt is, she'd say. Don't let it get to you. But it did get to me. Especially when Ezra started parroting her attitude. He'd roll his eyes if I talked about school, make snide remarks about how I was such a teacher's pet. And still, I tried to be kind. Because that's what we're taught to do, right? Be the bigger person. Keep the peace. But things really came to a head during senior year of high school. I got accepted into my dream university, a competitive liberal arts college that offered a full-ride scholarship for students in my state. It was based on academic merit, leadership, and a written essay. I worked on that application for weeks. My hands were shaking when I submitted it. And when the acceptance letter came, with the scholarship included, I remember sitting on my bed in stunned silence. My mom cried when I told her. My sister hugged me so hard I couldn't breathe. We had a small dinner to celebrate. Just the three of us. I didn't post about it. I didn't make a huge announcement. But word got around the family anyway, because it always does. Muriel didn't congratulate me. In fact, she didn't say a single word to me for weeks after that. My mom tried to smooth things over, saying Muriel was just stressed because Ezra hadn't gotten into any of his top choices. But that wasn't my fault. I hadn't taken anything from him. I hadn't even applied to the same schools. Still, the distance between us grew. Muriel became openly hostile. She once pulled my mom aside at a barbecue and accused me of being favored by the system, whatever that meant. Ezra, for his part, wouldn't even look me in the eye. It was like I'd committed some personal betrayal just by succeeding. Over the next 4 years, I tried to keep my distance. College was hard, harder than I expected, but I loved it. I double majored, joined the campus mentoring program, and even led a research project during my junior year. I never once asked my family for anything. I worked part-time at the campus library, and during summers the first took temp jobs to make extra money. I thought I was doing everything right, quietly building a future, staying out of trouble, trying to keep things civil. And for a while, it seemed like things had calmed down. I rarely saw Muriel, and when I did, she'd just give me these tight, forced smiles like she was pretending I didn't exist. Ezra dropped out of college after 1 year and floated from job to job, none of which lasted long. The few times I saw him, he barely spoke. So when graduation day came, I wasn't expecting anything out of the ordinary. My mom and sister came, of course, and I gave my extra ticket to my roommate, who'd become like family to me over the years. I didn't invite extended relatives. I knew better than that. Or at least, I thought I did. Because as I was walking into the ceremony hall in my cap and gown, adjusting the little pin my sister had given me for luck, I caught sight of a familiar figure sitting 3 rows from the front. A wide-brimmed hat, long dark hair, sunglasses perched on the bridge of her nose, even though we were indoors. Muriel. Next to her was Ezra, arms crossed, looking like he'd rather be anywhere else. I stopped in my tracks. They weren't supposed to be there. They hadn't been invited. They didn't have tickets. And yet, there they were. I told myself to breathe. Maybe they'd just sit quietly. Maybe they'd clap like everyone else and leave after the ceremony. Maybe I could pretend this day was still mine. But deep down, I knew better. Because Muriel didn't come to watch. She came to ruin. So there I was, frozen just outside the row where our graduating class was lining up. My heart was beating like a drum in my ears. I hadn't seen or spoken to Muriel in over a year. Not since my mom's birthday dinner, where she spent most of the night pretending I didn't exist. And now here she was, 3 rows from the stage, sitting like she belonged there. My first thought was, how did they even get in? There were tickets, strictly enforced. Students had to submit names for each guest weeks in advance. The event staff even scanned QR codes. This wasn't some open gym ceremony. But then I remembered something. My roommate, Lena, had told me she wasn't sure if her parents could make it and might only use one of her 2 tickets. No way. I made my way down to the chairs, trying not to look again. I didn't want to assume the worst. Maybe Lena had given her extra ticket to someone she knew in town. Maybe it was all a coincidence. I sat down, adjusted my gown, and tried to focus on the moment. There was soft music playing, the low hum of voices, proud families snapping pictures. It should have been a peaceful moment. But I couldn't stop scanning the crowd. Muriel wasn't hard to spot. She always dressed to be noticed. Sharp lines, bold colors, expensive perfume that you could smell several feet away. Ezra, by contrast, was slouched in his seat, wearing a wrinkled button-up that looked like it had been pulled off the floor of a laundry room. He wasn't smiling. He wasn't clapping for anyone. I remember thinking, why are they even here? And then I realized this wasn't about me graduating. It was about Ezra not graduating. It was about spite. The ceremony began, and for a while, nothing happened. Names were called. Speeches were given. Students walked across the stage one by one, collecting their diplomas with pride while families clapped and cheered. I should have felt the excitement building, but instead, it felt like a countdown. I don't know how Muriel did it, but every time a student walked up to the stage, she made some comment, just loud enough to be heard by the people around her. What did she major in again? Liberal arts? Brave. Or, oh look, another one going straight into unemployment. I saw the woman in the seat next to her glance over with disbelief more than once. I sat there, gripping the program in my lap, my palms damp. Eventually, they started announcing students by department. My name would be coming up soon. A girl named Harleen, who had been in 2 of my seminars, walked across the stage and got a standing ovation from her family. That should have made me smile, but instead I felt a cold shiver when I saw Muriel lean over and say something to Ezra. He smirked. Then they called the next name, and the next, and then Nella Moraine. My stomach flipped. I stood, smoothed my gown, and made my way to the stairs, reminding myself to keep my chin up, to walk steadily, to smile when I shook the dean's hand. That was the plan. I climbed the steps and turned toward the audience. That's when I saw her stand up. Muriel. She rose like she was in a courtroom, not a graduation, and before I could even react, she called out in a voice that rang through the hall. Excuse me. I have something to say about her getting that scholarship. Everything stopped. The dean paused mid-handshake. The announcer lowered the next card. All I could hear was the rustle of the crowd turning to look. I stood there, halfway across the stage, frozen in place. Muriel didn't wait. She stole that scholarship. My son was supposed to get it. She manipulated the system and played the victim card and took the opportunity right out from under him. My ears rang. I couldn't move. Couldn't breathe. She's not who you think she is. She kept going, voice rising like a wave. She made herself look better on paper, but she isn't more deserving. She just fooled you all. A few people gasped. Some faculty looked stunned. Lena, sitting in the front row, stood up and started to speak, but Muriel wasn't finished. She needs to admit what she did. Ezra had better grades in high school, he did. Look it up. But she got the money because she played all of you. You should all be ashamed. I hadn't realized it until that moment, but my hands were clenched into fists. My legs felt rooted to the stage. The dean gently stepped between me and the podium, saying something I couldn't quite hear. I looked over at the crowd, and there was Ezra, sitting down again, arms crossed, jaw set. He wasn't stopping her. He wasn't embarrassed. He was enjoying it. That was the part that cracked something inside me. It wasn't just Muriel. It was them. Both of them. They had planned this. Rehearsed it, maybe. They didn't just want to ruin my moment. They wanted to make it public. To humiliate me. I finally took a breath and stepped back from the dean, lowering my hand. I could hear security making their way down the side aisle. Murmurs were spreading like wildfire. Some students were recording on their phones. My professors looked shocked. One of them, a mentor I had done research with, was shaking his head in disbelief. I couldn't stay, so I did the only thing I could think of. I turned and walked off the stage. Not toward my seat, not toward the faculty, but out a side door, into the hallway behind the curtains. And behind me, I could still hear her yelling. I stepped into the hallway behind the stage and closed the door gently behind me. I didn't cry. Not yet. The hallway was dimly lit, and the sound of the crowd beyond the curtain felt like distant thunder, muffled, hollow, surreal. I pressed my back against the wall, took a breath that shook on its way out, and tried to center myself. All I could think about was my mom. She was out there. She had watched it all. My little sister too. Lena. My professors. People who had supported me for 4 years, all now wondering whether there was some truth in Muriel's words. That was the worst part. The doubt she'd sown. It wasn't just a scene. It was a performance, designed to make people question everything I had worked for. She didn't want me embarrassed. She wanted me undone. And Ezra had let her. I stood there for a full 10 minutes before someone came to check on me. It was Dean Halbrook, a man who had always carried himself with quiet dignity. He didn't say anything at first, just walked up beside me and stood in silence. Then he gently said, "You didn't deserve that, Miss Moraine." My eyes stung, but I blinked quickly. I nodded. "She wasn't on the guest list," he added. "Security escorted her out, and I've been told campus police are taking statements." "Is Ezra still there?" I asked, before I could stop myself. He looked at me. "He left with her." Of course he did. Dean Halbrook handed me the diploma folder I hadn't had the chance to receive on stage. I opened it with trembling hands. The certificate inside was real. My name in embossed letters, the college seal shining in the light. It was mine. "She didn't steal this from you," he said. "Don't let her act like she did." I nodded again, then finally found my voice. "Thank you. I need a moment." He gave a small, understanding nod and left me alone. I didn't return to the ceremony. I exited the side door of the hall and found myself behind the building, where it was quiet and shaded by tall oak trees. I walked to the edge of the campus lawn, where a bench overlooked the old bell tower, and finally sat down. That's where my mom and sister found me. They didn't say anything. They just sat on either side of me, our shoulders pressed together. My mom took my hand. My sister leaned her head on my shoulder. It took me another hour to go back to my apartment and take off my gown. Lena had left a note. "I'm so sorry. I didn't know. I didn't give them anything." I believed her. She never would have done that on purpose. I didn't go to the department reception. I didn't take graduation photos. I didn't post anything online. And maybe that's what Muriel counted on. But what she didn't count on was that I'd had enough. That night, I lay in bed for hours, eyes open in the dark, the scene replaying over and over in my head. Her voice, her accusations, Ezra's smirk. My stomach burned with something deeper than anger. Something heavier. A quiet, sharp resolve that settled in my chest like a stone. They thought they had humiliated me. They thought they had taken something from me that I would never get back. But they didn't know I had receipts. They didn't know I had everything. You see, for years, I kept my head down, smiled politely, let the comments slide. But that didn't mean I was blind. I noticed things. I remembered things. And, more importantly, I documented things. I had emails, screenshots, messages from Ezra that he probably thought I'd deleted. And above all, I had a memory like a locked drawer, one they'd stuffed full of their own arrogance. It started small. A week after graduation, while staying with my mom before moving into my new apartment for work, I pulled out my old laptop and went looking for something I knew had to be there. An email from senior year of high school. Ezra had accidentally CC'd me on a message he meant to send only to his mother. It had something to do with his college application. I remembered reading it and feeling a strange sense of guilt I couldn't place at the time. I found it. It was a draft of an admissions essay. But not just any essay. It was my essay. Word for word. I sat back in my chair, staring at it. I had sent my application to a mentor to look over, a mentor who, it turns out, had also worked with Ezra. It must have passed through her inbox, and somehow he had gotten his hands on it. Maybe Muriel saw it. Maybe she pushed him to use it. Maybe it was his idea all along. I didn't know. But the essay was mine. They had copied it. And then they still claimed I didn't deserve the scholarship. I opened a folder and began to organize everything. Not just that email, but dozens of small things. Ezra had once sent me a snide message accusing me of bragging about my test scores, then accidentally attached a screenshot of his own scores, which were clearly lower than mine. Muriel had once emailed the school district during our senior year to accuse the guidance counselor of playing favorites, except the counselor had forwarded it to my mom, who had shown it to me in private. All these little things. All these small, cowardly acts that they thought had disappeared. I compiled them, and I began to make a plan. But it wouldn't be enough to confront them. No, they would deny it, twist it, try to make it about me overreacting. That was how they worked. Lies behind polite smiles. Sabotage behind folded hands. So instead, I decided to let the truth speak louder than anything they could spin. Let me stop here for now, because the real revenge hasn't landed yet, but it's coming. And when it did, it wasn't just about exposing what they'd done. It was about making sure everyone they tried to impress finally saw who they really were. I didn't go public right away. I waited. I wanted it done right. Clean. Professional. No shouting matches, no dramatic confrontations in driveways. If Muriel and Ezra were going to be exposed, I wanted it to happen in a way they couldn't refute or spin. And that meant I needed something more than just screenshots and memories. I needed context. I needed verification. So I did what I always do. Research. First, I reached out to the scholarship committee that had awarded me the grant. I didn't accuse anyone. I simply asked if they still had records of submissions from the year I applied. After a few polite email exchanges, I was told yes, they archived all applications for 5 years. I made a formal request for mine to be sent to me. It arrived in a clean PDF file a few days later. Then I reached out to my old mentor, Ms. Calloway, the one I had sent my draft essay to all those years ago. I explained everything. I was nervous, but she remembered the situation clearly. She even said, in her own words, that she had always found it odd when Ezra's application included certain phrasing she had seen in mine. She agreed to write a statement confirming the timeline. Now I had 2 key pieces, my original essay and a witness confirming it predated Ezra's use of the same words. It was time. I didn't blast it on social media. That would have been easy, too easy. It's simple to dismiss an emotional post or label someone as attention-seeking when the whole story is dumped in a long caption with hashtags and fire emojis. I didn't want the truth buried under noise. I wanted it to be undeniable, carefully laid out, impossible to twist or deny. So I did it my way. I opened a fresh email window and carefully typed in the addresses for the university's alumni board, the scholarship committee, and the administrative office. I triple-checked every email address. Then I added one more recipient, the personal assistant of the dean, who had briefly spoken to me after the graduation debacle. I figured it wouldn't hurt to make sure the right people saw this. The subject line was clinical, almost boring, because I wanted it to scream legitimacy, formal disclosure regarding 2019 scholarship integrity. Then I started writing. Slowly, carefully. I didn't embellish. I didn't vent. I laid out the facts like I was building a case file. First, I attached my original scholarship essay, which I had thankfully archived in multiple places, including my old email chain with Ms. Calloway. I made sure the metadata was intact. Dates mattered. Next, I attached the copy of Ezra's version, the plagiarized one, lifted almost line for line from mine. I used a highlighting tool to mark every identical phrase, sentence structure, and turn of phrase. There were many. Then came the real weight, a signed statement from Ms. Calloway confirming that she had seen and reviewed my essay months before Ezra had submitted his. She even included the email headers and the feedback she had given me. I didn't ask her to add that it was her idea. I followed that with screenshots of Ezra's message to me, the one where he laughed about my grades and mocked my scholarship, implying that my luck wouldn't last. The arrogance in that message burned through the screen even now. Then, I added something I debated over for days, a copy of the email Muriel had sent to our high school counselor, the one where she tried to downplay my achievements and suggest Ezra had always been the stronger student. It was petty, yes, but it showed how deeply involved she'd been. Finally, I included a detailed summary of what had occurred at graduation. I included the names of witnesses, classmates, professors, even a member of the admin staff who had come up to me afterward to offer support. I described the drink throwing, the screaming, the accusation. Everything. In neutral language, but with clarity. I didn't accuse anyone outright. I simply stated what had happened. And I closed the email with a single paragraph. If integrity is a value this institution upholds, I trust you'll investigate whether a student who plagiarized another's work was improperly positioned to receive accolades or support. I share this information not to stir conflict, but in the interest of maintaining the standards this scholarship and university stand for. I stared at the screen for a long time before hitting send. But I did. And then came the hardest part, waiting. The first week passed in silence. I kept checking my inbox, even refreshing my spam folder. Nothing. The second week felt longer. I told myself that these things took time, that institutions weren't known for moving quickly. Then, one Friday morning, just as I was logging into work, I saw it. A new email. The subject line read, "Acknowledgement of received documentation." It was from the alumni office. They thanked me for my honesty and for the thorough documentation. They said an internal investigation had been opened. They told me that Ezra would be contacted for a formal inquiry. They didn't promise a resolution, but they did promise a fair review. And that was all I needed. Just movement. A sign that the truth had entered a system where it couldn't be ignored or brushed aside. About a month later, the ripple effects began. Not online, no viral posts or trending hashtags. This wasn't flashy or public. But in our old circle of classmates, the story spread quietly. One of Ezra's old friends messaged me on Facebook. We hadn't spoken since high school. "Hey, did you hear what happened to Ezra?" I didn't answer right away. I waited. His internship got canceled. Apparently something came up in a background check or an academic review. Not sure. He's acting like it's all politics, but yeah, thought you'd want to know. I simply responded, "Thanks for letting me know." The following week, I got a phone call from Ms. Irving at the Scholarship Foundation. She spoke kindly, but firmly. She said the board had reviewed everything I sent. She thanked me for handling it through proper channels. And then, without naming disciplinary details, she let me know that Ezra had been deemed ineligible for any future programs, networking events, alumni recommendations, or grants related to the foundation. She used the word permanently. She also said a notation would be made on the internal record of the 2019 scholarship cycle. As for Muriel, I learned, indirectly, that she'd been attempting to use her network to help Ezra get into a competitive master's program. She had called in a favor with an old college classmate who worked in admissions at a small private college. I wouldn't have known if that same classmate hadn't also been looped into the story. Apparently, Muriel had painted a very different picture of what happened at graduation. According to her, I had caused a scene, disrupted the ceremony, and publicly embarrassed Ezra by making wild accusations. It would have worked if that same admissions officer hadn't received my original email packet forwarded to them through someone else on staff. Let's just say their tone with Muriel changed dramatically. Ezra didn't get into that program. And then came the moment that caught me off guard in a good way. The scholarship I had received had a little-known mentorship clause. Each year, past recipients were invited to nominate and support a prospective new applicant, someone who reminded them of themselves. That year, I was asked to participate. I met my Minnie over coffee. She was bright-eyed, nervous, and full of questions. From a small rural town, first in her family to attend college, and so incredibly determined. Talking to her reminded me of who I had been, back before all of this mess. I didn't name names. I didn't need to. But I told her, Sometimes, people will try to take what you've earned. Not because you don't deserve it, but because they think they deserve it more. Because they think their last name, or their connections, or their confidence should outweigh your hard work. Don't let them. Keep records. Stay calm. Keep going. She smiled and said, I will. My mom was proud. My sister even more so. For once, our home was filled with the kind of peace that only comes after the storm passes. As for Miriel and Ezra, we never spoke again. They tried, once. A stiff email, oddly formal, attempting to smooth things over. They claimed the situation had been misunderstood, and that airing private family issues in public was a betrayal of trust. I didn't respond. There was no trust left to betray. The truth had already spoken, and for the first time in my life, it was louder than Miriel ever could be. On my birthday, my parents took my sister to Disneyland. I found out from social media. I called my mom. She said, "You're not close to us like she is. You've let us down." My dad got on the line and said, "Stop stirring up drama. Let her enjoy her day." I said, "Got it." I cut ties that night. Months later, I made a move that shocked them. I'll start by saying I'm not one to air family drama online. I don't believe in putting personal stuff out there for the world to judge, but this has been eating at me for months now, and I've reached a point where I can't hold it in anymore. I'm 32 years old, and for most of my life, I've been the kind of guy who keeps his distance. I'm not particularly emotional, and I've never been the type to seek out constant validation from anyone, especially not my parents. I'd like to think of myself as independent and grounded. Maybe that's why I never quite fit into my family's dynamic the way my sister Claire did. Claire is 29, and from a very early age, she was the perfect daughter. Not in the perfect, no-fault way, but in the way that constantly garnered attention. She was loud, charismatic, and always the center of whatever was happening. Our parents adored her for it, and she knew it. And to be fair, she's a good person. She's just different. Growing up, I wasn't jealous. At least, I didn't think I was. But there was always a subtle, unspoken divide between us. I'm not saying my parents were terrible, but I think the imbalance was obvious. While I kept to myself, reading, doing my own thing, Claire was always in the living room, telling stories, cracking jokes, doing whatever she could to be the highlight of the evening. And it worked. She was a star. I didn't mind that she got more attention than me, not at first. I had my own friends, and as I got older, I realized that maybe it was better this way. But still, it stung sometimes, especially when it came to big family events like birthdays. So, cut to a year ago. My birthday came around, and I wasn't expecting much. I haven't been the kind of person to throw a big celebration for myself in years. Usually, I just get a small dinner with a couple of close friends and maybe a quick call from my parents. That's it. I'd given up expecting anything else. But this year, I had an inkling that something would be different. Claire had been in touch more than usual leading up to my birthday, and I thought it was nice. Maybe it was her way of saying she wanted to do something special, or maybe it was just her usual way of making sure everything was good with the family. Either way, I figured it wouldn't be anything major. I was planning to have a quiet day, maybe grab a drink, catch up on some work, and just relax. Then, on the day itself, I noticed something that made my stomach drop. As I scrolled through my social media, a picture from Claire popped up on my feed. It was her and my parents, smiling, all dressed up in Disney gear, in front of Cinderella's castle at Disneyland. They were at Disneyland, and I had no idea. There was no mention of it. No text, no call, nothing. Just a photo that my sister had shared, casually letting everyone know they were spending the day there, together, on my birthday. I don't know what hit me harder, the fact that they didn't tell me, or the realization that this was clearly a planned trip. It wasn't like a spontaneous day out. They had planned this, and I wasn't even on their radar. My first instinct was to call. I didn't want to be dramatic, but I needed to understand why this had happened. I dialed my mom's number, heart pounding in my chest. She picked up after a couple of rings. "Hey, Mom," I said, trying to keep my tone neutral. "I saw the pictures. Disneyland? Huh? Looks like a fun trip. Didn't even know you were going." There was this pause on the other end. It wasn't a long pause, but it was long enough to make me feel the tension in the air. "Well," she began, her voice suddenly cold. "We didn't think it was necessary to tell you. You're not as close to us as Claire is. You've kind of distanced yourself over the years, haven't you?" I was taken aback. The words hit harder than I expected. You've distanced yourself. It wasn't even about the birthday anymore. It was like she was telling me that, over time, I had become less than Claire. That she was the one who mattered, and I was just there. Mom, it's my birthday today, I said, trying to stay calm. I understand if you're close with Claire, but it's my day, and you didn't even bother to tell me you were going on this big trip. You didn't think I'd feel left out? She sighed heavily, like she was exasperated with me. Well, it's not like we did this to hurt you, but Claire has always been there for us. She's always made an effort. And honestly, we've been trying to give her some special memories because she's been so supportive. I could feel my anger rising, but I tried to keep my voice steady. What about me? Don't I get a say? Don't I matter? There was another long silence, and then I heard my dad's voice cut in. He must have grabbed the phone from her. Stop stirring up drama, he said, his voice sharp. Let Claire enjoy her day. You don't have to make everything about you. His words stung, but they weren't a surprise. Dad had always been the kind of guy who dismissed anything that felt like it might cause tension. Let her enjoy her day? This wasn't about Claire enjoying her day. This was about me feeling like I didn't even exist in my own family, and it was the last straw. I took a deep breath, trying to keep control. Got it, I said, a little too coldly. Thanks for letting me know. Enjoy your trip. I hung up before either of them could respond. And that was it. I didn't reach out to them for the rest of the day. I didn't text or call. And I didn't respond to any of their messages, either. I had tried to be understanding for years, and it had never mattered. It was always Claire, Claire, Claire. That night, after I'd let the emotions settle a little, I realized something. I didn't need to keep begging for their attention. I didn't need to fight for a place in their lives. If they wanted to pretend like I wasn't a part of the family anymore, then fine. I would let them have their perfect little family. And so, I cut ties. It wasn't something I did lightly. I didn't block them or send them some dramatic message. I just stopped reaching out. No birthday wish from me. No calls, no check-ins. I gave them space to realize what they had done, and I let them wonder why I wasn't talking to them anymore. Months passed. Things got quieter. But then, something shifted. My parents were starting to feel the silence, and Claire, well, she was beginning to ask questions. And I knew, in the pit of my stomach, that the time had come for my move. ChatGPT said, months had passed since I'd stopped reaching out to my parents, and the silence between us grew more pronounced with each passing day. At first, I told myself that I had done the right thing. I needed space from them, and I didn't owe them any explanations. But as the days turned into weeks and weeks into months, I began to notice the toll it was taking, not just on me, but on the way my parents were reacting. They didn't reach out, not once, not even a casual text to check in. And this, in itself, was starting to tell me something. If they really wanted to make things right, wouldn't they have at least tried? Wouldn't they have sent me a message or called to apologize for the way they treated me on my birthday? But no, instead, they seemed to be operating like nothing had happened. It was as if the whole incident was just a minor blip in their world, and they expected me to just get over it. I started hearing little things from mutual friends and acquaintances, people who didn't know what was going on, but who were close enough to my family to notice that something had changed. Hey, I saw your parents the other day, one of my old friends from college mentioned in passing one afternoon when we were grabbing coffee. They were talking about Claire's trip to Disneyland. They said she really needed that trip, after all the stress she's been through. Yeah, I said, not looking up from my phone. It sounds like they're really doing great. My friend hesitated, clearly sensing the tension in my voice. Are you okay? With everything that's been going on? I just nodded, not bothering to elaborate. What was there to say? I hadn't spoken to them in months. In fact, it felt like the more I kept my distance, the less they cared. I wasn't some fragile little kid anymore, craving their approval. But it still stung that they never even thought to check in on me. A week later, I received a message from Claire. It was one of those vague, one-line texts you send when you're trying to appear casual, but you're really fishing for a reaction. Hey, haven't heard from you in a while. Just wanted to check in and see how you're doing. You good? At first, I didn't know how to respond. I wanted to tell her everything, how I felt like I was being ignored, how much it hurt to see my parents take her on that trip and not even consider including me, how they had dismissed me like I didn't even exist. But I didn't want to get into it. It wasn't just about Claire. It was about my parents, too, their blind favoritism, their refusal to acknowledge what they had done, their lack of even a single attempt to make things right. Instead, I took a breath, and after thinking about it for a minute, I typed, I'm doing fine. Hope you're having fun with Mom and Dad. The message was short, direct, and without any emotion. I could already imagine the confusion on her face as she read it. She knew I wasn't really fine, but it wasn't about her. It was about them. Claire wasn't going to get off easy, and it was time for her to understand that I wasn't some afterthought in their lives anymore. Sure enough, within minutes, I got a response. What's that supposed to mean? I didn't reply right away. The old me might have tried to smooth things over, make it seem like everything was okay. But I wasn't going to do that anymore. I wasn't going to play nice. If they wanted to act like I didn't matter, then it was time for them to face the consequences. That night, I decided it was time to put my plan into motion. I had been quietly preparing for this moment for months, waiting for the right opportunity, watching how my parents continued to ignore the fact that their actions had consequences. It was as if they expected me to just move on, as if they thought I'd always be there, waiting in the background for them to call me when they needed something. The truth was, I didn't need them, and I was about to show them just how much I didn't need them. I made a few calls, contacted a lawyer, and began the process of selling off a family heirloom, a piece of property that had been in my family for generations. It was something my parents had always planned to pass down to me, but they'd never actually talked about it. They never considered my opinion or my thoughts on the matter. They just assumed I would take it, be grateful, and move on. They were wrong. The sale would be final in a matter of weeks, and I had every intention of using the proceeds to finally buy the things I'd always dreamed of, things that didn't involve them. I was going to travel. I was going to build the life I wanted, the one I had always imagined, without their influence, without their need to control everything. And if they wanted to keep acting like I wasn't worth their time, then they'd learn, soon enough, that I was perfectly fine without them. I wasn't going to confront them yet, though. Not until the deal was final. Not until I could see their faces when they realized what I'd done. I could only imagine the shock when they found out. The disappointment, the anger, the confusion. They might even try to guilt-trip me, try to act like I was the one in the wrong. But it wouldn't matter. They'd been treating me like a second-class citizen for years, and now I was done playing their game. The silence continued to stretch on between us, but I could feel the tension building. I was getting closer, inch by inch, to the moment when I would finally show them just how serious I was. I knew they were probably wondering why I hadn't contacted them, why I hadn't reached out to apologize, like they thought I would. But the truth was, I wasn't going to beg for their attention anymore. The days dragged on, and every so often, I'd get a message from Claire or a random comment from a family friend that made it clear my parents were starting to wonder what was going on. The silence between us was starting to become a conversation in itself. It was like they were testing the waters, waiting for me to reach out, to crack. But I wasn't going to. Not anymore. My phone remained mostly silent, except for a few texts from Claire. She was still trying to play the role of the concerned sister, but I knew better than to fall for it. Her messages were becoming more frequent, but less genuine. At first, it seemed like she was trying to offer an olive branch, asking how I was doing or if we could catch up, but now there was a sense of impatience creeping into her words. She didn't really care. She was just confused, trying to figure out why I was so distant. One afternoon, I finally decided to give her a response that would leave no room for misunderstanding. I'm doing great, actually. Been working on a lot of things, and things are moving in the right direction for me. Claire didn't reply right away. I expected her to fire back with a sarcastic comment or a passive-aggressive joke, but instead, the response I got was more pointed. Mom and Dad miss you. They want to know why you're not talking to them. I stared at the message for a moment. There it was. It wasn't about me at all. It was about them. Always about them. They didn't miss me. They missed the idea of me, the one they could control, the one who was always there when they needed me, when they had a special occasion or wanted to feel good about themselves for doing the bare minimum. They didn't miss me. They missed being able to say, "Look at our perfect family." I let that sit with me for a moment before I replied. If they miss me so much, why haven't they reached out to apologize for the way they treated me? I guess I'm just not as important as you. I knew this wasn't going to make her happy. She would likely pass the message to our parents, but I didn't care anymore. I wasn't interested in playing the peacemaker. The next day, I got a call from my mom. I didn't pick up. Then, a few minutes later, my dad called. I didn't pick up that one either. I could see it in their faces when I finally did talk to them, this mix of frustration and disbelief that I was actually sticking to my guns. It wasn't long before my mom sent a message, probably after discussing things with my dad. This was her typical pattern, passive-aggressive, manipulative, and designed to make me feel like I was the one causing all the trouble. I don't understand why you're doing this. We've always tried to do what's best for you. You've always been so distant, and you've pushed us away. You're not the only one who's hurt, you know. I read the message over and over, each time feeling more disgusted. Always tried to do what's best for me? No, they did what was best for them. They had made it clear over the years that Claire was the priority, that her needs, her wants, her life choices came first. I wasn't being distant. I was simply refusing to be the backup plan anymore. I didn't respond right away. Instead, I let the message linger, knowing that they'd be waiting for me to cave, to apologize, to say something that would make it all okay again. But I wasn't going to do that. This wasn't about getting their approval. This was about showing them that I wasn't just going to be the forgotten child anymore. The following week, I closed the deal on the property. It was the family heirloom, the one my parents had always said they'd pass down to me, but never actually talked about. They had no idea I was even considering selling it. It had been in the family for generations, but it was never truly mine, not in the way they had always made me feel I was just going to inherit it by default. It wasn't about the money. It was about taking back control. When the transaction went through, I felt a surge of empowerment I hadn't known in years. I knew my parents would be furious once they found out. But they had made it clear they didn't care about my feelings, so why should I care about theirs? I didn't tell them right away, though. I wasn't in a hurry to deliver the news. I wanted them to continue thinking everything was fine, that I was just being distant for no reason. I wanted them to stew for a little while. Let them wonder if I was ever going to contact them again. But I knew the day would come when they'd figure it out. When the dust settled, I was going to let them know exactly why I had done what I did. It didn't take long for the news to reach them. A few weeks later, I got a call from Claire. This time, I answered. Her voice was a mixture of frustration and confusion. So, I heard about the property sale, she said, her tone dripping with a false sense of calm. What the heck were you thinking? Why would you do that? I didn't answer right away. Part of me wanted to tell her everything, to explain the years of frustration, the pain of being pushed aside, but I realized something important. This wasn't about her. She was just another pawn in this game my parents had been playing for years. This wasn't about her either. It was about them. I did it because it was mine, I said simply. They didn't care enough to even talk to me about it. They never considered what I wanted, and honestly, I'm done waiting around for them to notice me. Claire fell silent. I could practically hear the gears turning in her head as she processed what I was saying, but I knew she wouldn't understand. Not really. Not unless she had been in my shoes. I took a breath, letting the moment sink in before I said what I knew needed to be said. I'm done trying to fit into their world. I'm done being ignored. And I'm done letting them treat me like I'm not worth their time. If that means cutting them off, so be it. She didn't reply immediately, and I could feel her unease on the other end. Eventually, she just muttered, I can't believe you'd go this far. And then, without another word, I hung up. That night, I sent a letter to my parents. A letter that would be the final word. The last time I'd ever speak to them on my terms. I didn't care about the drama they would try to stir up. I was no longer interested in playing the victim. They had done enough to me, and now it was time for them to face the consequences of their actions. The letter was simple, but the words felt like they carried years of resentment. I've had enough. I don't need your approval, your attention, or your false kindness. You've pushed me away for years, and now I'm done. I've moved on, and I'm not looking back. I knew they would read it and react with confusion, maybe even anger. But I wasn't interested in their anger anymore. This wasn't about them. It was about me. And I was finally free. The next few days were a whirlwind of silence. I spent my time focusing on myself, taking on new projects and letting the tension of the past few months slowly wash away. It felt good to finally be free of the weight that had been hanging over me for years, the weight of constantly feeling like I wasn't enough for my parents, of always playing second fiddle to Claire. The letter I'd sent had done something for me. It was like releasing a long-held breath, one I hadn't realized I'd been holding for so long. It wasn't until nearly a week later that I received a response from my mom. The letter she sent was long and filled with emotion, mostly guilt and anger, but also a lot of confusion. She started by telling me that they were both devastated by my decision, that they never meant to hurt me, and that they simply didn't understand what had gone wrong. They had always done their best to give me everything I needed, and she couldn't comprehend why I'd turned my back on them. She even mentioned that Claire had been hurt by my actions, which was a clear attempt to guilt-trip me. But the most telling part of her letter was when she said, "You're not the same person you used to be. We don't even know who you are anymore." The word stung, but not in the way they used to. There was no longer a part of me that needed to fix things with them, to make them understand. I had given them plenty of chances to see me for who I truly was, but they refused. Instead, they chose to ignore my needs and elevate Claire at every turn, dismissing my feelings and never even considering that I might need their support. I didn't respond to her letter immediately. Part of me wanted to write something scathing, to tell her everything I'd been feeling for all these years. But I had already said everything I needed to say in my own letter. My decision was final. There was no turning back. It was only a couple of weeks later that I heard from Claire. She called me, her voice tight and uncomfortable, but this time, I didn't pick up the phone right away. I let it ring, then let it go to voicemail. When I listened to the message, she was apologizing. Not just for herself, but on behalf of my parents. She told me that they were both heartbroken over everything, and that they wanted to talk, to work through things. She said they didn't know how to fix it, but they wanted to try. For a moment, I sat with the message, wondering if I should reach out. Was I being too harsh? Should I give them another chance to make things right? But then, I thought back to all the times I'd been ignored, all the birthdays I'd spent alone while they doted on Claire, all the times they made me feel like I was invisible. No, this wasn't about fixing things for them. This was about me. I didn't need their approval anymore. I had my own life now, one I was building on my own terms. Instead of calling her back, I sent Claire a message. I don't need them to fix things. I've made peace with the fact that they'll never understand. I'm fine, Claire. I've moved on. She didn't respond for a while, but eventually, I received a short text from her. I'm sorry. I really am. But I understand now. I just wanted to say that. I felt a small weight lift off my shoulders when I saw her message. It wasn't the closure I had wanted, but it was enough. Claire understood, at least on some level. And that was enough for me. As for my parents, they never contacted me again. There were no more calls, no more messages. They probably didn't understand what had happened, or why I was so resolute in my decision to cut ties. But that was their problem, not mine. I sold the property, and with the money, I traveled to places I'd always dreamed of visiting. I took a few art classes, learned a new language, and started making new connections with people who didn't judge me or measure my worth against someone else. I created a life for myself that was completely separate from the drama of my family. Months passed, and I finally felt at peace. It wasn't easy, and there were moments when I wondered if I had done the right thing. But those moments grew fewer and fewer as I moved forward. In the end, I realized something important. I didn't need my parents to validate me. I didn't need their approval to be happy. I had my own life now, and I was finally free of their expectations and toxic patterns. My relationship with them was over, but the new life I was building for myself was just beginning. I'm Diego, 28, and I've never been particularly close with my parents. That's putting it mildly. Our relationship has been more like a constant negotiation over who gets what from whom, and most of the time, I lose. Growing up, I learned early on that my opinions didn't really matter, and anything I worked hard for could just vanish if they decided it was better used for someone else. Usually my younger sister. She's smart and talented, sure, but she also has this uncanny ability to manipulate my parents, bending every situation in her favor while I'm expected to quietly step aside. I've tolerated it, ignored it, even joked about it to friends, but nothing ever prepared me for what happened on my 28th birthday. I'd spent the morning feeling off. Not bad, exactly, just tense, like the kind of tension that sits at the back of your shoulders when you know something is going to go wrong. And of course, I was right. It started with my dad texting me while I was still in bed, a little after 9. Stop complaining. You're not paying rent yet. That would have been bad enough, a text that assumed I had any responsibility to contribute financially beyond what I already did in the house. But it wasn't even the full story. There was a second text immediately after. Your sister needs a laptop. You'll cover it. $3,200 due Monday. I stared at my phone for a solid 2 minutes, letting the absurdity settle in. $3,200. For a laptop. That's when I saw the third text. Fine, then pack up. I don't even think I processed it fully at first. Pack up? Pack up what? I've been living here almost my whole life, and suddenly my entire existence under their roof was being reduced to a transaction. To make matters worse, they had already decided that the vintage camera I'd been saving for, the one I had been planning to take with me if I ever moved out, was gone. Sold. They told me it was to help with expenses, which in their language apparently meant, we get to touch whatever you own because it's convenient for us. That camera wasn't just a camera. It was hundreds of hours of research, saving, and passion. Every click of that shutter was mine. Every frame I captured an achievement I couldn't share with anyone because they always dismissed my photography as a hobby, not a career. By the time I stormed into the kitchen, my mom was hovering over the stove like everything was normal, like she hadn't just participated in the theft of my birthday gift. "Diego, breakfast?" she asked, her tone light and breezy, but I could see the hesitation in her eyes. My dad was scrolling through his phone at the table, barely looking up, and my sister was lounging in the corner with headphones, blissfully unaware that the world was about to collapse around her. I tried to talk to them, calmly at first, measuring my words, hoping that maybe, just maybe, they'd see the absurdity in what they were demanding. "Dad, seriously, a $3,200 laptop? I can't just cover that. And the camera? Why would you even?" I stopped because, of course, I was met with a sigh, the kind of sigh that carried the weight of someone doing you a favor by letting you exist. "Diego, you're not being reasonable. Stop whining," my dad said, not looking up. "Your sister's future comes first. If you don't like it, then pack up. Simple." I couldn't believe it. Not just the audacity of the demand, but the way they framed it as if I was being selfish for even questioning it. It wasn't just unfair, it was cruel. I had worked my entire life to gain a sense of independence, to prove that I wasn't just the background character in my own home. And here they were, treating me like a wallet that could be emptied whenever convenient. I didn't respond right away. I just stared at them, my stomach tightening, every muscle in my body screaming at me to do something. I thought about my savings, the camera, every project I'd put my heart into that they had diminished, and it hit me. The reality was clear. If I stayed, I would always be their pawn, a person whose efforts and dreams were secondary to their whims and my sister's needs. I couldn't. I wouldn't. By late afternoon, I had made a decision. I wasn't leaving in a fit of rage. I wasn't going to throw a scene that would let them enjoy my suffering. No, this time I was going to leave on my own terms. I packed a few essentials, the camera safely tucked away somewhere I knew they couldn't reach, and a bag of things I couldn't bear to leave behind. And as I stepped out of that house, I felt a strange mix of relief, fear, and anticipation. I wasn't running. I was reclaiming. I don't know what my parents were expecting, but I suspect they thought I'd cry, beg, or plead. They were wrong. I could hear my mom yelling my name, my sister screaming about the injustice, and my dad pacing the garage muttering. What did he even take? I didn't stop. I didn't look back. I walked out with a calm that belied the storm brewing inside me. And I knew, with every step, that this was only the beginning. I didn't hear from my parents for the rest of that night, which was peaceful, in a way. Peaceful but heavy, like the quiet before a storm you know is coming. I stayed at a friend's place, sleeping on their couch, but my mind wouldn't let me rest. Every memory of my parents' treatment, every slight and demand, replayed like a loop in my head. It wasn't just the laptop or the camera. It was years of being dismissed, undermined, and compared to my sister, as if I was never meant to succeed. The next morning, I started getting texts from my mom, frantic and clipped. "Diego, come home. Your sister is crying." We didn't mean it like that. I ignored them. I didn't even open the messages. My gut told me that engaging would only give them the satisfaction of seeing me react. A few hours later, my dad tried a different tactic. He called. I let it ring. Twice. Then I blocked the number. Their favorite tactic, expecting obedience through a mix of guilt and intimidation, wasn't working on me anymore. Meanwhile, my sister, blissfully unaware of anything beyond her own comfort, started posting on social media subtle digs about my absence. Pictures of her new school setup, the laptop I was supposed to buy, captions that made it obvious she was trying to guilt me. Every tag, every comment from friends and relatives, felt like a tiny arrow aimed straight at me. I knew my parents were feeding her these ideas, coaching her in passive-aggressive ways to make me look like the bad guy. It was cruel, and part of me almost admired how calculated they were, but I wasn't going to play into their game. What struck me most was how predictable they had become. Every time I stood my ground, they doubled down on manipulation, pretending concern while actually trying to control me. For instance, my mom started sending me pictures of my sister studying late, textbooks spread everywhere, sometimes captions like, "Diego, we're really struggling without your help." I knew exactly what that was, an emotional wedge, guilt in digital form. Every time I tried to respond logically, Calmly explaining that I couldn't just hand over thousands of dollars, she would respond with a, "You just don't understand," or "We're disappointed." The two favorite lines in the family arsenal. Even my extended family got involved, which was a surprise and a reminder of just how far the favoritism ran. My aunt, who I'd always considered more neutral, sent me a text that basically boiled down to, "Diego, maybe you could be more generous. Your sister is working so hard, and she really looks up to you." She didn't know, or maybe she did, that I had been supporting my own expenses for years without complaint. The implied expectation that I'd bend to my sister's every need, just because she had the talent and charm to get people on her side, was maddening. At work, I tried to distract myself. I thought if I could bury myself in projects, maybe the tension would ease, but it didn't. The texts kept coming, but now they were escalating. Dad started sending me messages with random threats, veiled and passive-aggressive. "Don't think we won't come by to check on your stuff." Or, "You know, it's easy to change your mind about helping your family." Every line made it clear that leaving wasn't just a temporary rebellion. It was a challenge to their authority, and they weren't taking it lightly. The favoritism toward my sister became glaringly obvious over the next few days. My parents had always compared us, but now the scale was tipping in ways that were impossible to ignore. My sister was allowed to make mistakes without consequence, whereas any misstep on my part, no matter how small, was met with ridicule or punishment. She could stay out late, spend money frivolously, or complain endlessly, and it was celebrated as proof of her hard work or potential. I, on the other hand, had to justify every purchase, every decision, even the most trivial things. The hypocrisy was suffocating. One evening, I got a text from my mom that literally stopped me in my tracks. It was a picture of my old room, my books, my posters, even my guitar, now neatly arranged with my sister's stuff tucked into every empty space. On top, in bright lettering, she'd placed a note. "Diego, we hope you find what you're looking for. Love, Mom." I stared at that image for a long time. It wasn't a message of love, it was a statement. They had taken what I had built and repurposed it for someone else. My entire life, in their eyes, had always been theirs to redistribute at will. The next day, things escalated further. I received a call from my dad, not a text this time, but a real, direct phone call. I hesitated before answering, sensing the storm. "Diego," he said, voice clipped and sharp, "your sister is crying again. You're making everyone miserable. Why can't you just do what's right?" I let out a long breath. "Dad, I've told you. I can't cover the laptop. And the camera was mine. You sold it without asking. I'm done being treated like a bank account." There was a pause, the kind that makes your stomach twist. Then he said it, the line I had anticipated but still felt like a punch to the gut. "Fine. Then pack up and leave. If you won't help, you're not part of this family." I had been preparing for this moment my entire life, and yet hearing it aloud still stung. Not because it was unexpected, but because it was a clear articulation of their mindset, that my value was conditional, based entirely on my willingness to subsidize my sister's life. I didn't respond. I didn't cry. I didn't plead. I just knew, in that instant, that leaving wasn't just an option. It was the only way to preserve myself. So, I started planning. I couldn't go back. Not yet. Not until I had a strategy that would let me regain control, not just emotionally, but practically. I spent hours mapping out my resources. Old accounts they didn't know about, tools I'd kept in secret, contacts in the photography and tech world I had cultivated over the years. Every plan was slow, deliberate. I wasn't looking for a quick fix. I was setting up leverage, building momentum so that when the time came, I could act decisively. At the same time, I began documenting everything: texts, emails, receipts, notes, photos of the spaces they'd altered or taken over. It felt almost ritualistic, the act of cataloging their manipulation. Every message, every subtle thread, every moment of favoritism became evidence, not just of their cruelty, but of their hubris. They were so confident, so certain that I would crumble or cave in, that they didn't notice I was quietly turning the tables, learning their habits, their patterns, their weak points. And then, just when I thought I was making progress and mentally preparing for what would come next, the texts started again, more frequent, more desperate, and more controlling. My mom sent me a video of my sister crying into her laptop camera. The caption read, Diego, look what you're doing. My stomach turned. I ignored it because I had learned by now that engagement was exactly what they wanted. They thrived on reaction. I didn't give them that. Instead, I sent one simple reply. Nothing emotional, just one line. I'm doing what I have to do. That night, as I lay in the spare room of a friend's apartment, my mind raced with possibilities. I knew this was far from over. The pattern of mistreatment, favoritism, and manipulation had been so consistent for so long that it felt like it would never stop. But now, I could see their cracks. Their arrogance, their certainty that I would remain a pawn, was their greatest weakness. And if I played my cards right, carefully and deliberately, I could turn that weakness into leverage. By the next morning, I was more certain than ever. I wasn't just leaving. I was preparing to reclaim everything they had taken from me, every ounce of autonomy, every piece of my hard work, and maybe even something more. But before I could act, there was one last straw. A call from my sister, unplanned, sudden, her voice shaking but full of venom. Diego, Mom says you're making a huge mistake. You're ruining everything. Come home. I didn't answer. I just stared at my phone, gripping it like it was a lifeline to a future I was finally taking control of. And in that moment, I realized just how far I had to go and how satisfying the fallout was going to be when it finally arrived. The betrayal didn't happen immediately. It crept in quietly, the way a storm rolls over a horizon, unnoticed until it's too late. I thought I had seen every angle of their manipulation, every way my family could twist a situation to make me look like the villain. But what happened that week proved that no amount of experience could prepare me for just how far they would go. I had been laying low, keeping my distance, carefully documenting their every move, and even maintaining a kind of neutral silence that made them anxious without me having to engage. I thought I had control, or at least enough to keep from being drawn back into their chaos. I was wrong. It started with a simple text from my sister. She had somehow learned the address of the storage unit I'd rented, the one holding things I couldn't risk leaving in the house. Old camera gear, childhood mementos, even my guitar. I opened it, and the message alone made my stomach drop. Diego, Mom and Dad said you're being ridiculous. They've arranged for someone to pick up your stuff tomorrow morning. Don't make them wait. At first, I thought maybe she was bluffing, testing me like she always did. But the panic in her words, the sense of urgency, was real. I knew she wouldn't have gone to those lengths without my parents' involvement. And suddenly, the reality hit me. My trust in the most basic things, my space, my possessions, my ability to decide what was mine, had been shattered. This wasn't just emotional manipulation anymore. It was an outright violation. Someone had given away my property without my consent, and worse, they were using my sister as a pawn to get me to comply. I called her immediately, hoping to reason with her, to appeal to whatever conscience she might have. Listen, I don't know how you found the storage place, but it's private. You can't just— My words caught in my throat. She cut me off. Diego, you don't understand. They said it's for the family. Everything you have should help the family. Don't make them angry. Please, just come back and hand it over. It wasn't a plea, it was a weapon. Every word was designed to destabilize me, to make me doubt myself. I hung up without a word. I felt numb, but beneath the numbness, a spark of something darker flickered, a mix of betrayal and rage that made my chest tighten. My sister, the one person I thought might have some loyalty to me, had been recruited to betray me. And the worst part? She didn't even seem conflicted. That night, I couldn't sleep. I sat in the dark of my friend's apartment, staring at the ceiling, thinking about all the moments that led to this. Every small favoritism, every dismissal of my achievements, every calculated manipulation, they had all been building to a moment like this. I realized I had been naive to think that my possessions, my autonomy, even my choices were respected. They were not. And I had been wrong to expect even my sister to see me as anything more than an obstacle. The next morning, my fears were confirmed. I received a video in my inbox, a shaky, grainy clip of someone loading boxes into a van. At first, I didn't recognize the driver, but then the camera shifted, and there was my sister, grinning as she handed over my belongings to the movers. My heart sank, not just because of the loss, but because of the smug satisfaction on her face. She wasn't forced, she was complicit. Every word she had said in the previous days had been a performance. Every plea, every hint of guilt, had been carefully orchestrated to manipulate me into compliance. I couldn't believe it. I had spent years trying to maintain some sense of control over my life, trying to carve out a space where I could be myself, pursue my passions, and protect the things I cared about. And here it was, all taken in a single act of betrayal. I felt dizzy, the walls of my world tilting as I realized just how little I truly mattered to the people who were supposed to love me unconditionally. I spent the day moving between panic and planning, trying to figure out what I could salvage. Some of my possessions were irreplaceable, yes, but the damage went beyond physical items. It was the principle, the proof that my family would turn on me at the first opportunity. My sister had been the first breach of trust, but I knew she wasn't acting alone. This had been orchestrated, approved, and perhaps even celebrated by my parents. They were so confident in their power, in their ability to control me, that they didn't even consider the consequences of underestimating me. That evening, I confronted my sister in person. I didn't shout. I didn't plead. I simply looked at her, really looked at her, for the first time in years, and said, "Why?" She flinched, like she had never considered the question outside of rehearsed lines. Then, almost defiantly, she replied, "Because it's what Mom and Dad wanted. You're being difficult, Diego. They just want what's fair." Fair. There it was, the word they always hid behind, the justification for every outrage, every act of favoritism, every violation of trust. Fair. According to them, my life, my choices, my hard work were never mine. They were always conditional, measured against someone else's needs or desires. She didn't even see the betrayal. She saw compliance as the moral path. And that realization hurt more than anything. Not the loss of my possessions, not even the humiliation, but the fact that the person I had considered my closest ally in the house had no allegiance to me at all. I left that encounter shaking. Not with fear, not with anger, but with clarity. Every act of their manipulation, every expectation, every betrayal had pushed me to a point where I could no longer hesitate. I couldn't rely on trust. I couldn't rely on loyalty. I could only rely on my own planning, my own execution. The betrayal was complete. They had assumed that by breaking me, they would maintain control. But in reality, they had only lit the fuse. That night, I began writing a list. A meticulous, detailed account of every slight, every manipulation, every unfair comparison, every act of favoritism. It was longer than I expected, longer than I could have imagined. Each line, each memory, was a thread connecting to the next, forming a web of grievances that had been building for decades. And as I wrote, I realized something vital. I was not powerless. I had resources. I had knowledge. I had a network of people who respected me, who would never see me as secondary or disposable. I just had to act. By the next morning, the reality of the betrayal was still fresh, but so was my resolve. My sister's face, smug and triumphant in the video, haunted me, but it no longer filled me with fear. Instead, it sparked a plan, a slow-burn scheme that would eventually make them understand the consequences of underestimating me. I would not react impulsively. I would wait, watch, and strike at the perfect moment. And when I did, the sense of satisfaction, of justice, would be complete. And yet, even as I laid out the first steps of my strategy, a small, nagging doubt crept in. Could I really outmaneuver them? Could I really turn their arrogance against them? It was a dangerous game, one that could backfire spectacularly. But as I stared at the pile of documents, texts, and receipts, I realized that the only alternative was to let them continue their pattern, to let them win. And after everything, the favoritism, the manipulation, the betrayal, I wasn't willing to give them that victory. It was in that moment, the moment where betrayal became crystal clear and the stakes were fully understood, that I finally embraced the path I had been edging toward for months. I would act. I would reclaim what was mine. And I would make sure they understood exactly who had been underestimated. But I knew this. The next move had to be precise. One wrong step, and the betrayal could turn into disaster. I couldn't rush it. I had to be patient, methodical, and smart. And so, I waited, watching the pieces of my family's arrogance unfold, knowing that the perfect opportunity would present itself. The days after the betrayal were the hardest I'd faced in a long time. Not because I lacked options or resources, but because I had to confront the emotional toll of realizing how little my family truly cared about me. I was living out of a friend's apartment, my belongings scattered between storage and what I could carry with me. I felt untethered, unmoored, like a part of me had been wrenched away and left in a place I couldn't access. The physical loss, the camera, my guitar, some personal items, stung, but the real pain came from the realization that I had no one in my family to rely on. No allies, no understanding, just manipulation and betrayal. I didn't want to let it show. I didn't want anyone to see me break. I spent hours walking around the city, trying to clear my head, carrying a small notebook where I recorded my thoughts, my frustrations, even small sparks of ideas for what I could do. Each step felt like carrying invisible weight. I thought about my sister, smug in her room with my things, thinking she had won. I thought about my parents, convinced that their threats and manipulations had succeeded. And in every moment, I felt the sting of isolation. I reached a point where I considered giving in, quietly, to just smooth things over, to hand over whatever they wanted and go back to being the dutiful son who never questions orders. But the thought made my stomach turn. I had spent my entire life compromising, sacrificing my own interests for theirs, only to be used and discarded. And this time, I refused. I couldn't do it. Not after the betrayal. Not after everything. Yet, the rock bottom wasn't just emotional. It was practical. I had bills to pay, obligations that didn't pause because my parents decided to treat me like an inconvenience. Every day, I felt the squeeze of financial stress, the gnawing anxiety of not having access to what I had once considered mine. Simple things became challenging: meals, transportation, even the comfort of a bed that wasn't borrowed. I didn't want sympathy, but I couldn't ignore the reality. I had hit a low point where even survival felt like a struggle. And still, in the midst of the hardship, a strange clarity emerged. Rock bottom forced me to face the truth. I couldn't count on anyone else, and I couldn't allow my anger or grief to control me. If I wanted to reclaim my life and eventually confront the people who had treated me this way, I had to do it on my terms. That meant patience, planning, and control. Every instinct told me to lash out, to storm back into their lives and demand justice, but I knew that would only give them satisfaction. I had to be smarter. I had to wait. I started thinking in terms of leverage. What did they truly value? My possessions? My compliance? My silence? All of it. And I realized that their confidence, the very thing that had allowed them to manipulate me for decades, was also their blind spot. They assumed I would bend, that I would cave, that I would let them control me. But I had seen their arrogance, their patterns, and their overconfidence. That was the key. They weren't untouchable. They were predictable. And that predictability was something I could exploit. The solitude was brutal, but it gave me time to analyze everything. I revisited old receipts, bank statements, even digital footprints of my parents' and sisters' movements. I created mental maps of their habits, schedules, and weaknesses. I thought about my sister's smugness, her lack of foresight, and the way she relied entirely on my parents' guidance. I realized that if I could play my cards right, I could turn that overconfidence into mistakes they wouldn't recover from. Emotionally, though, I was frayed. Some nights I would lie awake, imagining them celebrating their small victories, picturing my sister's smug face as she waved around the laptop they had forced me to fund. I'd feel a wave of anger, and sometimes a surge of despair. I questioned my choices, wondering if walking away, even temporarily, had been the right call. Maybe I had underestimated the emotional cost of cutting ties, even temporarily. But then I remembered the betrayal, the complete disregard for me as a person, and the sense of injustice hardened my resolve. I realized that part of rock bottom wasn't just suffering. It was the birth of strategy. I had been forced into a corner, stripped of possessions, loyalty, and trust. But in that corner, I found clarity. I could see the family for what they really were. A system built on manipulation, entitlement, and the assumption that I would always acquiesce. And now, with nothing to lose, I could finally act outside their control. I could choose my path, and it wouldn't be dictated by guilt, threats, or emotional coercion. I also began preparing for the subtle moves that would give me power later. I quietly reconnected with professional contacts in photography and tech, people who didn't know the drama but could provide support or resources if needed. I documented everything, meticulously, as if preparing for a case, although this was more about mental clarity than legality. Each note, each log of texts, each image of stolen or repurposed possessions became a step toward eventual leverage. I wasn't ready to strike yet, but I was building the foundation. I stayed away from social media, avoided family calls, and kept my interactions minimal. My isolation wasn't loneliness, it was strategy. I let my parents stew, let them believe their little victories had broken me. I could almost hear their internal narrative. Diego is defeated, he's miserable, he'll come crawling back. That illusion was crucial. If they suspected I was preparing, they would tighten their control, anticipate moves, and ruin my plan before it even began. And then, just when I thought I had adapted to this new reality, I received a call from my sister's friend, someone I didn't know well, but who had apparently seen some of the family's messages and videos. Diego, she's bragging. The voice said, shaky and urgent. About the camera, the storage. About making you lose it. She thinks she won. My stomach sank. The betrayal hadn't just been private. It had been public, and the humiliation, while subtle, was piercing. My sister wasn't just complicit. She was flaunting it, fully confident she had won the game. I didn't respond, didn't call her back, didn't even acknowledge it. I walked away from the phone, taking a deep breath. I felt the weight of rock bottom, but this time, I also felt the stirrings of something else: control, power, patience. I knew the next steps had to be precise. I had to wait, bide my time, and act when the family least expected it. And I realized that hitting rock bottom had one unexpected advantage. It gave me perspective, the kind of perspective you only get when everything you thought was safe is suddenly taken away. So I waited. I planned. I prepared. I let the storm rage around me, while quietly building the tools, the knowledge, and the patience I would need to reclaim everything. The betrayal had cut deep, but it had also sharpened me. I knew that the moment I struck, it had to be perfect, calculated, undeniable, and devastating. And I had a feeling that when the time came, they wouldn't even see it coming. The months after rock bottom were the ones that taught me the most. Not the dramatic comeback montage you see in movies, but the slow, stubborn kind of climb that happens when you do the small, repetitive things right and refuse to let anyone define you anymore. At first, progress felt microscopic, an extra client here, a sale there, but those small wins accumulated into momentum, and momentum turned into choices I hadn't felt able to make in years. One thing that helped was that I hadn't lost everything. When my parents and sister cleared out the storage unit and gloated on camera, they took a lot, but not everything. I'd been paranoid enough to hide one small, perfectly serviceable camera and a handful of memory cards in a place I knew they'd never look. It wasn't the prized vintage body I'd saved for years to buy. That one was probably gone for good. But the backup gear worked. The memory cards held raw files from personal shoots I'd done over the years, enough to make a portfolio. Having that tangible proof of what I could do made a difference. It reminded me that my work wasn't in the objects they'd pawned. It was in my eye, my perspective, the way I saw light. That knowledge was the first real seed of power. I started small. I posted a few images on a local photography group, not begging or explaining my family drama. Just clean captions, good framing, and the kind of quiet confidence that happens when someone knows their craft. People noticed. A woman messaged asking about prints for her cafe. Another asked if I did family portraits. I accepted anything that would get me out of the instability. Weekend portraits, product shots for a friend's small online shop, a few paid gigs taking headshots for people upgrading resumes. I took every job like it mattered because, in a way, it finally did. There were nights when I felt ashamed of how little I had after the eviction, but I quickly learned to hide that shame beneath professionalism. On set, with a client in front of me and traffic behind the lens, none of the family's noise mattered. My attention narrowed to light and expression, and in those moments I felt whole again. The feedback loop, client satisfaction, payment, a good coffee afterward, started building my confidence in a way nothing my parents had ever said could. I also invested in the practical. I read tax guides for freelancers, watched tutorials about pricing prints, and learned simple contracts so I wouldn't be taken advantage of. I registered a small business name, Diego Morales Photography, just a name on paper, but seeing it made everything feel official. I set up an email, created basic invoices, and opened a separate account, so I could track income and expenses without mixing it with shared family finances that had always tied me down. It felt adult and, to be honest, quietly revolutionary. Networking became my biggest leverage. I reconnected with a photographer I'd assisted years before, a woman named Rosa who ran a modest but well-regarded studio in the next neighborhood. I reached out under the guise of asking for advice, but it turned into mentorship. She let me shadow on one weekend shoot and then asked me to second shoot a small wedding for a modest fee. The wedding was chaotic and beautiful and exhausting, and I came home with a few frames that were legitimately good. Rosa later referred me to a boutique magazine that needed a photographer for a feature on neighborhood artisans. That job paid well enough to cover a month's rent and, more importantly, put my name in someone else's book. When people hear your name in the right circles, things start to happen. I started licensing photos on a couple of stock sites, too. It wasn't glamorous, but it was steady. One landscape I had taken during a dawn shoot of a riverside market started getting downloaded more than I expected. Small royalties trickled in. I cut out dinners out and saved. It wasn't deprivation so much as reprioritizing. As my bank balances slowly improved, I felt the tightness in my chest ease. The humiliation my parents had intended, seeing me struggle, lost its edge when I was actively creating a stable path forward. Social media played its own role. I'd been skeptical at first, too performative, too noisy, but I learned to use it strategically. A single strong post a week, behind-the-scenes stories that showed process more than drama, and an occasional short caption that connected my work to real people. One of my portrait posts was shared by a local influencer who liked the authenticity of my subject's story, and suddenly a handful of inquiries came flooding in. It wasn't overnight fame, no viral miracles, but it broadened my client base and gave me leverage I'd never had at home. Instead of relying on their approval, I was building an audience who paid me for my work. That felt like reclaiming a part of myself they'd tried to repurpose. Practical victories mattered. I found a small studio space with a friend I could afford by splitting rent, bare concrete floors, and an awkward skylight, but it was ours. The first morning I set down my tripod in that space, I felt something inside me unclench. For the first time in years, I had a place where my work could live and be displayed on my terms. I hosted a tiny opening, just friends, a few local artists, and the cafe owner who'd bought prints. We drank cheap wine, and I watched people look at my images and talk about them. Hearing someone say, "This feels honest," felt like a small benediction. Opportunities kept layering. A local design studio hired me for a campaign shoot, and the art director loved a particular portrait that captured the subject's resilience in a way she wanted to use across social media. The exposure led to a call from a creative director on a regional ad, which paid well enough that I could finally get a decent replacement for some of the gear I'd lost. Each step unraveled the narrative my parents had been feeding the rest of the family, that I was irresponsible, directionless, and disposable. Instead, I had proof, contracts, emails, print orders, that I could survive and even thrive without their help. Along the way, I also learned something invaluable: how to protect myself legally and financially. I met an accountant through a mutual friend who explained how to separate personal and professional finances, how to keep receipts, and why a paper trail matters. I hired a lawyer, paid for a single consultation, but that single hour taught me the value of documentation. I'd been meticulous about saving messages and receipts since the betrayal, and now that archive started to look like a record that could be used if I ever needed it. The realization that I had evidence and knowledge to back up my claims felt like another layer of power. If they tried to manipulate me publicly, I had the facts. If they tried to sabotage my work, I had contracts. I wasn't defenseless anymore. Emotionally, the climb reshaped me. I learned to hold boundaries without collapsing into guilt. When my parents called and tried the same passive-aggressive tactics, I didn't answer. When my sister tried to bait me with smug messages about her new laptop, I blocked her for a while. Setting those boundaries was painful at first. The silence felt enormous, but over time it became necessary quiet. I stopped waiting for permission to be myself. I stopped asking for approval. When they tried to make me feel small, I reminded myself of the clients who trusted me with their stories, the cash payments in my account, the emails asking for prints. Those things became my mirror. They reflected a self that wasn't defined by my parents' version of me. As my work stabilized, I started thinking about strategic moves rather than just survival. If I could build something sustainable, then I could create the conditions in which my family's old power over me, emotional, financial, reputational, would be meaningless. I began to consider the kinds of leverage that would sting them the most, the things only I could touch. It wasn't about revenge for its own sake. It was about making sure they couldn't erase me or pretend I'd never existed. The plan was patient: grow the business, protect the assets, expose hypocrisy when the time was right. Small steps, repeated with discipline. Then, a few months into the climb, something surprising happened. A mid-sized lifestyle magazine contacted me about using one of my portraits in an upcoming feature about perseverance in creative careers. They wanted the full-size file and were prepared to pay for it. It wasn't Vogue, it wasn't a national publication, but it was legitimate, with a real editor and a deadline. I signed the license, sent the files, and for the first time since the eviction, I felt validated in a way that had nothing to do with my parents' approval. A week later, they published the feature online. The piece included a short bio and, crucially, my name. Within days, my email filled with inquiries. Someone wanted to buy a series of prints. A local brand wanted to commission a mini campaign. I remember staring at that email notification with my hands slightly trembling. The notification was a small green line on my phone, but it felt like the sound of the lock finally opening. I texted Rosa 2 words. They published. She replied with a string of exclamation marks, and, "You earned this." It was the kind of support my parents never offered. It meant more than their hollow praise ever could. News travels fast in small towns. A neighbor of my parents sent me a short, almost shy message on social media. "Saw your work in the magazine. Congrats." Weirdly proud to see someone local do that. I could almost picture the chain reaction back home, their curiosity turning into concern. For the first time, I imagined them seeing me not as the son who could be tapped for cash, but as someone recognized outside their orbit. It was intoxicating and dangerous in equal measure. And then came the call I'd been both dreading and waiting for: my mom. Her voice on the line was thin, fragile in a way I hadn't heard in months. "Diego," she said, "we saw the article. People have been talking. Maybe we were wrong." There it was, the bait, all soft and apologetic. My instinct was to hang up. My gut told me this was a test, an invitation to return to the old dynamic. But I didn't answer immediately. I let the phone sit on the table, the minute hand sweeping slowly. I thought about all the times I'd taken their half apologies and been shoved right back into the same patterns. I thought about the camera they'd sold, the storage they'd emptied, the videos of my sister grinning like she'd won. Instead of an immediate reaction, I typed a short message. "I saw the article. I'm doing well and busy. I'll reach out when I have time." It was true, and it was a boundary. I hit send and felt, for the first time in a long while, like I was speaking from a place of choice rather than reaction. That evening, I sat at my little studio desk and opened my bank app. A client transfer had just cleared, a decent sum that would cover new gear and a security deposit on a small apartment I could afford on my own. My chest tightened. There was a thrill in the number that had nothing to do with vanity. It represented independence. It represented the kind of life I'd always wanted, but had been told I couldn't have unless I folded into their narrative. I didn't rush. I didn't gloat. I also didn't forgive. Their eventual panic, whenever it came, would be on them. For now, I focused on the next shoot, on drafting a contract that protected my work, on scheduling a month of steady gigs. I had climbed out of rock bottom by doing the work, one unpaid night and early morning at a time, and I intended to keep climbing. 2 weeks after the magazine piece went live, I received an odd voicemail. It was from an unknown number, short, clipped. "There's been interest in some things taken from a storage unit. Call this number." The message ended before it gave details. My heart jumped. Was it a scam? A pawn shop calling to say they had items? Or, more dangerously, had someone in my family tried to cash in on what they'd taken and been sloppy? I replayed the message 3 times, my thumb hovering over the redial button. This felt like the kind of moment I'd been preparing for, the sliver of chance where all the planning could turn into action. I could call back, follow this lead, and maybe recover something. Or I could wait, let them fumble, and use whatever came of it strategically. Either way, it was no longer about survival. It was about choosing the moment and the terms on which I'd re-engage. I closed my laptop and sat back, feeling the busyness in my chest settle into a quiet focus. The climb had given me something important: choices. And for the first time since that birthday, when they texted me to pack up, I felt like I was the one deciding how the story would end. The phone buzzed on the table with another notification, an email confirming a print order. I smiled, slow and steady, and let the sound fill the little studio. That night, I didn't sleep well, but it wasn't the same panic as before. It was the tight anticipation of someone about to pull the thread I'd been waiting for. I knew the plan had to be precise, and I knew the payoff would be quieter than I'd fantasized. Less about dramatic public humiliation and more about reclaiming dignity and securing a future that didn't require their permission. I also knew that once I started pulling threads, there was no turning back. So I made coffee, opened my notebook, and began to list possibilities. Each line felt like a measured step. Each line felt like a promise to myself. The rise had started, and with it, the tools to finally make them see what they'd underestimated. The thing about revenge is that it rarely looks like the movies. There are no dramatic rooftop speeches or cinematic slow claps. Most of the time, it's a long, quiet arithmetic of small moves that add up to inevitability. I knew that by the time I started, and maybe that's what made it feel so sweet when the first pieces began to fall into place. I wasn't interested in theatrics for their own sake. I wanted leverage, accountability, and for them to feel the same hollow disorientation they'd handed me for years. Calm, precise, and unavoidable. That's how I planned it. Step 1 was legal cover and documentation. I wasn't trying to start a war I couldn't finish. I wanted to be in a position where, if they reacted legally or emotionally, I had facts. I printed everything: texts, timestamps, that grainy video of my sister handing boxes to movers, receipts where I could find them, photos of my room after they'd repurposed it. I met with the lawyer again, this time armed with the pawnshop leads and the storage contract. The lawyer was patient, took notes, and told me something that felt like permission. You've documented enough that you can ask for civil action or a police report. You likely won't want to rush to criminal charges unless you're sure, but we can use the documentation to compel returns or settlements. That wording gave me a foothold. I wasn't bluffing. I had a path to force things back into the open if necessary. While the lawyer handled the worst-case scenario, letters, potential reports, I moved on the practical side. I called the number left on that odd voicemail and discovered a clerk at a secondhand shop who'd purchased a box of camera gear a few weeks prior from a seller who provided a fake name. The clerk was friendly and the exchange was boring. Dates, make and model, a faint recognition in his voice when I described the vintage camera. It was there. It wasn't exotic or irreplaceable in monetary terms, maybe not what I'd poured years into saving for, but the sentimental value was nuclear. That camera had hours of my life inside it. It had been the linchpin for everything I'd believed about myself. If I could get that back, it would be a start. I didn't walk in and scream. I didn't need to. I bought it back quietly through the clerk, using cash I'd saved in a casual tone. The camera felt like a relic when I held it, warm from whoever had used it last, a little dusty around the dials. I didn't open a triumphant post. I tucked it into a bag, like a small secret victory, and let myself imagine the look on my dad's face when he realized I'd put the pieces back together without asking for permission. That small act, getting something that was mine back, was the balance shift I'd needed. It reminded me that they could take things, but they couldn't permanently erase the work that had made me who I was. Next move, social pressure, but targeted. I wasn't out for public shaming for its own sake. That felt childish and petty. What I wanted was to take their private cruelty and make it visible in a way that required them to confront it in public, where it would hurt their reputations within the small orbit that had always reinforced their behavior. My parents thrived on the anonymity of their choices. Behind closed doors, they could reframe theft as helping and manipulation as tough love. I had been building a name in the community for months. I had clients, a magazine credit, and a small but growing following. Those threads were my tool. I scheduled a modest pop-up show at a community hall in the neighborhood where my parents were known and where neighbors would recognize the family name. The title was simple and edged. Taken, a portrait of small thefts and big consequences. The exhibit wasn't a rant. It was a quiet, curated collection of photos and captions that told a story in sequence. Images taken by the gear that had been sold, scans of messages demanding money, a timeline of the storage clearance, and a few portraits of people I'd worked with who had been affected by similar family dynamics. People who had lost things, or whose independence had been undermined by relatives. I paired each image with small descriptions that read like case notes rather than accusations. No names, no sensational language, just evidence laid out and left for people to interpret. I invited local artists, the cafe owner who'd bought my prints, Rosa, the design director from the ad job, a handful of local journalists I'd been cultivating, and, crucially, neighbors from my parents' block. The invitations were casual, but I made sure a few were the sorts of people who passed along gossip. Word travels fast, I knew that. I also prepared a press packet, a concise folder with photos, dates, and the offer of interviews. I wasn't trying to humiliate. I was creating a space where my truth could exist in public, where their version of events would have to contend with something tangible. On the evening of the opening, the hall filled with the kind of low hum that accompanies small civic events. Neighbors, curious couples, a few college students. People looked at the images, lingered on captions, and scribbled notes. I kept my head down, greeted a few faces, and let the room talk itself into momentum. Midway through, a woman I'd photographed came up and hugged me. "They did this to my brother," she whispered. "It's everywhere." It felt like validation, sure, but also like a lever. When several people started recognizing similar patterns in their own families, the exhibit turned from a local art show into a communal mirror. Then the quiet machinations I'd set in motion reached the emotional point I'd been aiming for. Someone from the local paper who'd been tipped off by a neighbor ran a short piece the next morning. The headline was neutral: "Local Photographer's Exhibit Explores Family Theft and Entitlement." And inside, the article quoted the timeline and included one of my photos and a partial transcript of the messages I'd collected. I didn't ask for their angle. I only provided the facts. The story landed like a pebble in a pond. It rippled out. My parents saw it quickly. I didn't call them. I knew how that exchange would go. Denials, gaslighting, confident assertions that I was being dramatic. Instead, I let the piece circulate. Within days, comments started to trickle in from people who recognized details. An old neighbor messaged me. "Saw the piece. Your dad's been borrowing tools from me for years without returning them. Wonder if it's connected." A cousin I hadn't spoken to since I left messaged, bewildered and oddly sympathetic. "I always thought they favored cis. Didn't realize it was this bad." Public pressure is slow, subtle, and deliciously effective when aimed right. The neighbors who'd once nodded along to my parents' anecdotes were now asking questions. People's questions became my advantage. My parents' small kingdom of justification, the one they'd operated behind for years, was now porous. But I didn't want to stop at social pressure. I wanted concrete restitution. The lawyer prepared a short, clinical letter outlining the documentation I had and the civil remedies available if the property was not returned. It wasn't a threat. It was a formal request and a clear timeline. What I did next was what they hadn't expected. Instead of sending the letter directly to my parents, I delivered it to their garage door, taped neatly under the light, with an additional sealed copy sent to a local community mediator and a friendly neighborhood association leader. The message was simple and public. We could resolve this quietly, or we could escalate. Either way, the facts were out. When my mother read the first news alert about the exhibit and then the printed lawyer's letter, she panicked. The next morning, my sister posted a story on social media, less smug than before, more frantic, claiming that someone was slandering our family and asking people to respect their privacy. That's when the wheels began to wobble. Privacy is a good cover when you're in the right. When questions come, defensiveness looks worse than contrition, and within a week, gossip had found a way into the PDA group chat and the local barber shop. My dad, who'd always been the confident architect of their little moral universe, started showing cracks. He called my aunt and left a terse message asking what to do. I got a text from him, short, clipped, trying to sound casual. "We should talk." I didn't answer. He called again and again, and each missed call was like a little victory, not because I wanted to hurt him, but because his panic was evidence that the illusion of control was gone. The turning point, the part that felt like the first real, convergent strike, came when an old buyer of vintage gear from my parents' circle reached out. He'd been at a flea market the month my camera disappeared and had seen a camera like mine being sold by a man with a van. He'd jokingly posted a listing online offering to buy old cameras and then tagged my sister in a comment. bragging about a great find. That comment, small and stupid, was the breadcrumb that let me trace a path from the flea market back to a chain of sales. I compiled the receipts, matched serial numbers, and presented them at the mediator meeting I'd scheduled. I wasn't shouting. I was sitting at a small table with printed documents, calmly explaining the timeline. The mediator listened, eyebrows tightening. My parents arrived late and flustered. My mother's eyes darted between the printed messages and the people in the room. My sister looked like someone who had been suddenly asked to perform a part she no longer understood. My dad tried his old tactics, minimizing, redirecting, the classic, we did what we had to do, but this time it didn't land. The mediator asked him very simple, procedural questions about ownership and transfers. He stammered. He couldn't produce a legitimate receipt for a sale that included the vintage camera. The facade began to crumble. The next move was legal follow-through, but even there I kept my tone measured. The lawyer sent a formal request for immediate return of property or reimbursement. We offered mediation and a clear window for resolution. The message was, we would pursue this through proper channels if necessary, but we preferred a civil resolution. The public venue had done its work. Neighbors were aware. The local paper had printed the facts, and the evidence was organized. My parents were boxed into choices they couldn't spin away with charm. On the morning the pawnbroker called to say they'd identified a few items linked to my case, my phone buzzed continuously. I arranged a quiet pickup and then sent a discreet message to the mediator. I'm reclaiming items today. I'll bring evidence to your office afterward. I went with Rosa, who came as both moral support and as an independent witness. We met the clerk, verified serial numbers, and reclaimed several small items: lenses, straps, and one of the memory cards. The card was partial. Some files had been corrupted, but there were enough images and metadata stamped onto the files to prove authorship. I didn't broadcast the recovery. I wanted the larger move to have teeth. With the pieces in hand and the mediator's file growing thicker, I scheduled the second, more public act. I rented a small, well-lit garage space in a neutral part of town, coincidentally right across from where my parents parked their car most days. The idea wasn't vandalism or spectacle. It was symbolic. I wanted the scene of their arrogance, the garage where they paced and boasted, to become the place where the consequences of that arrogance would be displayed. I set up a modest installation. The reclaimed photographic gear in a case, prints taken with the camera they'd sold on one wall, and a timeline on cardstock that walked through messages, sales, and the mediator communications. I kept everything factual and measured. No name-calling, no melodrama, just the truth laid out in a way ordinary neighbors could see and read. I invited a few people quietly: the mediator, the clerk from the pawn shop, the neighborhood association leader, the local reporter, people whose presence would quietly testify to the legitimacy of what I was doing. I left an open slot for my parents to stop by. I wanted them to see, calmly and civically, the consequences of their choices. I suspected they would be defensive, but I also knew they were fragile now. Their authority had been eroded. That afternoon, as I stood by a photo mounted on foam core, an image I'd taken of an empty windowsill that used to be mine, the street hummed in the way it always does in late summer. Distant lawnmowers, a dog barking, someone dropping keys. Then I heard the car pull into the driveway across the street. My father came first, slowly, as if approaching an unfamiliar animal. He peered through the garage, and his mouth went dry. My mother appeared behind him, and my sister followed, forced by equal parts curiosity and fear. They stood at the edge of my rented space and watched. I didn't break my posture. I didn't call them out. I let them watch. For years they had treated my life as a background prop in their narratives. Now they were forced into the background, watching me present a record of their actions. My sister started to cry, a sharp sound I'd heard in the past, but now resonated differently. Less triumphant, more frightened. She kept looking at the timeline, at the texts printed in black and white, and at the small stack of receipts showing chains of sale. My mother's face had gone white. My father's hands were clenched in his pockets. He muttered, something muffled, "This is ridiculous," but his voice had no anchor. The neighbors who had come by for a casual look now clustered, whispering. A woman I'd photographed stood beside my parents and quietly asked a question about what to do if you'd found your own things sold. My dad didn't have an answer. The thing that felt most deliciously calm was how little I had to say out loud. The public facts did the work. The timeline did the work. The pawnshop receipts and the mediator's attendance did the work. I had turned the private cruelty of a family dispute into a civic matter: property, proof, and process. People responded to that language. It stripped the narrative of their moralizing adjectives and left a simple ledger: what was taken, when, and how it was sold. My parents retreated that night to their house across the street. That's when the panic took shape. My mother called relatives, then neighbors, then friends who had always validated them. My father paced the garage, as if the physical act of pacing could remap the changing lines of power, and tried to call me. I left him to it. There's a particular sound to someone who has built their identity on small-scale control discovering that the levers are gone. It is a quiet, scrambling movement of someone trying to assemble a story that will continue to make them right. Watching him search for a narrative felt like watching the final stitches of a comfortable blanket unravel. I didn't gloat. I didn't need to. The small victories: camera in a bag, cards with images, an exhibit across the street, a mediator with a notebook, were enough. But even then, there was one more move I kept in reserve, something that would make the consequences more personal and immediate. A simple, sober conversation with the people who had once been my closest family. I wasn't interested in theatrics. I wanted to give them a chance to do the right thing on their own terms. I wanted them to choose restitution because they recognized harm, not because they were cornered. That would be the real test. The next morning, I watched from the gallery window as my dad stood in the garage at the edge of the property, staring out at the empty street and the place where his reputation had started to leak. He looked smaller somehow, as if the years of moral certainty had shaved volume away. My sister's voice carried on the wind, half sobbing, half pleading, and my mother's calls sounded shrill. Neighbors lingered on sidewalks and exchanged glances. I let them stew. I had no illusions about their capacity for genuine remorse. I was prepared to file paperwork, to take legal steps, to press until restitution was made. But for now, watching them watch the evidence of their own choices felt like a quiet, perfect justice. I stepped outside and across the street, where my father was still standing, hands jammed in his pockets. He looked at the prints, then at me, and for the first time in a long time, there was a real question in his eyes. How had everything gone so wrong? He expected a spectacle. He got a ledger. He expected tears and pleading. He saw neighbors and paperwork and people who would testify to what had happened. His confidence was gone, and in its place was an awkward, naked panic. He said one thing, just one small phrase, more incredulous than angry, and it landed in my chest like a verdict. "How did you get all this together?" I didn't answer immediately. I let the moment stretch. I could have launched into a speech about boundaries and years of slights, but I wanted the question to hang. Let him see the quiet proof of the gap between who he thought he was and the reality his actions had created. Let him sit with the fallout. The crowd that morning was small, but the right people were there. The mediator had arranged to discuss options. The pawnbroker provided a formal receipt for items returned, and a local blogger who'd covered the exhibit took notes. My parents' small kingdom of moral justifications was now a matter of civic record and neighborly conversation. They were left to answer to something other than their own private narrative. And that's where I left it that afternoon, standing across from the garage, the place that had once been the center of my father's authority, watching him stare at the world he didn't control anymore. My sister screamed once more, less triumphantly this time, more like an animal trapped in a moment it didn't understand. And my mother was on the phone, voice frenzied, trying to gather allies. People watched, whispered, and shifted their weight. I felt the slow uncoiling of something inside me. Not vindictiveness, not cruelty, but a quiet satisfaction that came from the arithmetic of righting wrongs. I had plans beyond this little public humiliation: legal follow-through, potential restitution, and a longer term of rebuilding that would make their ability to touch my life irrelevant. But there was a particular joy in watching the man who once told me to pack up with a single text now stand at his garage and try to make sense of how everything had unraveled. He had spent years assuming his authority was permanent. Watching him confronted with evidence he couldn't spin felt, in a small and precise way, like justice. I left before things could get uglier. There was no dramatic shouting match, no tidy reconciliation. I wasn't looking for that. I was looking for momentum, for a break in the old patterns that had allowed them to treat me like a resource. And on that quiet afternoon, As I walked back toward my little studio with the camera tucked under my coat and the knowledge that neighbors had seen the truth, I felt a lightness I hadn't thought possible a few months earlier. But revenge, even when it's careful and lawful, rarely closes every door neatly. There are other players, other stakes, and other ways people move when cornered. I knew the exhibit and the mediator would provoke reactions I hadn't fully anticipated: defensive calls, shady rumors, perhaps even attempts to countersue for slander. I'd prepared for some of that, but not all. Still, as my footsteps took me away from the garage and back toward the small life I'd built, I allowed myself a brief, private smile. The narrative had shifted. The ledger was out. They were no longer untouchable. And yet, somewhere between the gallery light and the familiar hum of my studio, a new thought took shape. One that told me this was only the beginning, not the end. I had scored the first decisive points, but the game wasn't over. There was one move left that would either finish the ripple I'd started or blow the whole thing into something messier than I wanted. I paused, feeling the weight of choice again, and for a moment I considered what phrase would make the final difference. By the time the fallout fully hit, the landscape of my old life had shifted irreversibly. What had started as a quiet, strategic recovery of my property, my dignity, and my professional identity had become something larger, a public reckoning that I'd carefully curated to leave little room for my parents to wiggle free. The moments that followed weren't explosive in the cinematic sense. They were methodical, slow, and devastating precisely because they were true. It began the morning after the gallery exhibit across from their garage. I had returned to my studio early, the sun filtering through the skylight I had fought to make my own, and set about preparing the day's shoots. My phone buzzed constantly, though I didn't glance at it immediately. There was a text from the mediator, another from the pawnbroker confirming all items had been traced and returned, and then, finally, a forwarded message from a neighbor I hadn't even spoken to directly. It was a simple note, blunt in its implication: "Your parents are panicking. Everyone's talking." That alone told me that the ripple had become a wave. By mid-morning, the first concrete sign of consequence appeared. My father had called the local hardware store where he had habitually borrowed tools and equipment. This was a store where he had maintained a veneer of reliability and community trust. Now, the clerk, fully aware of the timeline I had presented at the exhibit and with evidence in hand, politely refused to lend him anything further. They'd even mentioned the exhibit and how the community now knew about his pattern. That was the first domino. Reputation is currency, and his had been devalued in the span of a few short days. My mother, meanwhile, had launched a quiet campaign among family friends and distant relatives, attempting damage control. She texted and called, her messages a mix of incredulity and feigned outrage. "Diego is exaggerating. We've always been fair. It's being blown out of proportion." But the truth, as evidenced by the timeline, pawnshop receipts, and the mediator's notes, was undeniable. Her attempts to rewrite history fell flat. Even her allies hesitated once shown the facts. One cousin quietly suggested that perhaps they had mishandled things. The quiet skepticism spreading through their social network felt like a slow burn of humiliation. Then there was my sister. She had been the most confident antagonist in the house, the one who'd laughed while I packed my things, who had claimed victory at the eviction. She was always the first to flaunt her triumphs in front of me. Now, however, she was reduced to a flustered, panicked observer. When her social media posts began to be scrutinized, her boasting about her new laptop while my situation had been publicized, the comments she received were a mix of astonishment and judgment. People who had known her family for years started questioning her complicity. A few acquaintances messaged me, incredulous. Wait, she knew this? Those private nudges, though indirect, were a sharp blade. The sister who had once wielded her smugness as a weapon was now on the receiving end of judgment. The real leverage, though, was the legal framework I'd prepared. I followed up with the mediator and the lawyer to formalize a settlement for the items and damages. This wasn't about money. It was about the principle and forcing recognition. My parents were cornered. They could argue, stall, or deny, but the evidence was meticulously documented. I gave them the choice to return the remainder of the items or face small claims court and mediation escalation. Their indecision and fumbling attempts to consult friends and lawyers revealed the first cracks in their composed armor. It was during the mediator session that the slow, cold satisfaction of the plan hit me fully. My parents arrived, each with a layer of defensive posture they could not maintain. My father tried the usual minimization and justification. My mother attempted emotional appeals. I stayed silent, letting the mediator guide the conversation. Every time my parents tried to evade accountability, the mediator referenced the timeline, the receipts, the exhibit photos, and the pawnshop confirmation. There was no way around it. The structure of my revenge was precise, immutable, and undeniable. By the end of the session, they had signed agreements for the remaining property returns and compensation for a portion of the damages incurred during the unauthorized sale. The mediator left us with the final document for their signatures, a professional and unemotional statement of accountability. For the first time, they were forced to accept the reality they had so long tried to manipulate or hide. I had a voice, a record, and the agency to enforce consequences. The process itself was calm, almost clinical, but the humiliation was unavoidable. In the days following, I observed the social fallout with quiet satisfaction. A neighbor who had once admired my parents' control of the household approached me with a subtle grin. "Saw what happened. Well done. They won't be so quick to pull that with anyone else now." The tone was respectful but charged with acknowledgement. Even casual conversations at the local cafe carried the subtle undertone. My parents were no longer untouchable. Their authority, which had been cultivated for decades on fear, favor, and subtle intimidation, had been fundamentally undermined. My father called once more, this time more cautiously. He asked if I could meet to talk things through. I agreed, but on my terms, in a public location. At the cafe, he sat across from me, attempting calm, attempting rationality. "Diego," he said, voice measured but eyes betraying unease. We didn't know how badly this would escalate. Can't we just," I interrupted gently but firmly. "Dad, you made your choices. I only acted in response to them. I gave you a chance to fix it privately. You didn't." His shoulders slumped, a posture that had never appeared when he believed he had control. He was subdued, aware of the cumulative effect of months of strategic effort, public exposure, and legal accountability. There was no theatrics from me, just measured words and the quiet weight of consequences laid bare. My mother, trying one last attempt at influence, reached out through text, offering a mix of apology and guilt. I didn't reply. I watched her messages accumulate, frantic, pleading, inconsistent, and left them unanswered. She had spent years dictating my emotions. Now, she could only witness my boundaries. The absence of a response was its own verdict. I wasn't granting forgiveness, I wasn't entertaining manipulation, and I wasn't stepping back into old roles. The balance had shifted entirely. My sister, finally, had to face her own reflection. Friends began asking why she hadn't intervened to stop the pawnshop sale, why she had laughed while I was evicted. She tried to explain herself on social media, but the facts of the exhibit, the timeline, and the public mediator's involvement left little room for spin. A small but vocal circle of our extended community quietly criticized her complicity. For someone who had once thrived on superiority over me, her fall from perceived power was sharp. The final, private satisfaction came when I visited my reclaimed gear, cleaned and carefully stored it in my studio. The vintage camera, lenses, and memory card sat in neat boxes, tangible evidence of both recovery and agency. Holding the camera, I felt a weight lift, a culmination of months of careful planning, patient growth, and calculated execution. I hadn't just survived. I had turned their hubris, greed, and entitlement into a structured exposure that could not be ignored. The ledger of my life, my labor, and my independence had been restored. Looking back, the most powerful moment wasn't the mediator's signature or the neighborhood whispers. It was standing in my studio that evening, camera in hand, and realizing I no longer had to live under the shadow of a family who sought to dictate my worth. I had rebuilt, silently and meticulously, a life that operated entirely on my own terms. Their panic, their scrambling, and their public embarrassment were simply a reflection of the choices they had made. I had not sought vengeance in anger. I had executed it in preparation, patience, and deliberate precision. As the sun set outside the skylight, painting the concrete floor with gold, I placed the vintage camera on the workbench, neatly aligned with my other equipment. I turned to my notes, plans for future shoots, and the growing portfolio that had become my lifeline. For the first time in decades, I felt complete. I had claimed agency over my story, restored what was mine, and watched the consequences unfold in perfect measure. My parents' authority had been shattered, their complicity exposed, and my independence solidified. And in that quiet, victorious moment, I realized the ultimate truth. I hadn't just taken back my things. I had reclaimed my life. The ledger was balanced, the proof undeniable, and the sense of control was mine alone. The door to my past had been closed with precision, and the room I built for my future had no room for those who had tried to define me. I could breathe, move, and create without interference. I took one last look at the camera, gently lifted it, and whispered, not to anyone but myself, "This is mine." It was a simple acknowledgement, yet it carried the weight of years of struggle, betrayal, and perseverance. That single, quiet phrase was the final punctuation on a chapter that had been written with patience, strategy, and unwavering resolve. For the first time in my life, I was untouchable. The garage across the street sat empty and quiet, a monument not to punishment, but to consequence. I had built, reclaimed, and triumphed. And I knew, deep in my chest, that nothing they could do would undo the life I had painstakingly reconstructed. I had won, not with noise, fury, or theatrics, but with clarity, calm, and the quiet, unyielding force of someone who refused to be diminished again. My name's Alfred, I'm 31, and I've always been the quiet one in my family. The one who listens more than he talks, who avoids arguments, who somehow ends up cleaning up the mess after everyone else causes it. It's not that I didn't have opinions or feelings, I just learned early on that in my family, the louder voices always won. My parents, my aunt, my cousins, they thrived on dominance and mockery disguised as family banter. And for years, I let myself believe that going along with it was easier than speaking up. Until this year's birthday dinner proved just how wrong I was. To give some context, my family is complicated. I grew up in a household where success wasn't just encouraged, it was a competition. My cousin Miranda, for instance, became the doctor my Aunt Muriel bragged about to anyone who would listen. My older brother Patrick took over my father's construction business and turned it into something respectable. Meanwhile, I went my own way. I built an investment firm, slowly, from nothing but a laptop and a lot of sleepless nights. I didn't talk much about my work, mostly because no one cared to ask. They assumed I was still the artsy, one who never took life seriously. I let them think that. It was easier to be underestimated. The irony was that I was the one managing the family fund, a pool of money that had started as my late grandfather's inheritance for all of us. When I graduated in finance, everyone decided I should be the one to handle it. "You're good with numbers, Alfred," my mother had said years ago, half amused. "At least you'll finally be useful." I agreed, not realizing that managing their money would one day become both my burden and my leverage. Every year, on my birthday, my aunt insisted on hosting a family dinner. It wasn't so much a celebration as it was a performance, an opportunity for everyone to show off what they'd achieved and subtly tear each other down. My Aunt Muriel always sat at the head of the table, commanding attention with her dramatic stories. My parents followed her lead, nodding at every word. Patrick usually bragged about new projects, while Miranda shared updates about her medical research. And me? I was the audience. The one who laughed when expected, listened when spoken to, and never, ever caused trouble. This year, I arrived at the restaurant 5 minutes early, dressed simply in a dark blazer and a shirt. I didn't expect much, just a polite dinner, maybe a half-hearted happy birthday, and the usual subtle jabs. But something about the evening felt different from the start. The moment I walked in, I noticed the smirk on my aunt's face, that sharp, knowing kind of smile that always meant she had something prepared. My mother barely looked up from her phone, and my brother gave me one of those forced half-hugs that felt more like an obligation than affection. "Ah, the birthday boy," my aunt announced dramatically when I sat down. "Still single, still modest, still mysterious. Tell me, Alfred, are you ever going to let us in on your big secret? What do you do all day exactly?" I smiled politely. "Work mostly. Same as always." Patrick snorted. "Work? Come on, you mean sitting behind a computer playing with numbers. You're lucky you don't have real responsibilities." The table laughed. Even my mother chuckled quietly, and I felt that familiar warmth of embarrassment crawl up my neck. It was always the same dynamic: Patrick the achiever, me the odd one out. I'd stopped defending myself long ago, because any attempt at doing so only fed them more. But that night, something inside me started to shift. Maybe it was the way they all laughed in unison, like it was rehearsed. Maybe it was the way my aunt's eyes gleamed with satisfaction as she poured herself another glass of sparkling water. Or maybe I just finally reached the point where silence didn't feel like peace anymore. It felt like surrender. Dinner went on, filled with the same stories and predictable self-praise. Miranda showed photos from her last medical conference. Patrick bragged about buying a second property. My father talked about how proud he was of his hardworking son, and I knew he didn't mean me. They went on like that for nearly an hour before anyone even mentioned my birthday. My mother finally turned toward me, smiling faintly. "So, Alfred, did you do anything exciting today? Or did you just work like usual?" "Just worked," I said. Muriel chuckled. "You know, you really should get out more. Life isn't just about work. Although, I suppose you wouldn't understand that unless you had something to show for it." Patrick grinned. He's probably saving up for another one of his mysterious projects. It was supposed to be light teasing, but it landed heavier than usual. Maybe because I'd been working harder than ever lately, expanding my firm, growing the family fund, making quiet, calculated decisions that none of them cared to know about. I had built something substantial, something that was mine, but hearing them mock me as if I were still the naive kid who didn't measure up stirred something deeper than irritation. It felt like being erased. Still, I smiled. "You'll see soon enough." They laughed again, thinking it was a joke. By the time dessert came, I'd decided I was done trying to be part of their world. But the final straw came just before I could even say goodbye. The waiter brought out a slice of cake, small, simple, with a candle. My aunt raised her glass and said, "To Alfred, our family's mystery man. You may not be the pride of the family, but at least you're loyal enough to show up." I froze. Then she added, almost sweetly, "You should be thankful we even invite you. You're not exactly the pride of the family." There was a pause, a short, sharp silence where I could have said something. I could have laughed it off. I could have ignored it. But before I could decide, everyone else started laughing. My mother, my father, even Patrick slapped the table, trying not to choke on his drink. I just sat there. I looked at each of them, memorizing their faces, the smugness, the mockery, the ease with which they turned someone's dignity into a family joke. Then I smiled. It wasn't forced, not this time. It was quiet, controlled, final. When the bill came, I reached for it before anyone else could. I paid without a word. My aunt raised an eyebrow, amused. "Oh, look at you, being generous. Maybe you do make money after all." I didn't answer. I stood up, straightened my jacket, and said softly, "Enjoy the meal." Then I walked out. No dramatic exit. No scene. Just silence. The next morning, I woke up feeling strangely calm. My phone buzzed with the usual group chat messages, mostly pictures from the dinner and the same recycled jokes. I didn't respond. Instead, I opened my laptop and began reviewing the accounts linked to the family fund. Every transfer, every withdrawal, every pattern. I'd managed it faithfully for years, without taking a cent for myself. But as I looked at the balance and saw just how dependent they had all become on it, the fund they treated like an infinite well, I realized something. They thought I was the quiet one because I was weak. They forgot quiet people are the ones who see everything, remember everything, and strike when no one expects it. And 2 days later, that's exactly what I did. The morning after the dinner, I tried convincing myself to let it go. I told myself they were just being themselves, that I'd been through worse, that it wasn't worth losing sleep over. But the truth was, I didn't feel indifferent anymore. Their laughter kept replaying in my head, the way my aunt's words slid off her tongue like something rehearsed, polished, and meant to sting. "You should be thankful we even invite you." The sentence echoed in my mind while I sat at my desk, staring blankly at the spreadsheet of the family fund I'd managed for nearly 8 years. I'd handled every detail of that fund, the investments, the taxes, the reports, the withdrawals they never bothered to understand. It was meant to be a collective cushion for the family, my parents, my aunt and uncle, my cousins, and me. My grandfather had started it decades ago with the idea of keeping the family strong and united. I doubt he ever imagined it would turn into a tool for favoritism and entitlement. For years, I'd been the one to make sure everyone got their share. My parents used their portion to maintain their oversized house. My brother took frequent business loans from it, none of which he ever paid back. My aunt used her share to cover Miranda's medical school costs, and Miranda herself occasionally asked for temporary help with her travel expenses. Nobody questioned where the money came from or how it grew. They assumed it just did. I made sure it did. Through careful investments, patience, and a fair amount of luck, I'd grown the fund into something substantial. But no one ever said thank you. They just assumed I owed it to them. That evening, I got a call from my mother. I didn't answer. She left a message, her voice carrying that familiar tone, half guilt, half superiority. "Alfred, it was just a joke. Don't be so sensitive. You know how your aunt is. Anyway, your father and I were thinking of taking a trip next month, so if you could transfer some money from the fund, we'll send you the details. Love you." I stared at the screen until it went black. I didn't reply. A few days later, my brother showed up at my apartment unannounced. Patrick had always been the kind of person who filled every room he entered, not with warmth, but with noise. He was the oldest, the one who could do no wrong, the one my parents called our hope. He stood in my doorway, wearing that smug half-smile he'd perfected over the years. "Hey, little brother," he said, stepping inside without waiting for permission. "You disappeared after dinner. Everything okay?" "I'm fine," I said. "Just busy." He looked around my place, a modest, neatly kept apartment that I liked for its quiet. His eyes lingered on the framed art on the walls, the minimal furniture, the absence of clutter. "Still living like a monk, huh?" he joked. I didn't respond. He sat down on the couch, sighing dramatically. "Look, Mom and Aunt Muriel think you're mad. You know how they are. They don't mean anything by it. You just gotta grow thicker skin, man." "It's not about that," I said, my voice calm. "It's about respect." Patrick laughed. "Respect? From them? Good luck. They've always been like this. You can't take it personally. Easy for you to say. They treat you like a trophy. Well, maybe that's because I earned it." The silence after that stretched long enough for him to realize I wasn't going to laugh. He leaned back, unbothered. "Anyway, I came by because I need a favor. A small one." There it was. The real reason. He explained that he was in between contracts and needed a short-term boost from the family fund. He'd already mentioned it to our parents, who apparently told him to talk to me since I handle the technical stuff. "How much?" I asked. He shrugged, too casually. "Just 50,000. I'll pay it back, obviously." I looked at him, at his expensive watch, his tailored jacket, the way he leaned back like the world belonged to him. "You already owe the fund over 200,000, Patrick." He frowned, waving it off. "That's all paperwork. It's family money, not a loan shark deal. It's still supposed to be accounted for." He smirked. "Come on, Alfred. Don't be difficult. You know I'll pay it back. You said that last time." He shifted forward, his tone hardening slightly. "Why are you being like this? It's not your money." I looked at him evenly. "Then why are you here asking me for it?" For a moment, something flickered in his eyes. Annoyance, maybe realization, but he hid it behind a forced laugh. "You've changed, man. You're taking yourself too seriously. Anyway, I'll tell Mom you'll send it." He stood, clapped me on the shoulder, and left. That was the moment I knew things would escalate. The next family gathering came sooner than I expected. My aunt decided to host a casual brunch the following weekend, which in our family meant an opportunity for more thinly veiled competition. I went because I wanted to see, really see, how they'd act now that they'd pushed me past my limits. When I arrived, the usual crowd was there. My parents, Patrick and his wife, my aunt, Miranda, and a few cousins who hovered like spectators. My aunt greeted me with exaggerated warmth. "Alfred, you came. I was afraid we offended you at dinner." "You did," I said simply, which earned me a pause before she laughed it off as if I'd told a joke. "Oh, you're so serious. You need to learn to laugh at yourself, darling." Miranda came over and hugged me briefly. "Ignore them," she whispered, though her tone was more performative than sympathetic. Then, louder, she added, "Uncle Patrick was just telling us how well his new project is going." Patrick grinned, slipping into his favorite topic. He began describing his latest success in detail, which sounded suspiciously like something he'd barely started. Everyone nodded, chimed in, admired. I stayed quiet. At one point, my father turned to me. So, Alfred, any updates from your— what is it again? The investment thing. The firm's doing fine, I said. That's good, he said distractedly, already turning back to Patrick. The conversation rolled on, each sentence a reminder of where I stood. It wasn't new, but it hit differently now, sharper, colder. My mother occasionally gave me pitying looks, as if I were some lost cause. My aunt filled the room with her laughter. My brother bragged like a politician. Then came the part that sealed it. As the table buzzed with chatter, my aunt suddenly said, "You know, I was thinking, maybe we should have someone else look after the family fund. It's a lot of responsibility for Alfred, and he's got his own little projects." I felt my pulse quicken. Patrick chimed in immediately. "Yeah, it's probably time to bring it back under family supervision." I looked at him. "It's been under family supervision. You just don't like accountability." The table went quiet for a second. My mother frowned. "Alfred, that's not fair. Patrick's just trying to help." "Help?" I repeated slowly. "By taking control of the one thing I've managed responsibly for nearly a decade?" Aunt Muriel interjected with her usual faux sweetness. "Oh, don't be defensive. We're just saying maybe you could share the responsibility. You've done your part." "Have I?" I asked. "Because last I checked, I'm the only one who hasn't used that fund like a personal piggy bank." That earned me a few sharp looks, and for the first time, no one laughed. Patrick leaned forward, voice low. "Careful, Alfred. Don't forget who you're talking to." "I haven't," I said quietly. Miranda tried to diffuse the tension with a nervous giggle. "Guys, come on. This is supposed to be brunch, not a board meeting." But the mood had already shifted. The air in the room thickened with unspoken anger. My aunt gave me a tight smile that didn't reach her eyes. "You know, Alfred, for someone who's been so quiet all these years, you're suddenly very bold." "Maybe I just stopped mistaking silence for respect," I said. No one said anything after that. When I left, I could feel their eyes on my back, suspicious, irritated, maybe even threatened. And deep down, I knew what would come next. The whispering, the phone calls, the subtle attempts to undermine me. They'd start questioning my management of the fund, maybe accuse me of mishandling something. It's what they always did when someone didn't play along. But this time I was ready. I'd already started preparing for it the moment I left that birthday dinner. Quietly, methodically, and as I walked out of that house, hearing their muffled voices behind me, I felt something I hadn't felt in years: control. The game had changed. The following week felt like walking through a storm that hadn't yet hit, but you could feel the pressure building in the air. The calm before it, the silence that hides thunder. That was exactly how it felt. I went about my usual work routine, reviewing reports, handling clients, and keeping the firm running smoothly, but in the back of my mind, I knew something was coming. My family was too predictable. Whenever someone dared to challenge their sense of control, they didn't confront it directly. They schemed. They whispered, twisted facts, and made themselves look like the victims. It didn't take long for the first sign to appear. 3 days after the brunch, I got an email from the bank that handled the family fund. It wasn't alarming at first glance, just a notification that an inquiry had been made on the account. But when I read the details, I froze. Someone had tried to access the account using an outdated authorization code. That shouldn't have been possible unless they had old paperwork. And there was only one person who could have done that: Patrick. He'd handled one transfer years ago when I'd been abroad, and I'd left a single signed authorization with him for emergencies. I canceled it afterward. Or at least, I thought I had. I called the bank to confirm. The manager, who'd worked with me for years, told me that a family member had come in, claiming to be updating the signatures and permissions for the account, presenting an older document with my name on it. The only reason the bank didn't proceed was because they noticed my signature didn't match the recent digital records. He seemed confident, though, the manager said carefully. He said there'd been a change in management within the family. I felt my chest tighten. Did he say who authorized that change? He said it was a family decision. I thanked him, hung up, and sat there in silence for a long time. A family decision. That phrase could only mean one thing. They'd been talking about me behind my back again, and this time, it wasn't just gossip. They were trying to take control of the fund. That night, my mother called again. "Alfred, I just wanted to remind you, your aunt and I talked about moving the family fund into a joint account. It's just for convenience, you know, in case anything happens. We trust you, of course, but it's good to have multiple signatures." There it was. The confirmation I didn't even have to ask for. Whose idea was that? I asked, keeping my voice neutral. Well, she hesitated. Your aunt mentioned it. Patrick agrees it's safer this way. You've been so busy with your business lately, and we wouldn't want you to feel burdened. I could practically hear the fake concern dripping from her voice. So you talked about this without me? Oh, don't be dramatic, she said lightly. We were going to tell you eventually. You don't need to handle everything yourself. I've handled everything myself for 8 years, I said quietly, without a single mistake. Alfred, she sighed, you're taking this too personally. It's just money. Just money. That was the moment something inside me snapped. Not loudly, not violently, but quietly, the way a small crack forms before a structure collapses. My family didn't just take my work for granted. They didn't just disrespect me. They were trying to erase me. I ended the call as calmly as I could, telling her I'd think about it. But the second I hung up, I felt the weight of betrayal sink deep in my chest. Not because of the money itself, but because of what it represented, trust. The one thing I'd still been foolish enough to give them. 2 days later, I got an unexpected visit from Aunt Muriel. She showed up at my office, unannounced and smiling in that overly friendly way that always meant trouble. Alfred, darling, you've been avoiding us. I've been working, I said simply. Well, you must make time for family, she said, walking in as though she owned the place. She looked around, impressed but trying not to show it. My, this is quite the setup. So this is where all the mysterious work happens. I ignored the jab and gestured to a chair. What can I do for you? She sat down, crossing her legs elegantly, hands folded in her lap. I just wanted to have a little chat. You know, between family members. There's been concern about how you're handling the family finances. I felt my jaw tighten. Concern, I repeated. Yes, nothing serious, of course. But you've been so secretive lately, and Patrick mentioned that the bank had some questions. Because he tried to access the account without authorization, I said. Her expression didn't falter. He was only trying to help. You've taken on too much. We all think it's time to share responsibility. We all, I echoed. She smiled sweetly. Your parents, Patrick, myself. Even Miranda agrees. It's nothing against you, dear. We just think it's wiser to have more oversight. I stared at her, the calm in my voice masking the storm beneath. You mean control? She waved a hand dismissively. Oh, don't make it sound so harsh. It's not about control, it's about balance. You've had your turn managing things, and we're grateful, truly. But now that everyone's lives are getting more complicated, it makes sense to, how should I put it, update the system. By taking it from me. Oh, Alfred, she said with a patronizing smile. You're being defensive again. You know, that attitude is exactly why people have trouble including you in things. That line hit hard, not because it was true, but because it was the weapon they always used. Twist isolation into blame. Make you feel like you're the problem for noticing their mistreatment. I leaned back in my chair, studying her. Tell me, Aunt Muriel, when was the last time you even looked at the financial records? She blinked, caught off guard. Well, that's not really my area, right? Because you trust me to handle it. You all trust me to handle it. Until you decide to pretend you don't. Her smile faded slightly. There's no need to get hostile. We're family. Family. That word had lost all meaning to me years ago. I looked her in the eye and said, very calmly, if you, Patrick, or anyone else tries to touch that account again without my consent, I'll freeze every asset tied to it. You can tell them I said that. Her face hardened. Is that a threat? It's a promise, I said quietly. For a moment, she just sat there, studying me as if she couldn't quite believe I'd spoken to her that way. Then she stood up, straightened her jacket, and gave a thin smile. You've changed, Alfred. I hope you know what you're doing. I do, I said. More than you think. She left without another word. That night, the call started. My mother first, demanding to know what I'd said to Muriel. Then Patrick, furious, accusing me of being selfish and paranoid. You don't own that money, he shouted through the phone. It's ours. It's grandfather's legacy, I said. And you've all treated it like a safety net instead of a gift. You think you're better than us? He snapped. Just because you have your little company? You wouldn't even have that if it weren't for the family fund helping you get started. That stopped me. Because he was right, sort of. When I first launched my business, I had borrowed a small amount from the fund, fully documented, fully repaid. The only difference was, unlike them, I'd actually paid it back, with interest. But that didn't matter to him. To them, the fund wasn't about fairness or history, it was about control. And the more I resisted, the more they would try to paint me as the villain. Sure enough, a few days later, my mother called again, her voice trembling with rehearsed emotion. "Alfred, I can't believe you'd threaten your aunt like that. She's family. She's only looking out for us. By trying to take something that isn't hers. Don't twist things," she said sharply. "You've become impossible to talk to lately. I don't know what's happened to you." "I stopped letting you walk all over me," I said quietly. There was a pause on the line, heavy and cold. Then she said, "Your father and I are disappointed in you." That hurt more than I expected it to. Not because I believed them anymore, but because part of me still wanted their approval, even after all this time. When I hung up, I realized the full weight of what had happened. The people I trusted most had not only betrayed me, they were actively trying to strip me of the one thing I'd worked to protect, both for myself and for the very family now turning against me. It wasn't just disrespect anymore. It was betrayal, calculated and deliberate. And that night, as I stared at the glowing screen of my laptop, watching the numbers of the family fund flicker before me, something inside me shifted completely. I'd always believed that revenge was beneath me, that dignity meant walking away quietly. But dignity doesn't mean silence when silence lets them keep taking. After the betrayal, I went through a period of quiet devastation that nobody saw. The calls, the emails, the passive-aggressive messages, they all blurred together. I couldn't talk to anyone about it because no one outside my family could understand the nuances, the constant undercurrent of entitlement and mockery that had finally escalated into outright betrayal. It was crushing, but oddly clarifying. I had been silent for years, keeping the peace, letting them dominate, let them belittle me. And now, after what happened, I realized peace wasn't an option anymore. Not for me. Not when I had everything I'd worked for hanging in the balance. At first, I tried to reason with them. My father's calls were the hardest to take. He wasn't angry or overtly manipulative, at least not in the way my aunt and Patrick were. He sounded disappointed, pained, even pleading at times. "Alfred, you've always been our child," he said. "Don't make this harder than it has to be. Just cooperate. We only want what's best for everyone." And I realized in that moment just how little my family actually understood the concept of best. For them, best meant the path of least resistance for themselves. It wasn't about fairness. It wasn't about integrity. It was about who could claim power under the guise of concern. For a week, I lived in a kind of limbo, checking my accounts obsessively, watching their subtle maneuvers, their attempts to get around my authority. Every time I thought about the betrayal, a mix of anger and disbelief surged through me, but I didn't act impulsively. I couldn't. The last thing I wanted was to give them the satisfaction of seeing me unravel. Instead, I poured myself into work, isolating myself from everyone except the few clients who valued me and my advice. That isolation was both painful and productive. I started noticing things I hadn't before: patterns in investments, weaknesses in certain sectors, opportunities for growth in markets my family didn't care about. I began quietly expanding my firm, taking on new clients who paid well and respected me. I created subsidiaries, small but strategic, that allowed me to separate my personal success from the suffocating influence of the family fund. While my family scrambled to assert control over something that wasn't theirs, I was building something undeniably mine. The psychological toll, however, was intense. I would lie awake at night, replaying every slight, every condescending remark, every betrayal. My aunt's smirk at the dinner table, Patrick's arrogance, my mother's faux sympathy, it all merged into a single, inescapable truth. These people had never cared about me, except as a placeholder to maintain the image of a cohesive family. And for the first time, I let myself grieve, not for the fund, not even for my pride, but for the family I had believed I had. That was the rock bottom. But even at rock bottom, clarity emerged. I realized that their power over me existed only because I had allowed it. They assumed my silence was submission. They assumed my loyalty was weakness. They assumed my patience was ignorance. But patience had a limit, and my knowledge gave me leverage they would never see coming. I started small. I meticulously documented every transaction I had made over the past 8 years, every transfer, every repayment, every record showing the growth and management of the family fund. I created a digital archive, backed up and encrypted, with every shred of evidence proving that I had acted in the family's interest while they had mismanaged and abused their access. It took nights of careful work, but it was satisfying in a way I hadn't expected. Each file, each PDF, each signed document a shield and a sword at the same time. Simultaneously, I began cultivating my own assets outside the fund. I had enough personal investments to create a buffer, but I increased them quietly, using knowledge and contacts my family didn't even know I had. I opened offshore accounts, invested in opportunities they would have dismissed, and started building a small but powerful network of allies in the business world who respected competence over name or influence. Slowly, almost imperceptibly, I was regaining the control I had lost. The turning point came when I realized that the family fund, as important as it had seemed, was actually a liability when handled by people like my aunt and brother. They didn't understand accountability. They didn't understand responsibility. They didn't even understand what I had created for them. The very thing I devoted myself to protecting was now a weapon in their hands, a weapon they were willing to use against me. And the irony wasn't lost on me. I had grown it, nurtured it, protected it, and they had responded with betrayal. I made a choice then. I would stop giving them the power to hurt me. I would step back, let the fund exist without my immediate oversight, and focus on creating something immune to their manipulation. And as I did, life began to improve. My firm grew steadily, gaining credibility in ways I had never imagined. Clients who once questioned my abilities now sought me out for advice, impressed by the results I quietly delivered. The network I built outside the family proved invaluable, and I began to understand that success didn't require their approval. It required discipline, foresight, and patience. Meanwhile, my family had no idea what was happening. They continued their subtle manipulations, expecting me to react, expecting me to fold, expecting me to beg for reconciliation or validation. They didn't notice that while they were busy squabbling and whispering, I was quietly gaining independence, leverage, and the kind of confidence that can't be shaken by entitlement or mockery. It was strange, this feeling of power that came not from confrontation, but from strategic withdrawal. I watched Patrick struggle to manage his own finances, Miranda complain about loans she couldn't repay, and my aunt fume over trivial administrative details, all while I quietly grew stronger. Every slight, every betrayal, every laugh at my expense became fuel for a strategy one hadn't yet fully articulated, but whose outlines were clear. I would reclaim my dignity, protect what was mine, and show them, calmly and without theatrics, that underestimating me had been a mistake. By the time 3 months had passed, my life had changed in subtle but undeniable ways. I was healthier, mentally and emotionally. I exercised regularly to release tension, focusing on long runs and strength training. I cultivated a few close friendships outside the family who provided genuine support. And my firm? It had grown more than I'd expected, gaining visibility in key markets, attracting clients with high net worth, and quietly positioning me as a player my family couldn't even begin to comprehend. And yet, I hadn't acted on the betrayal. Not directly. Not yet. I wasn't out for revenge just for the sake of vengeance. I was building leverage, creating opportunities, and preparing for a moment when my family's assumptions about me would be completely shattered. The calm I had cultivated, the patience, the silence, the quiet expansion, was intentional. I wasn't letting anger dictate my moves. I was letting strategy dictate them. One evening, I sat at my desk reviewing the latest fund reports, sipping tea, and reflecting on the path I had taken. The betrayal still stung, yes, but the pain had transformed into something else, clarity. I understood who I was, what I was capable of, and exactly what my family believed about me. And the thought that made me smile quietly to myself was this: none of them had a clue that the person they had mocked, belittled, and tried to undermine was quietly growing into someone they could no longer control. Patrick called that night, his tone casual, almost teasing. "Hey Alfred, you busy? We were thinking of consolidating some accounts. Your aunt and I want to get everything in order before the next family meeting. You'll help, right?" I smiled, though he couldn't see it. "I'll think about it," I said. "Think about it," he laughed. "Come on, don't be difficult. You know we're just trying to help." "Of course," I said softly. "I know you only have my best interests at heart." He didn't understand the calm beneath my voice, the steel that had formed over months of planning and quiet work. He didn't know that while he assumed I was still the same Alfred he'd always dismissed, I was no longer just his little brother, the quiet one at the table, the one who laughed at their jokes and let them walk all over him. Over the next few months, I continued to build my personal empire quietly, keeping the fund at arm's length while making moves that my family wouldn't even suspect. I realized that the key to real revenge wasn't about confrontation, it was about leverage. The more detached I became from the fund, the more I could observe their weaknesses without interference. They were careless, overconfident, and greedy, and those traits were about to become my greatest assets. It started with small observations. Patrick had no real understanding of investments outside of the few businesses he liked to brag about. He treated every deal like a game he had already won, blindly assuming that risk was someone else's problem. Miranda, brilliant as she was in her medical field, had zero interest in finance and trusted her mother to handle anything remotely monetary. My aunt, meanwhile, loved appearances more than substance. She had influence, but no real strategy. And my parents? They were always reactive, never proactive, and afraid to confront anyone with logic if it challenged their ego. I could work with that. I also realized I had underestimated myself. While they assumed I was quiet and harmless, my business connections had expanded. A few months earlier, I'd been invited to join a private investors forum, a sort of exclusive club where high-net-worth individuals, legal advisors, and fund managers discussed opportunities, mergers, and acquisitions that weren't public knowledge. Nobody in my family had the intellect, reputation, or discretion to be part of something like this. Yet there I was, quietly learning about tax structures, investment loopholes, and asset protection strategies that the average person would never encounter. One evening, as I reviewed notes from a session about family trusts and power of attorney nuances, a realization hit me like a bolt of lightning. Most wealthy families, even those who appeared cohesive, had vulnerabilities. A single signature here, a single misstep there, and an entire fund could be transferred, redirected, or frozen, legally, ethically, and irrevocably. I had been managing their fund properly for years, but they had no idea that the law could protect my position while simultaneously giving me control if used strategically. I had overlooked one simple truth. I had all the expertise they lacked, and with a few calculated moves, I could make the fund untouchable or mine entirely. It didn't happen overnight. I started by reviewing every document the family had ever signed regarding the fund: authorization forms, beneficiary papers, meeting notes, and correspondence. Each page revealed patterns of negligence, assumptions, and outdated approvals. The more I studied, the clearer it became. My aunt had overstepped on more than one occasion. Patrick had attempted transfers without legal support, and my parents hadn't actually read anything in years. They simply rubber-stamped everything. I documented everything meticulously, building a database of proof. Every mistake, every unauthorized action, every oversight was now recorded, timestamped, and cross-referenced. Then came the power move. I decided to expand my influence within the financial world, quietly positioning myself as the authority my family would be forced to recognize. I began advising select clients on high-profile mergers, earning recognition, and establishing a reputation beyond what they could even imagine. I made strategic introductions, built alliances with law firms specializing in family trusts, and gained access to insider strategies that could protect assets and maximize leverage legally. Simultaneously, I studied their behavior. Every time they tried to assert control over the fund, I noted the exact moments they overstepped, their phrasing, their timing, and their assumptions about my reactions. They thought I was naive or timid. In reality, I was studying them like a chessboard, anticipating moves, predicting overreactions, and understanding the emotional triggers that drove their greed and arrogance. One particular discovery changed the game entirely. While going through the paperwork, I noticed that a clause in the original trust documents had never been updated. It allowed a fund manager to temporarily suspend access in the event of suspected mismanagement. It was written in vague, broad language, but legally binding if handled correctly. That clause had never been used, not even when Patrick tried unauthorized withdrawals, because no one had taken the time to understand its implications. That meant I had the legal right to restrict access, freeze assets, or redirect distributions, all without immediate challenge. as long as I documented the reasoning properly. My excitement wasn't reckless, it was measured. I realized that the clause didn't just protect me. It put me in a position of undeniable authority. I could act legally, ethically, and decisively, while my family scrambled, confused and frustrated. In other words, I could orchestrate the exact payoff I had imagined after years of being underestimated, laughed at, and disrespected. I also discovered another vulnerability. Patrick's constant borrowing had left digital footprints across multiple accounts, some of which weren't legally tied to him, but tied indirectly through family businesses and loans. If I timed it right, these small cracks could escalate into major leverage points. The idea wasn't to ruin anyone completely. It was to reclaim control, assert authority, and make it clear that I was not the person to be underestimated. By the end of that month, I had a plan forming, though I didn't act yet. The foundation was solid. I had legal power, a growing independent empire, documented proof of every misstep by my family, and financial knowledge they couldn't touch. Meanwhile, my life outside the family improved remarkably. I was less stressed, sleeping better, and feeling genuinely proud of my accomplishments. The contrast was intoxicating. I could see them struggling in their entitlement while I thrived quietly, methodically, deliberately. Every interaction with them became a study. Patrick still tried to charm me with casual mentions of the fund. Miranda asked for advice under the guise of concern, and my aunt continued her subtle manipulations. None of it reached me emotionally anymore. I had built emotional armor stronger than their combined mockery. I didn't need to argue. I only needed to wait and act with precision. The key realization settled in one quiet evening as I reviewed the latest fund report while sipping a single cup of black coffee. I had risen from the place where I felt powerless. I had survived the betrayal, endured the constant manipulation, and learned everything I needed to turn the tables. The fund, which had been their playground, would now become my instrument. And when the time came, I would no longer be the quiet, overlooked brother at the table. I would be the one holding the cards. Patience became my ally, preparation my weapon. I wasn't seeking confrontation for its own sake. I was waiting for the perfect moment to assert power legally, ethically, and irrevocably. And as I closed my laptop that night, I felt a sense of calm satisfaction I hadn't experienced in years. They believed I was still beneath them, still naive, still the mysterious Alfred who didn't understand the world. The plan I'd been building for months finally moved from paper into action, and it was almost boring how calmly I did it. That was part of the point. Let them expect melodrama and give them something sterile, surgical, and irreversible instead. I told myself over and over that this wasn't about cruelty. It was about accountability. It was about making sure the people who'd treated stewardship like a buffet couldn't keep eating at someone else's expense. Step 1 was simple and strictly legal. I invoked the clause in the original trust documents that allowed the fund manager to temporarily suspend access in cases of suspected mismanagement. I had documented, to the letter, Patrick's unauthorized attempts, Aunt Muriel's overreaching suggestions, and multiple verbal admissions from family members that they considered the fund an entitlement rather than a responsibility. Everything I needed to justify a suspension was already in my archive. I drafted the suspension notice in the early hours, precise and dry, no flourish, no lectures, and emailed it to the bank, the fund's custodian, and my family's attorney. I copied the independent audit firm I'd prearranged weeks earlier under the guise of routine consultation. That firm was discreet, competent, and already briefed on the kind of forensic review I wanted. Two things happened almost at once. The bank acknowledged receipt and, as a cautious institution protecting its legal exposure, immediately froze any outgoing transfers pending audit. The custodian issued a formal hold on distributions. The audit firm opened a case and requested full transaction histories for the past decade. The chain of custody on every dollar suddenly required documentation, explanation, and signatures that many people in my family couldn't produce. I anticipated the flurry of calls. They came in the order I'd expected. Patrick first, furious and blustering. My mother worried sounding and pleading. Aunt Muriel contrite, then outraged. Miranda confused and scared. I didn't answer any of them. Instead, I sent one short, polite email. I've temporarily suspended distributions pending an independent review. This is to protect the fund and everyone who depends on it. The auditors will contact you with next steps. Patrick called again, this time more measured because he realized the bank wasn't going to bend. You can't do that, Alf. You don't have the right to lock us out. He was shouting into the void of his own panic. You'll ruin us. I have the legal right to protect the fund, I replied, my voice calm. If you have nothing to hide, this will be resolved quickly. If you do, the auditors will find it. Either way, the decision isn't just mine. It's the fund's protection. Then I executed step 2, the targeted forensic review. I'd pushed for revealed patterns I'd quietly expected. Small, frequent transfers disguised as business loans and emergency expenses that led into a web of shell payments and loosely documented advances. Not all of it was criminal on its face. Some of it was sloppy family accounting, the kind your cousins and uncles rationalize away. But there were also clear breaches, transfers made without proper authorization, invoices that traced back to businesses Patrick controlled, and reconciliations that didn't match bank statements. The audit flagged several items for further legal review and notified the bank's compliance department. That triggered a regulatory review, a bureaucratic gear that grinds slow but devastatingly thorough. What I hadn't initially planned, but had hoped for and now relished, was the social collapse. People who depended on the fund's distributions started to panic. Mortgage payments were suddenly at risk. Tuition deadlines moved from abstract to urgent. My aunt called me, voice trembling, trying to wrap grievance, pride, and entitlement into something sympathetic. This is a nightmare, Alfred, she said. How could you do this? You promised to keep things together. I didn't defend myself. I didn't need to. The auditors had done the talking. I sent them the evidence. Emails, the authorization attempt log, Patrick's older signed document showing attempts to update permissions, and watched as the narrative I'd privately curated turned into an institutional finding. The bank, to avoid liability, removed all personal signatory privileges that weren't recently verified and required notarized confirmation for anything that moved out of the account. In plain terms, the family could no longer walk in and take money because they felt entitled. But the real knife was step 3, the wedge I'd positioned months earlier. I'd quietly established an irrevocable holding trust for essential family needs, mortgaged homes, education accounts, and verified medical expenses, funded by a contingency reserve I'd arranged through other legal channels. It wasn't large enough to replace every lifestyle, but it was enough to keep the most vulnerable family members afloat while I let the audit run its course. The messages I sent to the attorney and bank asked them to prioritize verified hardship payments over discretionary distributions. I wanted anyone genuinely in need protected. I didn't want to stop children's tuition or critical bills. I wanted to stop the parties and loans and the belief that the fund was an endless ATM for entitlement. When the bank finally sent the family a formal notice, stark, numbered, and legal, it listed the suspension, the pending audit, and the temporary hardship disbursements. They also included a sentence I drafted with legal counsel. Any individual attempting unauthorized access will be reported to the appropriate regulatory authorities. That line changed the tenor of every whispered conversation in my family's group chat. Faces that once laughed at me now read like people trying to remember whether they'd signed anything in the last decade that looked like a confession. The afternoon the notices went out, the house was an emotional hurricane. My mother sobbed into the phone, alternating blame and apology. Patrick raged, calling me every name he could invent with a legalistic edge. Aunt Muriel demanded a family meeting, the old theater of public virtue and private malice. I agreed to one condition. It would be moderated by the attorney handling the audit, with the bank present and the auditors available to answer questions. The old dinner table where she once cut me down would now have a manila folder with footnotes and exhibits on it. I didn't want theatrics. I wanted procedure. And in the quiet that followed, after the freeze, after the audit engagement, after the first frantic calls, I sat alone and did something small for myself that felt enormous. I deleted the outdated scanned signature file I'd once kept as a convenience. It was symbolic more than functional. The bank had already suspended signatures that weren't verified, but there was a strange satisfaction in removing the physical artifact of their entitlement. It was gone, like a line severed. I hadn't planned on the next twist. Patrick, pushed into a corner, reached for the one thing he assumed gave him leverage, the narrative. He started whispering to cousins, to family friends, to anyone who'd listen, claiming I'd stolen the fund, that I'd gone mad with power. He wanted public outrage. He wanted to turn the story into one where I was the villain. He didn't account for two things: the audit trail I'd archived and the compliance officers I'd quietly briefed in advance. Once the bank's freeze was in place, there was no dramatic theft to accuse me of, only paperwork and documented reason. Regulators moved slowly, but they moved with authority. That night, before the family meeting, I stood at my window and watched the city lights. I felt a strange, quiet detachment. The revenge had been executed not with a shout, but with files, clauses, and patient legal work. I'd predicted their reactions, prepared for the worst, and softened the harm where it mattered. The fund was frozen, the auditors had begun their work, and the family's easy access to what they'd treated as a right had been revoked. But there was a sound I hadn't predicted: the low, human sob of someone who suddenly realizes they've overplayed their hand. It echoed from my phone that evening. A voicemail from Aunt Muriel, voice small for once, asking if we could talk like adults. I listened to it twice, then 3 times. The voice that had once cut me down now sounded raw and uncertain. I sat back down at my desk. On my screen were the audit confirmations, the bank's legal hold, and the first preliminary list of questionable transfers. The mechanics of the revenge had worked perfectly. I protected the vulnerable, halted the entitlement, and forced an institution of greed to account for itself. But something else had shifted in the family dynamic, something I hadn't entirely foreseen. Panic breeds desperation, and desperation can make people dangerous in ways paperwork can't always prevent. My phone buzzed with a single line from Patrick: "This isn't over. You'll pay." I read it, then deleted it without replying. The auditors wanted more documents. The bank wanted more clarification. The family wanted answers they hadn't expected to have to give. I had turned their access into a legal question, and the legal question was slowly, deliciously answering itself. And then, right before the family meeting, right when I thought the next move would be a spreadsheet and a deposition, something happened that made me look up and realize I might have underestimated how far they could go to reclaim what they thought was theirs. The day of the family meeting arrived with a tense quiet that hung over the room like a storm about to break. I arrived early, dressed sharply, my briefcase in hand, carrying only what I needed: the final set of documents, copies of the audit reports, and a calm certainty that this was going to end the way I'd quietly orchestrated. When I walked into the conference room, the expressions on their faces were priceless, a mixture of fury, disbelief, and that familiar undercurrent of entitlement that had always fueled my contempt for them. Patrick tried his usual charm, sliding into the room with a grin, but it faltered the second he saw the bank representatives already seated, auditors at the far end of the table, and my mother's face twisted between shame and panic. Aunt Muriel's hand hovered over her papers like a shield, while Miranda looked nervously at everyone, unsure whether to side with the aggressors or simply remain silent. The meeting began formally, with the auditors reviewing the flagged transactions. I watched quietly as each one of their assumptions, that I had acted recklessly or selfishly, was methodically dismantled. Unauthorized withdrawals, mismanaged loans, and improper documentation were laid out clearly, with dates, signatures, and cross-references. Every single misstep that my family had taken was exposed, without a shred of exaggeration. Patrick squirmed when the auditors noted that several of his emergency transfers were neither authorized nor reconciled. Aunt Muriel flushed red when her interventions were documented as overreach that risked regulatory violations. Even my parents could not hide their discomfort when the auditors calmly explained that their failure to review the fund's statements constituted neglect, leaving them partially liable for financial mismanagement. The room grew quieter with each revelation. Patrick tried to interrupt, to charm, to deflect, but the auditors had prepared for every tactic. The bank representatives confirmed that, due to the irregularities and pending audit, no withdrawals would be authorized without formal, verified documentation. The fund was no longer under the casual control of the family. It had shifted into a legally protected structure I had built months prior, designed specifically to prevent their overreach while safeguarding essential obligations. "What how?" Patrick stammered, looking at me with a mix of rage and fear. "Alfred, you can't just..." This isn't fair. Fair, I said, my voice steady. I was fair. I protected the fund, followed the rules, and acted according to the trust's original language. You assumed entitlement was enough to bypass the law. It isn't. Aunt Muriel tried to interject, voice trembling with indignation. You've humiliated us. This is family, Alfred. Family doesn't override responsibility, I replied. You treated this fund as a toy, and now the law has caught up. I protected it for everyone who actually relies on it. The silence that followed was heavier than any argument could have been. My mother's voice cracked as she muttered, I didn't think it would. You didn't think. I finished for her. That's the problem. None of you ever considered accountability until it affected you personally. Now you see why I couldn't let anyone else manage this. By the end of the meeting, the consequences were clear. Patrick was barred from making any financial decisions regarding the fund until a full reconciliation could be completed. Aunt Muriel was reprimanded formally, and her influence over distributions was removed. My parents were forced to acknowledge the gaps in their oversight and the necessity of legal structures to prevent future misuse. Miranda was left shaken but unharmed, a reminder that my action wasn't about vengeance for the sake of cruelty, but about asserting control and teaching accountability. The auditors finalized their report and left the room. The bank representatives confirmed the new structure. The fund was secure, legally insulated, and any future distributions would require documented justification and independent verification. My family had lost their assumed privileges, and the weight of their entitlement had been removed from their hands. I closed the folder in front of me, looking at each of them without anger or malice. This isn't about revenge for revenge's sake, I said. It's about consequences. You treated trust as a joke. Now you see what happens when rules matter more than assumptions. That's the end of it. Patrick opened his mouth, probably to sputter, but no words came. Aunt Muriel sat back, defeated, realizing that charm and theatrics could no longer manipulate reality. My parents were silent, finally understanding that their years of passive approval had enabled disaster. Miranda looked at me, wide-eyed, but I gave her a small nod, the only acknowledgement of her innocence and the only compassion I would extend. As I left the room, I felt a strange weight lift from my shoulders. The fund was secure. The family had learned, in the most unavoidable way, that entitlement has limits, and trust, once broken, has consequences. I didn't shout. I didn't gloat. I simply walked out, calm, composed, and fully in control of what was mine. Later that evening, sitting in my office with the city lights glittering beyond the window, I allowed myself one small smile. It wasn't satisfaction in cruelty or pleasure in seeing them squirm. It was satisfaction in justice. I had been underestimated, dismissed, laughed at, and betrayed. They thought they could walk all over me, manipulate the system, and keep everything as it had always been. They were wrong. And now, finally, the truth was undeniable. The underestimated brother had risen, and there was no coming back from this. The last line I whispered to myself, quiet but full of finality, was simple. I was never the one to underestimate. My name's Ryan, I'm 29, and I don't usually go around telling people how well I'm doing in life. I've always believed that if you have to brag about your success, it probably isn't real. So when my uncle made a snide comment about me over Sunday dinner, in front of everyone, I just smiled and let it slide, at least for the moment. My family has this tradition. Once a month, like clockwork, we all gather at my parents' house for a family dinner. It started out innocently enough a few years ago, just a way to stay connected. But over time, it's turned into more of a battleground of subtle jabs, passive-aggressive remarks, and the occasional not-so-subtle bragging. Especially when it comes to my cousin, Brandon. Brandon is 32, and ever since he started dabbling in real estate, the entire family acts like he's the second coming of Warren Buffett. He bought one duplex 3 years ago, got lucky with the market, flipped it, and suddenly he's the family's golden child. My uncle, his dad, is his biggest cheerleader. Every dinner turns into an episode of The Brandon Show, complete with anecdotes about his eye for good property and how young people should be more like him. I've learned to tune it out, mostly because I've been doing well on my own, just quietly. I run a small property management company that's grown steadily over the past 5 years. I started it after college with some saved-up cash, long nights, and more mistakes than I care to admit. I bought a couple of small rental units, learned the ropes the hard way, and reinvested everything. Today, I manage around 20 properties, some owned, some managed for other investors. But to my family, I'm still just Ryan, who works in housing or something. I never corrected them because honestly, I didn't feel the need to. Until this last dinner. It was a cool evening in late October, the kind where the air has that hint of coming winter, and everyone was in the dining room, crammed around the oversized table my dad had custom-built back in the day. The usual suspects were there. My parents, Uncle Dave and Aunt Mel, Brandon's parents, my younger sister Jess, my older brother Matt, and a few cousins, including Brandon. My mom made her famous roast chicken, and the wine was flowing a bit more freely than usual, which meant the filter between thought and speech was wearing thin for a few people. About halfway through the meal, we were talking about housing prices and how rent was going up across the city. That's when Uncle Dave leaned back in his chair, glanced at me, and said with this smug little smirk, "You know, Ryan, you really ought to learn from Brandon's hustle. He's not just renting, he's building an empire." I paused mid-bite. It wasn't the first time he'd said something like that, but something about the tone, the timing, and the way everyone else around the table chuckled and nodded really hit me differently. Like I was the family slacker, the underachiever who couldn't quite figure life out, even though I was technically more involved in real estate than Brandon had ever been. Brandon chuckled too, clearly enjoying the moment. "Yeah, man," he added, between sips of Cabernet. "You should come shadow me sometime. I could teach you a thing or two about the game." I swallowed my food slowly, placed my fork down, and forced a smile. "Thanks, Brandon. I'll keep that in mind." No one caught the edge in my voice. Or maybe they did, and just didn't care. The rest of the dinner went on with more of the same. Aunt Mel started telling a story about how Brandon helped a friend get out of a bad rental deal and save them thousands. Jess rolled her eyes at me across the table. She's the only one who knows what I really do. And I just quietly finished my meal. I wasn't angry exactly. I was disappointed, frustrated, tired of biting my tongue just to keep the peace. And above all, amused. Because the thing was, Brandon's newest investment property, the one he'd been bragging about all night. Yeah, I managed that building. In fact, I owned the LLC that his lease was signed under. He'd rented it a few months back, and I guess he didn't bother reading the fine print or checking the company name. He dealt with one of my property agents, not me. I never said a word because I didn't think it mattered. Until now. I didn't do anything that night. I let them have their little show, let Uncle Dave finish his rant about the new generation being too soft, and watched Brandon puff out his chest like he was on Shark Tank. But something changed in me during that dinner. A line had been crossed, not just because they didn't respect me, but because they clearly didn't even care to try. After dessert, I helped my mom clear the table while the rest of the family moved to the living room. She leaned in and whispered, "You okay, honey?" "Yeah," I said with a small smile. "Just thinking." And I was thinking about how long I'd let this go on. About how I'd let them write my narrative for me. About how they treated me like a kid who never quite made it. And most importantly, I was thinking about that rental contract sitting in my office drawer with Brandon's signature on it, right under the name of my company. Because if they wanted to play the real estate game, they should have checked who was holding the board. The next family dinner came just 2 weeks later. This one wasn't at my parents' place. It was at Uncle Dave's. He'd invited everyone over to celebrate Brandon landing what he called his biggest deal yet, though no one knew what that actually meant. I only found out when my assistant forwarded me an application that morning for another lease under Brandon's name. Apparently, he was moving into a newly renovated loft we'd just acquired. The irony? It was a building I had recently purchased through one of my shell companies, Ryan Holding Group LLC. The name wasn't public-facing, and I kept it that way for a reason. I never wanted my name to be the reason I got business. I wanted my work to speak for itself. Still, seeing Brandon apply for a unit I owned, without realizing it, just made me laugh. He even tried negotiating down the rent with my agent, saying, "I've got a pretty strong portfolio. You can Google me." That night, I arrived at Uncle Dave's place around 6 p.m. The house was already buzzing with energy, kids running around, the smell of baked ziti in the air, and the low hum of football commentary from the living room TV. I brought a bottle of wine, out of habit, even though I wasn't planning on drinking. I needed a clear head for what was becoming increasingly hard to pretend wasn't personal. Brandon greeted me with a slap on the back and that same smug grin. "Hope you're hungry, man." Dad went all out. "Wouldn't miss it," I said, masking my amusement. Dinner kicked off like usual. Over-the-top compliments to Aunt Mel's cooking, awkward small talk, and way too much attention directed toward Brandon's latest move in the market. He started talking about how he found this hidden gem of a property, a loft in the industrial district with huge upside, and how he planned to rent it out to influencer types and tech brothers. The table nodded along, oohing and awing, as if he'd discovered fire. I nearly choked on my water when he said, "The guy who owns it is some company called Ryan Holdings or something. Probably some corporate stiff. I'll be honest, I'm gonna lowball them. It's overpriced." That was the moment. I looked across the table and saw my sister Jess fighting a grin. She knew. She definitely knew. Uncle Dave clinked his fork against his glass and stood up like he was giving a toast. "This right here. This is why I keep saying it. Brandon is going places. Not just thinking about success. He lives it. He's not afraid to take risks. That's the difference between people who talk and people who do." His eyes swept across the table before landing, pointedly, on me. Some of you could take a page out of his book. My mom shifted uncomfortably. My dad, always the peacemaker, cleared his throat and said, "All right, Dave. Let's not turn this into another seminar." But it was too late. Brandon leaned back and smirked. "Hey, it's just facts, Uncle Jim. I mean, look at the results." The air got tight. The table went quiet. I stared down at my plate and let the silence grow. That was the thing about my family. They didn't yell. They implied. They didn't come out and call you a failure. They just nodded when someone else did. And I realized I'd had enough. I didn't say anything right away. I let the rest of dinner pass like a slow storm. Quiet, awkward, the occasional nervous laugh. I played nice, smiled, even offered to help clear the table. But that moment, Uncle Dave's speech, Brandon's comment, the dismissive glances, it stuck with me. It had always been this way. Every milestone I hit was met with a shrug, while every minor achievement Brandon stumbled upon was met with fanfare. It wasn't just favoritism. It was a story they were telling themselves. That Brandon was the leader, and I was just the tag-along. That no matter what I did, I was always just Ryan from down the street, the kid who never quite made it out of the neighborhood mentally, even if he did financially. A week later, the escalation came. Brandon posted a photo on Instagram. Him, standing in front of my loft building, holding up a key like he'd just won the lottery. The caption? "Next venture. Think bigger." My DMs started lighting up almost immediately. Friends who knew the building recognized it and started sending me the post. One guy even messaged, "Didn't you just buy this building? What's he talking about?" That's when I started putting the plan together. See, I wasn't angry that he rented from me. Business is business. But what got to me was how my entire family, and Brandon himself, had spent the last few years acting like I was some deadbeat cousin who never got out of his own way, all while literally living under the roof I built. They wanted to keep playing the game of perception? Fine. I'd let the truth speak for itself, just not in the way they expected. I scheduled a routine inspection for the unit, something I did with all my new tenants. I personally tagged along, introduced myself as the owner of the company, and watched Brandon's face shift from smug to confused to pale in about 3 seconds. He played it off like he knew the whole time, made a few awkward jokes, but I didn't engage. I was polite, professional. "You'll find everything in order," he said quickly, trying to sound confident. "I'm sure I will," I replied. It's always interesting meeting people who rent from us without realizing who's behind the curtain. His laugh was hollow. "Yeah, small world." I left without saying more. I wanted him to sit with that. Over the next few days, things started to shift. I got a text from Aunt Mel. "Hey honey, Brandon mentioned something about renting from you? That's so cool. You should have said something." I didn't reply. Uncle Dave followed up with a call. I let go to voicemail. His message was full of forced friendliness. "Just wanted to say we're proud of what you're doing, Ryan. We've been meaning to catch up. Maybe grab coffee sometime?" "Sure, Dave. Let's do that." Right after the decade of backhanded compliments and under-the-table jabs you handed me like Christmas gifts. But the real breaking point, the moment that flipped the entire dynamic, came the following Sunday. Family dinner again. My parents this time. Everyone was there, and the energy was strange from the start. Tense, overly polite. Like they knew something had changed but couldn't name it yet. Halfway through dinner, Jess brought it up. "So, Ryan," she said casually, "how's the rental business going?" I smiled. "Busy. We just picked up another property in the old steel district. Renovated the lofts. Leasing out pretty fast. Oh, isn't that where Brandon just moved? She asked, looking genuinely puzzled. That new loft? He said he got a great deal from some anonymous landlord. She used air quotes. Brandon stiffened. I watched his face try to stay neutral. He sipped his wine. Said nothing. Uncle Dave jumped in. It's a good area. Brandon's got an eye for that stuff. I nodded. He does. That's why we approved his application. A pause. A long one. Then my mom blinked. Wait, I own the company, I said simply, taking a bite of mashed potatoes. Brandon's renting from me. Silence. No one moved. Even the clink of cutlery had stopped. The realization hit the table like a dropped glass. Aunt Mel looked from Brandon to me and back again. My dad stifled a chuckle. Jess grinned openly. Brandon, for once in his life, looked completely speechless. And that's when Uncle Dave said something I'll never forget. Why didn't you tell us? Not congratulations. Not well done. Just a quiet, tense demand. Like I had somehow embarrassed them by not letting them brag about me first. I shrugged. Didn't think anyone was interested. He opened his mouth to speak again, but I cut him off, calmly. And honestly, I got tired of correcting people. You all had a story you wanted to tell. I just let you tell it. I looked at Brandon, who was now staring at his plate like it might rescue him. But just so we're clear, I added, Brandon's a tenant. One of many. And I treat all my tenants fairly, whether they know me or not. The rest of the dinner was quiet. I didn't hear from Uncle Dave for about a week after that dinner. Not a single call. No snarky texts. No backhanded comments on family group chat. Just silence. For a while, I thought maybe that moment at dinner had been enough. Maybe it had finally settled things, that they'd seen who I really was, and that I didn't need to prove myself anymore. But I should have known better. People like my uncle don't take humiliation lightly, especially not in front of an audience. Especially not when it challenges the story they've spent years building. That Brandon was the star, and the rest of us were just satellites orbiting his glow. It was Jess who tipped me off. She called one night around 10, her voice tight. Did you check out Brandon's latest story? I was half asleep on the couch, trying to decompress after a long day of site inspections. No, I mumbled. Why? Did he buy a skyscraper this time? She didn't laugh. You should look. So I did. The story was simple, just Brandon standing in front of a for sale sign, smiling with his arm around a realtor I vaguely recognized. But the caption hit differently. Sometimes you gotta cut ties with shady people, even if they're family. We move forward with integrity. That wasn't just vague. That was aimed. I stared at it for a long time. The comments were full of the usual supporters. People who didn't know anything about the situation and just assumed he was making bold moves. A few were clearly aimed at me, though none said my name. Things like, good for you, man. Don't let bitter people ride your success, and not everyone's meant to be a leader. Jess sent me a screenshot of a private group chat she was still in with a couple of our cousins. Apparently, Uncle Dave had started spreading a new version of the story. The tale now went something like this. I'd been taking advantage of Brandon, overcharging him rent, bragging about owning the building, and acting like I was better than everyone. Word got around fast, as it always does in our family. Suddenly, I was the villain in a narrative I hadn't even known existed. It got worse. A week later, one of my property management partners reached out and said a rumor had been floating around that I was difficult to work with, that I mixed personal with professional and let petty grudges affect my business. Where's this coming from? I asked him over coffee. He shrugged. Someone in your circle, maybe. Don't know. But you might want to clean it up before it gets sticky. I was stunned. I'd worked hard, really hard, to keep my name clean, to build my company from the ground up. And now, all of a sudden, people were whispering behind my back. Partners hesitated. A bank even asked to review terms on a pending property loan. I could feel it. My reputation was being quietly chipped away. And I hadn't done a thing wrong. That's what made it so infuriating. Uncle Dave never came at me directly. That wasn't his style. He didn't want to fight me. He wanted to erase me. Rewrite the narrative again. Paint me as unstable, jealous, unprofessional. Someone not worth trusting. And it started to work. Over the next month, 3 tenants broke lease early. One was a friend of Brandon's. Another was a guy who sent me an email with a snide little line at the end. No hard feelings, just going with someone more established. The third never said a word, just vanished, keys in the Dropbox. I started losing sleep. The stress piled up. Calls from lenders grew colder. My inbox filled with delays, reviews, reevaluations. Even my employees noticed. "Are you okay?" asked Maya, my lead manager, one afternoon. "You seemed off." I didn't know what to say. I didn't want to drag her into my mess. "I'm just dealing with some personal stuff," I told her. "It'll pass." But it didn't. By December, I was behind on a renovation deadline because a contractor suddenly got a better offer and walked off the job. Another property sale fell through because the buyer heard concerns about my business practices. No one said it was because of Brandon or Uncle Dave, but I wasn't stupid. I could trace the rot back to its root. And the worst part? My family believed it. Not all of them, but enough. My brother Matt stopped calling. My cousin Lily canceled a lunch we'd had planned. Even my mom started asking awkward questions. "Did something happen with Dave?" she asked me gently one night while we were putting away dishes. "He said you were under a lot of stress." I looked at her and almost laughed. "Yeah," I said, "because he's causing it." She frowned. "Honey, he's family." "No, Mom," I said quietly, "he's a parasite." That conversation didn't go over well. A few days later, I wasn't invited to Brandon's holiday party. Not that I would have gone, but still. The message was loud and clear. I was being pushed out, frozen out, painted as unstable and jealous, all because I dared to succeed on my own terms. And for the first time in a long time, I felt like quitting. I'd spent 5 years building a business I was proud of. I kept it clean, ethical, efficient. I never took shortcuts. And yet, one toxic whisper campaign was enough to shake everything loose. There was a night in January, cold, bitter, one of those nights where the sky looks bruised and the world feels empty. I sat in my office staring at a spreadsheet of numbers, debts, leases, balances, and I seriously thought about selling it all. Just walking away. Let Brandon have the spotlight. Let Uncle Dave win. Let them all keep their illusion that I was the lesser one, the failure who couldn't hold it together. At least then I'd have peace. But as I sat there in the dark, staring at that glowing screen, I heard my dad's voice in my head. "If you let someone else write your story, don't be surprised when you don't like the ending." That snapped something back into place. No, I wasn't going out like that. The next morning, I got up early and started making calls. First, I reached out to every single property owner I managed for and offered them a transparent, detailed report of how their properties were performing. I reassured them, face to face if I had to, that nothing had changed. I met them at coffee shops, offices, even one guy's garage. Then I contacted every tenant who had not broken lease and offered them incentives to renew early, gift cards, maintenance perks, even small rent discounts. The feedback I got was strong. Most of them didn't even know who Brandon was, let alone care. I cleaned up my online presence, updated my business website, hired a marketing consultant to help me rebrand and reinforce my public image. I started a small podcast, nothing flashy, just me talking through common real estate pitfalls and tenant tips. It gained a small following fast, and I put Brandon's unit on special notice. No favors, no leeway, everything documented, every missed payment noted, every late form followed up. He wasn't just a relative anymore. He was a liability. Maya noticed the change. "You're different lately," she said one afternoon. "Sharper, focused." "I just remembered who I am," I told her. The climb back wasn't quick or easy. It was full of long nights, quiet doubts, and moments where I wanted to scream at the unfairness of it all. But it worked. Slowly. By spring, my business was stabilizing. The tenants were happy. My partnerships were recovering. I landed a new investor from out of state, someone who found my podcast and said, "You sound like someone who's been through the fire and came out smarter." I hadn't felt proud in a long time, but I did then. And just when I thought things were calming down, Maya forwarded me a copy of an email from one of our newer tenants, a complaint about an uncomfortable interaction with Brandon. Apparently, he'd been bragging to someone in the lobby that he was the reason the building was thriving. Said he was training the owner in the business. He didn't realize the guy he was talking to was a reporter writing a piece on young entrepreneurs in real estate. Guess who the reporter contacted for a fact check? Me. And that gave me an idea. Not for revenge. Not yet. But for something better. Something public. Something they couldn't twist, erase, or pretend didn't happen. Because if Uncle Dave wanted to play the long game, if he wanted to keep rewriting the story, I was about to publish a chapter that would blow the whole narrative apart. And it all started with a phone call I made the next morning. The phone call I made that morning was to a man named Charles Kimball. He's a real estate journalist for a mid-sized regional business publication, Urban Grid. Not a national outlet, not some viral TikTok creator or clickbait blog, but an actual, respected writer with a track record of publishing deep dive features on up-and-coming developers, property management innovations, and the changing landscape of modern real estate. I'd met Charles once, a couple years ago, when he covered a story about a mixed-use development I'd helped turn around in a struggling neighborhood. He was fair, smart, and most importantly, thorough, which meant he did his homework. When I called, I wasn't planning to pitch some revenge piece or call Brandon out by name. That would have been petty and transparent. No, I was thinking much bigger. After some pleasantries, I said, "Charles, you ever think about doing a piece on the difference between flash and foundation in real estate?" He paused. "What do you mean?" "I mean, guys who know how to build long-term value versus guys who just talk loud, wear watches they haven't paid off, and call themselves moguls on Instagram." He laughed. "You got someone in mind?" I shrugged, even though he couldn't see me. "Maybe. But I think the real story is about how the next generation of real estate entrepreneurs is changing the game quietly, building sustainable portfolios, keeping things clean, ethical, efficient. You know, the boring stuff that actually lasts." He liked it. We scheduled a longer meeting for that Friday. In the meantime, I started preparing. The key to good revenge, real revenge, isn't about making someone suffer. It's about making the truth so undeniable, so public, and so unimpeachable that the lies just collapse under their own weight. So I started pulling receipts. I had documents, contracts, leases, signed forms. I had a trail showing 5 years of steady growth, strategic purchases, reinvestment, and tenant satisfaction. I had maintenance logs, occupancy rates, and financial statements. I even had glowing reviews from investors, tenants, and a few property owners who offered to speak on the record if needed. Brandon, from what I knew, he had 2 properties total. One he'd flipped, and another he'd rented, from me. Everything else was smoke and mirrors, built on vague social media posts, half-truths, and the backing of his father's reputation. But I didn't need to expose him directly. I just needed to contrast our paths. The day of the interview, I met Charles at a quiet cafe downtown. I wore a plain navy sweater, jeans, and a watch I'd had since college. Nothing flashy. No power move. Just me. He asked thoughtful questions. I gave thoughtful answers. We talked about the long game, about how real estate wasn't just about numbers. It was about people, about communities, about doing the right thing even when it wasn't profitable in the short term. "You've stayed pretty quiet over the years," he said toward the end. "Any reason why?" I nodded. "Because I didn't need to talk. I was building. And frankly, I didn't want to be confused with the loud ones." He smiled and closed his notebook. "I think that says it all." The article was scheduled to run in 2 weeks. It wasn't going to be some viral takedown. It was going to be better. A quiet, professional profile piece that painted a picture of someone who did things the right way. Someone who built real value while others just post about it. While I waited, I kept reinforcing the groundwork. I met with a local podcast host who ran a show for young entrepreneurs. We recorded a 45-minute episode titled, "From Scratch, Building Real Wealth Without Selling Your Soul." It was honest, vulnerable, and surprisingly popular. It started getting shared around LinkedIn and Reddit real estate forums. Then I contacted a friend who ran a local networking group for mid-level investors. I offered to host a free seminar on how to scale a rental portfolio ethically and sustainably. It sold out in a day. I didn't even charge. It wasn't about the money. It was about showing who I really was. Meanwhile, Brandon kept doing what Brandon does. More posts, more photo ops, more vague claims of big projects coming soon. But I noticed something. The engagement was dropping. The comments were more skeptical. One guy wrote, "Didn't you say you were buying this building months ago? Thought you were the landlord, not the tenant." Brandon deleted the comment, but the damage was there. The momentum was shifting. Quietly, I had one final move to make before the article dropped. And for that, I needed Jess. We met at a diner on the edge of town. She was already waiting with her usual iced coffee and sarcastic smirk. "I've seen that look before," she said as I sat down. "You're planning something." "Not planning. Positioning." I sipped my coffee. "I just need a favor." She leaned in, curious. "Okay, what kind of favor? You still have that group chat with the cousins?" She raised an eyebrow. The one where half of them still think Brandon's going to be on Shark Tank any day now? Yeah, I want you to send them something. Not from me, from you. What kind of something? I pulled out a printed copy of Brandon's rental application. His signature, my company's name, the whole thing. I had redacted the sensitive info, just enough to prove a point. I also handed her a copy of the upcoming Urban Grid article. Charles had sent me an advanced PDF before publication. Jess's eyes scanned the pages, and her grin widened with every line. "Oh my God," she whispered. "This is brutal. It doesn't even say his name, but anyone who knows the family will know." I nodded. "Exactly. I'm not calling him out. I'm just letting people compare the myth to the reality." She looked at me for a long moment. "You know this won't end the way you think it will, right? Uncle Dave isn't going to back down. If anything, he'll double down. I'm counting on it." Because that was the real setup. I wasn't just trying to prove I was better. I was giving them a chance to overplay their hand. If Brandon or Uncle Dave came at me publicly after the article dropped, if they accused me of lying, bragging, whatever, it would only shine a bigger spotlight on the truth. And the truth was bulletproof. I had nothing to hide. They did. Jess sent the message 2 nights before the article went live. Just a casual, offhand comment in the group chat. "Wild how some of y'all rent from family without knowing. Even wilder how some of us build real stuff while others post about it. Anyway, check this out. Pretty cool read." Attached was the article PDF and the redacted rental doc. Brandon left the chat within the hour. Uncle Dave messaged Jess privately, saying she was being divisive. She didn't respond. The morning the article dropped, I woke up to a dozen emails and twice as many DMs. Some from tenants, some from business contacts, some from strangers. But one stood out. It was from a local investor group I'd tried to pitch 2 years ago. Back then, they passed, said I was too small. The message read, "Saw the article. We're impressed. Would love to talk again if you're still looking to expand your holdings." That same day, Maya walked into my office, her phone in hand. "You might want to see this," she said. She showed me Brandon's latest post. It was a selfie video. Shaky, nervous, no filters. "Just want to clear the air," he said. "There's been some weird stories going around. People trying to twist stuff, make themselves look good. I'm not here for drama. I'm here to build. And if you know me, you know my grind." The comments weren't kind. One read, "This feels like damage control, bro." Another, "You rent your building from your cousin and pretend you own it?" Yikes. But I didn't respond. Didn't comment. Didn't like. I just closed the app. Because the trap had been set. Brandon's shaky damage control video stayed up for about 12 hours before he deleted it. But the internet, of course, never forgets. Someone had screen recorded it and reposted it to a local entrepreneur subreddit with the title, "This guy says he's a real estate mogul. Turns out he rents from his cousin." The post exploded. Not viral by global standards, but enough to stir the pot in the city's tight-knit business scene. And the comments? Brutal. The truth was out. My name was out there now too, positively out there. That article Charles wrote kept circulating. It was respectful, grounded, and clean. It didn't gloat. It didn't take shots. It told the story of someone who stayed quiet, worked hard, and built something real. It was everything Brandon wasn't. And that contrast became impossible to ignore. The fallout started small. Whispers, mostly. A few of Brandon's business contacts pulled back. Someone posted screenshots from one of his older Instagram posts claiming he owned the loft he rented. Paired with the article, it was a direct contradiction. Even people who'd once been firmly in his corner started asking questions. Then came the first major hit. A woman named Tara, a junior realtor who had been working closely with Brandon on a potential property flip, reached out to me, tentatively, at first. She wanted to verify something. "Did Brandon ever actually own the units on 6th and Baker?" she asked over the phone. "He told our brokerage he sold them last year, but something's not adding up." "No," I replied simply. "That building was never his. I've managed it since 2021. There was a long pause. "Wow," she said. "Okay, that explains a lot." 2 days later, I found out her firm had blacklisted Brandon from their investment partnership list for misrepresentation of ownership. He hadn't just embarrassed himself in front of our family anymore. He'd crossed into professional self-destruction. That's when Uncle Dave called. I let it go to voicemail. He tried again. I waited. Third call, I picked up. "Ryan," he began, "we need to talk." His voice was tight, controlled, like someone forcing calm while internally scrambling for control. I figured this was coming, I said. I don't know what you think you're doing, he continued, but this little stunt, it's gone too far. I actually laughed. A stunt? You mean the article? The one that didn't even mention Brandon by name. You know exactly what I mean. This is family. You've humiliated us. No, I corrected him. Brandon humiliated himself. I just stopped covering for him. There was silence on the other end. He finally muttered, "You're going to regret this. You've made enemies in your own blood." Then maybe I should have chosen a different family, I said flatly. You made your choice when you decided to poison my name behind closed doors. I just turned on the lights. He hung up. After that, the dominoes kept falling. Brandon lost 2 speaking opportunities at small business events he'd previously been invited to. One organizer emailed me directly and apologized, saying they had been under the impression Brandon was a property developer, not a tenant. They offered me his slot. I turned it down. I wasn't interested in taking his spotlight. I just wanted my own. And I had it now. A month later, Brandon's lease came up for renewal. Standard procedure. My property manager sent him the usual 60-day notice. Instead of renewing, he moved out quietly. No goodbye, no confrontation. Just vanished one morning, his apartment left half clean, keys in the Dropbox. It was almost sad. Almost. Because that wasn't the end of it. The final blow came during the summer. A major local investor group, City Stone, was hosting a networking panel called Next General Real Estate Leaders. It was a who's who of the region's most promising developers under 35. They reached out to me in May and asked if I'd be one of the headliners. I said yes. The event was held at a sleek downtown venue. Exposed brick, pendant lights, catered cocktails, the works. I wore the same watch I'd worn since college, stood at the podium, and told my story. How I started with a duplex and a borrowed truck. How I ate ramen for months to fund a renovation. How I stayed silent while people talked over me and down to me. And how I learned that sometimes the best revenge is just letting the truth breathe. Halfway through the Q&A session, someone in the back asked, "How do you deal with competitors who misrepresent themselves to get ahead?" I smiled. I let them. It's easier to be loud than good. But if you're really building something real, time will sort it out for you. The room clapped. That night, I walked out of the venue and checked my phone. Another voicemail from Uncle Dave. I deleted it without listening. Another missed call from Brandon. Deleted that too. I was done. The next time I saw any of them was at my cousin Lily's wedding. I showed up with Jess, who was now working part-time for my company managing our social outreach. Brandon was already there, sitting at the far table, quiet, barely making eye contact with anyone. Uncle Dave didn't speak to me. At one point, Jess leaned over and whispered, "You realize he's basically a ghost now, right?" I nodded. "Yeah. Does it feel as good as you thought it would?" I thought about it. Really thought about it. "No," I said finally. "It feels better. Because here's the truth. I didn't want Brandon to fail. I just wanted him, and everyone else, to stop pretending I already had. He made his choice. He built a castle out of smoke and mirrors. And when the wind came, it wasn't me who knocked it down. He just never built it on solid ground. So I didn't gloat. I didn't throw it in his face. I just lived. And that, more than anything else, was the revenge. Letting the truth stand tall while the lies crumbled on their own. A few weeks later, I got a letter from a local mentorship program asking if I'd be willing to volunteer as a speaker for young entrepreneurs. I said yes, because I had nothing left to prove. I had already won, and I never even raised my voice. When I tell people I used to pay my brother's rent for 5 straight years, they look at me like I'm insane. And maybe I was, at least a little bit. But when you grow up the oldest son in a house where guilt is served hotter than dinner, you learn early on that family first doesn't mean help each other. It means sacrifice yourself. My name's Harry, I'm 33, and this story has been brewing for over a decade. I've stayed quiet for most of it, convinced that if I just kept being the bigger person, everything would work out. Turns out, being the bigger person only makes you a bigger target. I'm not going to start by bashing my brother, even though part of me really wants to. His name's Brandon, he's 29, and I used to think of him as the golden boy. Not because he was brilliant or hardworking or even kind. He was none of those things, but because my parents, especially my mom, treated him like he'd been personally carved from marble by the gods. If he got a C in high school, it was the teacher's fault. If he forgot to show up to our grandmother's funeral, it was because he was too emotional to handle grief. Meanwhile, I was the one who had to pick her casket, sign the paperwork, and make sure no one fought over the estate. Which, yes, they still did. I moved out at 19, got a job at a tech support firm, and started putting myself through night classes. No handouts, no help. No, we'll cover rent so you can focus on school talk. Just work, bills, and grinding through it all. I graduated at 24, got into software QA, and slowly built up a pretty stable life. Nothing flashy, just a decent apartment, a reliable car, and some peace and quiet. The kind of peace that doesn't last when your little brother calls you crying because mom said you'd help. Brandon was 23 then, freshly kicked out of his third college, and allegedly on the verge of launching a startup. I asked what kind. He said, a tech one. No details, no plan, just vibes and buzzwords. My parents had just co-signed his lease for a downtown apartment, but after 2 months, they realized he wasn't paying anything. They threatened to pull out. Brandon panicked. Mom called me, and I still remember the exact words she used. He's just lost right now, Harry. He needs time. Don't you want your brother to succeed? So I said fine. I'd cover the rent. 1 month. Just one. You already know where this is going. 1 month turned into 3. Then a year. Then 2. By the time we hit the 5-year mark, I'd spent enough to put a down payment on a house. All while Brandon kept promising, the app is coming along, man. I just need investors. He never worked more than a few weeks at a time. He'd start a delivery job, then quit because the hours weren't good for his creativity. He'd claim he was networking, but every time I visited, he was either gaming or sleeping till noon. And somehow, my parents still sang his praises. Every family dinner, it was Brandon's doing big things, and Harry, you're lucky to have a front row seat when it all pays off. I bit my tongue for years. I told myself I was helping. That maybe, just maybe, this would be the push he needed to grow up. But then last fall, something shifted. I was up for a huge promotion, one that would bump my salary by 40% and put me on track for management. I didn't tell anyone. I didn't want to jinx it. I just worked late, prepped hard, and nailed the internal interviews. When I got the offer email, I sat alone in my apartment, stared at the screen, and cried. Not because of the money, but because I finally felt like all those sleepless nights and double shifts had meant something. That same night, Brandon called. Hey bro. So, I might need help with rent again. I kinda spent the last of it buying a lens for my camera. What camera? I asked. My new project, he said. I'm doing this short film about broken family dynamics. Very experimental. I told him no. For the first time in years, I told him no. Not rudely. Not angrily. Just firmly. I said, Brandon, I've done enough. It's time you figure it out yourself. There was silence. Then, wow. I didn't think you'd turn your back on me like that. I'm not turning my back. I'm letting go of the rope you've been yanking on. He hung up. For a few weeks, nothing happened. I thought maybe he was mad, but finally facing reality. Then, 2 Sundays later, I got a knock on my door. Registered mail. A manila envelope. Inside, court papers. Brandon was suing me. The claim? That I had interfered with his career trajectory by providing unstable financial support that ultimately crippled his independence, and that I owed him damages for lost creative revenue and emotional distress caused by implied financial coercion. I read the words at least 10 times before I laughed. Not because it was funny, because I couldn't believe it was real. He had an actual lawyer. The hearing was scheduled for the following month. And when I told my parents, they were, get this, furious at me. You must have said something to provoke him. You always made him feel small. You know he's sensitive, Harry. I couldn't breathe. I felt like the ground had split open under me, and everyone I thought I could trust was standing on the other side, watching me fall. But then, something clicked. I remembered every rent transfer, every email, every message where Brandon thanked me and called me a lifesaver. I remembered the time I co-signed his second lease when he lost his wallet and needed someone to talk to the landlord. I remembered the credit card in my name he begged to use just for gas, and then maxed out on studio lighting. I had receipts. So many receipts. So I started printing, compiling, organizing. Late nights of digging through bank statements and old messages. A paper trail of 5 years of guilt, manipulation, and me being the only one who ever put anything on the line. And when the court day came, I walked in with a folder. A thick, tabbed, color-coded folder. Brandon was already there, in a blazer 2 sizes too big, trying to look like a wounded artist. His lawyer looked half bored. My parents were in the back, whispering and frowning at me like I'd just crashed a wedding. The judge called us up, asked for opening statements. Brandon's lawyer spoke like this was an obvious open and shut case. My client was misled into a dependent financial arrangement that stifled his entrepreneurial growth. He said those words with a straight face. Then the judge turned to me. I said, "Your Honor, I have some documentation I'd like to submit." She nodded. I handed her the folder. She flipped to the first page, read for a few seconds, and then looked up at my brother. Her expression didn't change much, but there was this moment, this pause, where I saw something flicker in her eyes. She held the page in the air and said, flatly, "You really thought this would work?" The courtroom didn't fall silent. It already was. But after the judge said those words, "You really thought this would work?" it felt like the air got sucked out of the room. Brandon looked stunned, like someone had slapped him with a wet towel. His lawyer leaned over and whispered something, but he kept his eyes on the judge like he couldn't believe she wasn't on his side. I didn't smile. I didn't gloat. I just stood there, hands folded in front of me, reminding myself to breathe. The judge skimmed through the next couple pages, pausing here and there. I'd included screenshots of rent payments, a timeline of every financial transfer, text messages where Brandon called me the only reason I'm still afloat. Even a couple of emails to our parents thanking me for helping him through the worst years of his life. I had no idea if it would be enough to win, but from the judge's tone and the way she kept raising her eyebrows, I knew I'd at least made a dent. "I'll need time to review this thoroughly," she finally said, closing the folder. "We'll reconvene in 2 weeks. I suggest both parties come prepared to clarify their positions." She gave Brandon a long look, and for the first time in 5 years, I saw something flicker across his face that looked like doubt. Or fear. Maybe both. I didn't speak to him on the way out. My parents didn't speak to me either. My mom just shook her head like I'd embarrassed her. My dad muttered, "This is tearing the family apart." And for once, I didn't chase them. I didn't try to explain. I got in my car, drove home, and sat in the dark for almost an hour. The next few days were quiet. No texts from Brandon. No bro come on guilt trips. Nothing. I started to think maybe he'd realized how insane this was. That maybe, finally, he'd feel a little shame. But that's the thing about people like Brandon. They don't reflect. They deflect. Because on the 5th day after the hearing, I got a knock on my door. It was my landlord. He looked uncomfortable. Said he didn't want to get involved, but someone had called claiming I was running an illegal business out of the apartment and that there might be unlicensed software activity going on. I almost laughed in his face. Brandon had stooped to anonymous tips now? "It's probably nothing," my landlord said, but the implication was clear. Someone was trying to cause problems, and not even subtle ones. A week later, HR at my job emailed me. Apparently, someone had sent an anonymous message to my company's ethics hotline claiming I'd falsified my resume and was taking bribes from software vendors. The whole thing was nonsense, obviously, but it triggered an internal review. My manager apologized and said it was just protocol, but I knew. I knew exactly who was behind it. I spent every day that week in a haze of anxiety, jumping at every email, waiting for another blow. My hands shook. I couldn't sleep. And through it all, I kept hearing my mother's voice in my head. "He's just going through something." As if that excused everything. As if it ever had. The review cleared me. Of course it did. But by then, the damage had already started to show. I wasn't eating. I was snapping at coworkers. I'd stopped going to the gym. And that's when my friend Jordan, who's known me since college, sat me down and said, "You're letting this destroy you. Stop letting him live rent-free in your head after living rent-free in your life." It hit me harder than I expected, because it was true. I'd built my entire adult life trying to be the good son, the reliable one, the one who keeps the peace. And in doing so, I'd let everyone else walk over me like I was the rug keeping the house warm. That night, I started writing everything down. Not just for the judge, for myself. Every moment of guilt, every lie, every favor, that turned into a pattern. I mapped out the emotional manipulation like it was a case study. It was cathartic, but it also made me angry in a way I hadn't let myself feel before. And just when I thought I'd finally hit my emotional limit, the betrayal came. It was the Saturday before the next hearing. I was supposed to visit my parents for a casual dinner. I almost canceled. I should have. But a part of me thought maybe it was time to clear the air. Maybe they'd finally see reason. I was wrong. When I arrived, my mom opened the door with a tight smile. My dad gave me one of those awkward one-arm hugs. I stepped inside and immediately noticed something off. Brandon was already there. Not just there, sitting at the table like nothing had happened. Laughing, drinking wine. I froze. What's he doing here? He's still part of this family, my mom said quickly. We wanted to have a meal together. Like old times. Old times. I laughed hollow. Old times never existed. Brandon didn't say anything. He just raised his glass in my direction. Smirked. I turned to leave. Wait, my mom said. We actually wanted to talk to you about something important. I paused. Against my better judgment. She continued. We've been thinking about the hearing. And, well, we think it would be better if you settled this. Quietly. No more court. I blinked. You want me to drop it? No, my dad cut in. We want you to pay him a small settlement. Just to end it. He's agreed to lower the amount significantly. I stared at them. My own parents. Asking me to pay off the brother who tried to destroy my reputation. He's family, my mom said. Don't let pride get in the way. That was the moment something broke inside me. Pride? Pride hadn't paid Brandon's rent for 5 years. Pride hadn't covered his credit card bill when he ghosted the company. Pride hadn't kept me quiet when he crashed my car during a drunken joyride and begged me not to tell mom and dad. No, pride wasn't the problem. Enabling was. And here they were, enabling him again. I said nothing. I turned, walked out the door, got in my car, and drove straight to Jordan's apartment. I didn't even text ahead. When he opened the door, I was shaking with a kind of rage that felt radioactive. Tell me everything you know about revenge, I said. He blinked, then stepped aside and let me in. That night, something changed. I stopped thinking of myself as the victim. I started thinking like an engineer, a planner, a strategist. I'd spent years quietly building a life, supporting others, never asking for anything in return. Now, I was going to build something else. I wasn't going to scream. I wasn't going to throw things. I wasn't going to write angry emails or confront them in public. I was going to be surgical, precise, every move calculated, every step backed by evidence. They wanted a quiet ending. I'd give them quiet, but not in the way they expected. The next 2 weeks were a blur of motion. I called in a favor from a friend who worked in digital forensics. Got help retrieving old texts Brandon had deleted. I hired a legal consultant to help me structure a counterclaim. I documented everything, from the anonymous tips to the dinner betrayal. I even started digging into Brandon's businesses and found out one of them was using pirated software tied directly to his IP address. By the time the second hearing rolled around, I had a full-blown dossier. I walked into the courtroom calm, composed, and dead-eyed. Brandon, on the other hand, looked rattled. His lawyer was visibly less confident this time. And when the judge asked if I had anything to submit, I handed over a second folder, thicker than the first. She flipped open the first page, read, and sighed. Mr. Thomas, she said, addressing Brandon, you've wasted this court's time. But I wasn't done. Your Honor, I said quietly, I would like to file a counterclaim for defamation, harassment, and malicious interference with employment. The room went still again. Brandon's face drained of color. My parents, sitting in the same spot as before, looked like someone had poured ice water over them. But that wasn't even the worst part. Because as the judge flipped to the evidence of Brandon's anonymous reports to my employer and the screenshots that tied his burner emails to his personal account, she said something that made everything worth it. She looked at him, then at his lawyer, and said, you may want to advise your client to settle. This could get very expensive for him. And just as Brandon opened his mouth to object, the court clerk interrupted. She'd just received a delivery. A brown envelope, labeled Exhibit C. It was from a private investigator I'd hired 2 weeks earlier. The judge opened it, pulled out the contents. Her eyes widened slightly. She looked at me, then at Brandon. Then she said, we'll need to reconvene. I'll be reviewing this in chambers. And she stood up and left the room. Brandon tried to follow. The bailiff stopped him. I turned to look at him. He wasn't smirking anymore. And he had no idea what was in that envelope. But I did. The courthouse hallway felt colder after that hearing. Quieter too, like even the building was holding its breath. Brandon paced back and forth like a caged animal, muttering to himself, his lawyer standing a few steps away, trying not to look like he regretted ever taking the case. My parents sat stiffly on the bench near the exit. My mother wouldn't meet my eyes. My father kept glancing between me and Brandon, like he couldn't decide whose side he should be on anymore. I didn't say anything. I just walked right past them, not with anger, but with something harder, clarity. I got in my car and drove straight to the pier. Not home, not to Jordan's, just somewhere I could breathe. I sat by the water for hours, the cold wind slicing through my coat, my mind still buzzing from what had just happened. The envelope. Exhibit C. I knew what was in it, but I didn't know what it would do. I'd never wielded that kind of power before, and now that I had, the weight of it started to settle into my chest. It wasn't victory I felt. Not yet. It was something closer to gravity. When I got home that night, my apartment felt different. The same furniture, the same humming fridge, the same framed degrees and certificates on the wall, but everything looked smaller. For years, I'd carried the weight of my family on my shoulders, trying to earn a kind of peace that never came. And now, with the structure of that burden cracking, I felt the void underneath it. I sat on the edge of my bed, stared at the floor, and let myself feel the drop. That was my fall. The days that followed blurred together. I went to work, did what I had to do, answered questions about the review, smiled when necessary. But inside, I felt hollow. Betrayal like that doesn't just sting, it corrodes. You question everything. Not just your brother's loyalty, but your own sanity for ever believing he'd change. You replay old conversations, wondering which ones were lies and which ones were just manipulation disguised as love. The night after the hearing, I got a text from my mom. It said, "We didn't raise you to be so vindictive." That was it. No, are you okay? No, how are you holding up? Just that. A single sentence that stabbed deeper than anything Brandon had done. Because in her eyes, I wasn't the son who'd paid 5 years of rent. I was the traitor who dared to stand up. I didn't reply, and I didn't sleep. I stopped eating right, lost weight, started getting headaches. Even the people at work, people I barely talked to, began asking if I was all right. I kept saying yes, but my eyes were tired, my voice flat. I'd built a reputation at my job for being dependable, consistent, efficient, and now I was unraveling, quietly, in the background. Jordan noticed. Of course he did. He showed up at my place one Friday with 2 bags of groceries and a folder of his own. I opened the door, barely awake, and he pushed past me like a man on a mission. "I made a list," he said. "A list?" He slapped the folder onto my kitchen counter. "Things you care about. Things you're good at. Things you haven't done in forever. You've been in survival mode so long, you forgot who you are." I didn't respond. I just stared at the folder. He sighed. "Look, Harry, you got hit by a truck. Not a literal one, but the kind that wrecks your soul. And you're trying to walk it off like it's a stubbed toe. It's not. You need to heal. And healing isn't passive. You have to work at it." Then he pulled out 2 old photos. One of me at a community tech fair, grinning in front of a booth with kids coding tiny games on Raspberry Pis. The other was from my college graduation, where I was hugging my mentor with tears in my eyes. "You used to light up when you talked about tech. You used to volunteer. You used to build things for you, not just for a paycheck." Where did that guy go? I wanted to say something snarky, wanted to make a joke, but I didn't, because I didn't have the energy to pretend anymore. "I think he's still in there," Jordan said, "but he needs a reason to come back." That night, I stared at those photos long after Jordan left, and something shifted. It wasn't hope, not yet, but it was the memory of hope, like a spark in a long-dead fireplace. So I started small. I dug out my old laptop, the one I used for side projects before life got too heavy. I opened an old codebase for a budgeting app I'd once designed for low-income students. It was half-finished, clunky, and riddled with bugs. But I stared at it like it was an old friend I hadn't seen in years. I spent the next few weekends rebuilding it. Not for profit, not for anyone else, just because I could. I'd forgotten how satisfying it was to solve problems without pressure, to create something out of nothing. I added features, polished the UI, started using it myself, and for the first time in weeks, I felt in control of something. Then I began volunteering again, just a couple hours on Saturdays at a youth coding center downtown. The kids were shy at first, but once they saw how passionate I was about tech, they warmed up fast. One kid, Malik, asked me if I'd always been this smart. I laughed and told him no. I just failed a lot faster than everyone else. That line stuck with me. Fail fast. Learn faster. I started applying that to my own life. I didn't need to be perfect. I just needed to try. I picked up my gym membership again. Stopped ordering takeout. Started cooking simple meals. I even took a digital detox one weekend. No emails, no news, no doom scrolling. Just books, music, and long walks. It wasn't some magical overnight recovery, but it was movement. And movement felt like progress. Then, something unexpected happened. My app, the budgeting one I'd revived, started getting attention. I'd posted about it on a small developer forum just for feedback, and someone shared it on a financial literacy blog. Traffic spiked. Emails poured in. A nonprofit reached out, asking if they could use it in their workshops. I said yes, of course, then added features they requested. Word spread. Another organization contacted me, then a local credit union. Within a month, I had hundreds of users. By the second month, it was in the thousands. I wasn't making money from it, not yet, but I was building value. And for once, I wasn't doing it under someone else's name. This was mine. No Brandon. No parents. No guilt. Just me. I didn't even tell anyone. Not Jordan. Not my coworkers. Not even the volunteer center. I just kept working on it, quietly, like a secret garden growing behind a broken house. And then, on a Wednesday afternoon, I got a call from my company's VP of engineering. He'd seen the app. Apparently someone on the exec team used it and recognized my name. He said he was impressed. Said he hadn't realized I had that kind of initiative. That kind of vision. 3 days later, I was invited to pitch a new internal tool to the product board. They were considering me for a leadership track. I hung up the phone, sat at my desk, and stared at the wall for a long time. Not because I didn't believe it, but because I finally did. I was building a life that wasn't tied to Brandon's needs, my parents' approval, or anyone else's expectations. For the first time in years, I was choosing me. But life has a cruel sense of timing. Because just as things were starting to turn around, just as I was learning how to stand tall again, I got an email from my parents. Subject: we need to talk. It's important. The body was short. They wanted to meet. In person. At their house. I stared at it for a long time. Part of me wanted to delete it. Part of me wanted to print it out and light it on fire. But the part of me that had spent years craving their validation still flinched. So I replied. I said I'd come by the following Sunday. 1 hour. That's it. I didn't know what to expect when I pulled into their driveway. I hadn't been there in months. The rose bushes were overgrown. The lawn a little patchy. But the porch light was still that same soft yellow it had always been. I rang the bell. My mom opened the door. And the look on her face wasn't anger anymore. It was something else entirely. She stepped aside without a word. And as I walked into the living room, I saw Brandon already seated at the table, next to a man in a dark suit. A lawyer. I should have trusted the pit in my stomach. From the second I saw Brandon seated at that table, arms crossed, smug, I knew this wasn't an olive branch. This was a trap. And like an idiot, I'd walked right into it. The man next to him was lean, suited, and carried himself with that oily confidence that made my skin crawl. He looked like the type who billed by the minute and smiled when families tore each other apart. My parents sat across from them, silent. My mom's hands were clenched together in her lap. My dad wouldn't even look up. Brandon was the one who broke the silence. Well, he said with a grin. Glad you could make it, Harry. We've got a lot to discuss. I didn't sit down. I just stared at him. You brought your lawyer to Mom and Dad's house. The suited man cleared his throat. Mr. Thomas, my name is Alan Bertram. I represent your brother in several personal and business matters. He's asked me to facilitate this conversation in a professional, documented capacity. Documented capacity? I echoed. What is this? A mediation? Brandon leaned back and folded his arms. You could call it that. Or a courtesy. The nerve. I looked at my parents. You knew this was going to happen? My mother shifted uncomfortably. We didn't know everything. Just that he wanted to speak with you, and you thought it was a great idea to host it in your living room. I finished. Right. Alan opened a folder. Let's get to the point. Brandon is prepared to drop the civil suit in exchange for an agreement. A private settlement. Full confidentiality, no further countersuits, and a mutual non-disparagement clause. He's also requesting compensation for the development of intellectual property tied to his creative projects, which he alleges were directly hindered by your financial interference. I blinked. I actually laughed. A dry, stunned laugh that filled the room like a crack in the ceiling. You dragged me into court, I said. You sent anonymous complaints to my employer. You faked a victim narrative, and now you want me to pay you off to make you go away? Brandon's eyes narrowed. You owe me, Harry. I lost 5 years because of you. You turned me into your little charity case so you could feel superior. You used money to control me. Control. That word. It echoed in my ears like a joke with a mean punchline. I paid your rent, I said, my voice quieter now. I bailed you out. I let you use my name, my credit, my time. And you know what? I'm done being the villain in your story. You've rewritten the past so many times you actually believe your own garbage. Brandon's mouth twisted, but I didn't give him time to respond. I turned to the lawyer. This meeting's over. Alan raised a brow. I'd advise you to think carefully. If we proceed to trial, the litigation will become public. The damages. I want it public, I snapped. I want every detail laid bare. Because the only thing worse than being stabbed in the back is being expected to apologize for bleeding. I walked out. Didn't even say goodbye. Drove straight to Jordan's place, heart pounding like a war drum. And the second he opened the door and saw my face, he just stepped aside and said, Okay, what did they do now? I told him everything. And by the time I was done, the plan had already started forming in my head. This time, I wasn't going to wait for the next attack. I was going to set the board myself. It started with research. Brandon had always been careless with his digital footprint. He liked attention too much. Over the years, I'd seen him bounce from one half-baked startup idea to another, an app for mood-based playlists, a crypto-themed clothing brand, even a mobile game that was basically a Candy Crush ripoff. He'd leave traces of them online, expired domains, outdated social media accounts, and worst of all, brag posts on forums under his real name. With some digging, I discovered something interesting. One of his projects, a short film he claimed had been stolen by a festival judge, was in fact nearly identical to a student project uploaded 3 years earlier on Vimeo. Word-for-word dialogue, same camera angles. Brandon had just reshot it with his face in it and slapped his name on the credits. I wasn't surprised. I kept digging. Found invoices he'd sent to a local business claiming he was doing freelance branding work, except the client, a friend of mine, said they'd never received the deliverables. He just ghosted after taking the deposit, she said. Didn't know how to pursue it. I helped her file a small claims suit. Found 2 more. Then, I requested a copy of the police report from when Brandon got pulled over 2 years ago, the one where he begged me to cover the impound fee and never told anyone. It wasn't just a busted tail light. It was a DUI, on a suspended license. That, too, was added to my growing dossier. Next came the quiet allies. You'd be surprised how many people Brandon had burned over the years. A former roommate reached out to me after seeing a vague social media post I'd made about family betrayal. He said Brandon left him holding the lease when he skipped town on rent. Another ex-colleague sent me screenshots of texts where Brandon admitted to inflating his resume with fake coding skills I now knew he never developed. Piece by piece, I built the case. Not for court, not for revenge in the loud, petty sense. I was building something deeper, something precise. I consulted a defamation attorney, shared the harassment emails Brandon sent anonymously, shared proof that they originated from his devices, data I got with Jordan's help, and a bit of forensic tracking. We crafted a counterclaim that didn't just expose his lies, but laid out his pattern of financial and emotional manipulation. But I didn't file it. Not yet. Because I needed the timing to be perfect. Then came the email. I sent it to Brandon. Subject line, 1 chance. Body, let's meet. Public place. No lawyers. You talk. I listen. I picked the cafe near my old college campus. Neutral ground. Full of people. Cameras. Witnesses. He showed up late, wearing sunglasses like he was dodging paparazzi. I'm only here because Mom asked me to, he said, sitting across from me like we were negotiating a hostage release. I nodded. Good. Let's talk like brothers then. For 15 minutes, I let him vent. He ranted about how I'd stolen his potential, about how I'd ruined his name with my slander, about how he was the only creative one in the family and no one had ever supported him the way he needed. And when he finally stopped, breathing heavy, waiting for me to react, I pulled out a USB stick, set it on the table. This, I said, is the record of everything. Every message, every payment, every time you lied, ghosted, scammed, or stole. I have statements. I have victim testimony. I even have raw footage of your fake film shoot using plagiarized scripts. He went pale. You're bluffing, he said, voice flat. No, I said. I'm patient. And very, very tired. I slid a second envelope across the table. A cease and desist. The terms were simple. Drop the suit. Apologize in writing. Agree to a private arbitration that would result in a structured repayment plan for the money I'd spent over the last 5 years. And most importantly, never speak about me in public again. Ever. I didn't raise my voice. I didn't make threats. I just laid it out, clean and cold. You wanted to play games, I said. But I built the board. He didn't speak. He just stared. And for once, the silence wasn't mine to bear. I stood up, left the USB on the table, and walked out. Didn't even look back. But that wasn't the end. Not even close. Because I still hadn't revealed everything in that envelope. Exhibit C, the one I'd handed the judge before she left the courtroom, it contained something else. A signed affidavit from someone very close to Brandon. Someone who'd been part of a fake startup team he once listed on a grant application for $20,000 in state funds. That person had flipped, testified that Brandon used their name without permission, forged documents, and received the funds, then spent it on a gaming laptop and studio lights. Fraud. And if that came out in open court, Brandon wouldn't just lose his case. He'd lose a lot more. The hearing was just 5 days away. The morning of the final hearing felt strangely calm. Not peaceful. Calm in the way a deep ocean is calm before it swallows a ship whole. Cold, steady, inevitable. I woke early, made coffee, straightened the stack of files on my table, and took one last look at Exhibit C. Not because I doubted myself, but because I wanted to feel the full weight of what was about to happen. Years of manipulation, guilt, lies, financial drain, emotional exhaustion. Every ounce of it was about to be reckoned with. I arrived at the courthouse 10 minutes early. Jordan texted me, "You got this." I didn't respond. I didn't need to. His support was one of the few constants in this whole mess. A reminder that real loyalty doesn't need to be begged for or bribed. It just exists. Inside the courtroom, Brandon was already seated with his lawyer. He looked worse than I'd ever seen him, drawn, pale, jittery. The swagger was gone. The sunglasses were gone. Even the fake confidence had cracked. His knee bounced under the table like he was trying to shake the fear out of his body. My parents were in the back again, but this time their expressions were different. My mother looked worried. Real worry. Not the performative kind she used to flash whenever Brandon faced consequences. My father looked tired. Not angry. Not disappointed. Just tired. Like the illusion he'd clung to for decades had finally collapsed. The judge walked in with the same steady posture she always had, but something about her expression told me she'd spent serious time reviewing the documents. She set her glasses down, looked directly at Brandon, then at me, and said, "Let's begin." Brandon's lawyer went first. He tried to shift the tone, claiming miscommunications, emotional distress, family pressure, and misinterpretations of intent. It was a weak attempt at damage control. Even he didn't sound like he believed the words coming out of his own mouth. When he finished, the judge looked at me. "Mr. Thomas, your counterclaim and supplemental evidence will be addressed now." I stood, calm as stone. "Yes, Your Honor." And then I laid everything out. Not with anger, not with theatrics, but with precision. I presented the anonymous emails sent to my employer, cross-referenced with metadata tying them to Brandon's IP address and device ID. I presented testimony from his former roommate, the businesses he'd taken deposits from and ghosted, and the individuals he'd listed as team members on fake applications without their knowledge. I presented the evidence from the forensics report, timestamps, login patterns, cached files from his computer that contradicted the claims he'd made in his lawsuit. And then, carefully, I handed the judge Exhibit C, the affidavit. Signed, notarized, detailed. It outlined the grant fraud, the forged signatures, the misuse of funds, and Brandon's statement, captured in text messages, that he needed the money for gear, and the state wouldn't notice anyway. The judge read the affidavit slowly, methodically. When she finally set it down, she looked at Brandon with an expression I hadn't seen from her before, disappointment. "Mr. Thomas," she said, addressing him, "this court does not look kindly on deceit, especially when it is used to weaponize the legal system. Your actions were irresponsible at best, malicious at worst, and verging on criminal." Brandon swallowed hard. For a moment, I thought he might faint. His lawyer whispered urgently to him. Brandon shook his head. eyes wide. The whispering grew more frantic. Finally, the lawyer stood. "Your Honor, my client would like to withdraw his complaint and is open to discussing settlement terms." The judge raised an eyebrow. "Settlement terms are no longer yours to dictate." She turned to me. "Mr. Thomas, do you wish to proceed with your counterclaim?" The room went silent. Every pair of eyes landed on me. I felt the weight of the moment. Not just the revenge, but the release. The ending I had earned, not by force, but by finally choosing myself. "Yes, Your Honor," I said. "I do." What followed was a dismantling. A thorough, unflinching breakdown of Brandon's lawsuit, his harassment, his lies, his targeted attempts to sabotage my job and reputation. The judge didn't hold back. She reprimanded him for attempting to manipulate the court, for creating false narratives, for abusing legal channels to harass a family member who had supported him for years. And then, the ruling came. The judge dismissed Brandon's original lawsuit with prejudice, meaning he could never bring those claims again. She approved my counterclaim. Brandon was ordered to pay restitution for the rent, credit charges, and financial damages over the last 5 years. Pay additional fines for harassment. Reimburse legal fees, mine, not his. Attend mandatory financial accountability counseling. Provide a written apology submitted to the court, acknowledging all wrongdoing. But the biggest blow? The case file, including the affidavit about the grant fraud, was forwarded to the district attorney's office for review. When the judge said those words, Brandon's face drained so fast he looked translucent. His lawyer put a hand on his shoulder, but Brandon pulled away like he'd touched a live wire. My mother let out a soft gasp. My father closed his eyes like he finally understood the consequences of years spent choosing the easiest narrative instead of the truest one. The hearing ended. The judge left. People started shuffling out. Brandon stayed seated, frozen. I walked past him without slowing. He grabbed my sleeve. "Harry, please. You can't let them." I pulled my arm back. Not harshly, just firmly. "I didn't do this to you," I said. "You did." He shook his head, tears pooling. "But I'm your brother." I paused, not because I doubted myself, but because for the first time, I saw him clearly. Not as the golden boy, not as the burden I had to carry, not as the monster he'd grown into. Just as a man who had built his whole life out of excuses and expected everyone else to hold up the structure. "You stopped being my brother," I said quietly, "the moment you tried to destroy me." I walked away, and this time, I didn't look back. The fallout came quickly. Within 2 weeks, Brandon's grant fraud investigation became formal. His bank accounts were reviewed, his digital files subpoenaed, and the organization that had awarded him the funds publicly removed his name from their site. His landlord evicted him. His car was repossessed. His friends, mostly fair-weather types drawn to the version of himself he performed online, drifted away. My parents tried to intervene, but after realizing the extent of what he'd done, even they couldn't justify it anymore. The illusion was shattered. The golden boy wasn't golden, just hollow. My dad tried to apologize to me. My mom tried too, but it came out tangled, half guilt, half regret. I didn't reject them, but I also didn't let them rewrite history. Healing would take time, maybe years, but I wasn't angry anymore. I had finally let go. And as for me, the leadership pitch at my job was approved. I began overseeing a development team for internal tools. My budgeting app officially partnered with 2 nonprofits. I started sleeping again, eating again, living again. My world stopped shrinking and started expanding in ways I never expected. And strangely enough, the thing that healed me most wasn't winning in court. It wasn't exposing Brandon. It wasn't even the apology he eventually wrote in shaky handwriting, admitting everything. It was this simple truth. I finally understood that helping someone self-destruct is not kindness. Protecting someone from consequences is not love. And sacrificing yourself to save someone who's determined to drown will only pull you under with them. I built a new life, brick by brick, choice by choice. Not for them, for me. And on the first morning I woke up in that new life, with sunlight pouring into my apartment and my phone buzzing with a partnership offer for my app, I realized something. The real revenge wasn't what happened to Brandon. The real revenge was becoming untouchable. And that's when I knew the story was over. Because I finally stopped playing the role they wrote for me and started writing my own. Hi everyone, my name is Logan. I never imagined I'd end up in a situation where I was actively plotting revenge against my own family, but here we are. A little backstory. I'm 28, single, and run a small but successful tech company I started from scratch 5 years ago. Growing up, my family always treated money and status as some kind of divine right, but only for them. My parents and my uncle, mainly my mom, Sandra, and Uncle Marvin, have always had this idea that everyone owes them everything. Me, apparently, included. Things got tense a few months ago. I'd just landed a major deal that finally put me on solid ground financially. My parents had a knack for calling me successful in public, but behind closed doors, it was different. I came to realize that my mom and uncle had been talking about me behind my back in a family group chat on some messaging app one didn't even use. I only found out because my younger cousin, Ezra, left his tablet at my apartment during a visit. I picked it up to grab a charger and, well, the notifications were open. I tried to rationalize it at first. Maybe it was harmless venting, but it wasn't. It was brutal. He thinks he's better than us just because he's successful. Uncle Marvin scoffed in one message. He owes us everything. My mom replied immediately after, and then a series of emojis I can't even describe, like some smug little parade of triumph. I sat there frozen, staring at the screen. I'd spent years working my ass off while my family mocked every attempt I made to get ahead. Every small business idea they laughed at, every job I took while saving, every moment they treated me like a charity project instead of a son. And now here they were, acting like I owed them a lifetime of payments just because I'd finally made it. For a week, I stayed quiet. I didn't confront them. I didn't post anything online. I just watched. And in that week, they made their demands. They started with little things. Oh, can you help cover our credit card? We need a loan for the car repairs. Logan, you know how it is. They didn't ask. They told. And every single time, I paid it. I did it because despite everything, I wanted to believe they weren't completely irredeemable. But then it got worse. I started noticing that their bank transfers were failing more often, that the payments I'd made were somehow mysteriously undone, that the cards I paid off were being declined. At first, I assumed it was bad luck or a glitch. But the day the emails started piling in, I realized it was deliberate. Every single transaction had been blocked, reversed, or canceled. By the time their calls started, it was like a storm. I woke up one morning to 53 missed calls, 9 voicemails, and a single text from my mom. Why are you doing this to us? I read it, exhaled, and sat back. I didn't reply immediately. Not yet. I wanted them to feel the tension, the panic. I wanted them to realize, finally, that the golden child they assumed they had influence over had his own power. I knew if I replied rashly, it would ruin the effect. So I waited. I watched their messages pile up, the desperation growing in every subsequent text, the guilt tripping, the attempts to manipulate. I watched as Uncle Marvin's voice got louder in calls I ignored, demanding explanations, acting like I was the villain. It was surreal to watch them scramble, to see the same people who had mocked me for years now entirely powerless, forced to confront the consequences of their greed and entitlement. And then, the turning point came. I got a notification that Uncle Marvin had arrived at my building. I could see him from the security cameras pacing in the lobby, phone glued to his ear, muttering about, "This is ridiculous, and he can't do this to us." My mom wasn't with him, but I knew she'd called for backup. They didn't know I was fully aware of everything, but soon, they would. I watched Uncle Marvin pace in the lobby for a long time, pretending to himself that he was in control. He muttered into the phone so loudly I could hear snippets through the security feed. This is absurd. I can't believe he'd actually. And then, Sandra, he's not answering. I don't know what to do. Maybe the lawyer can. I sat in my apartment above him, my hands folded, feeling a strange mixture of satisfaction and disbelief. I had never imagined I would be in a position where my parents' greed and sense of entitlement were not only visible, but completely powerless against me. Years of feeling belittled, dismissed, and taken advantage of were finally balancing themselves out, and it felt almost surreal to watch. I remembered every little thing now, every moment they had ever made me feel like I owed them something. I had spent Christmas mornings opening gifts that were conditional. We only got this for you because we expect you to, be successful one day. Birthday celebrations were always reminders of debts or failures, never joy. And yet, I had stayed quiet, kept my head down, and worked. I had built something real while they were busy pretending the world owed them a favor just for showing up. The sound of his pacing echoed faintly through the vents, and I could see him gesturing wildly, clearly trying to explain himself to whoever was on the other end. But no one could save them now. Not from the financial chaos they had created themselves, and certainly not from the consequences of underestimating me. After a while, he slumped into a chair, muttering curses under his breath, not loud enough for me to catch, but enough for me to sense the desperation. The calls and texts had stopped coming in bursts. Instead, they had become a constant stream, piling into my inbox like evidence of their panic. My mom's messages were the worst. They weren't just questions or demands anymore. They were increasingly erratic, alternating between pleading and thinly veiled threats. "You're making a huge mistake, Logan," one text read. "You'll regret this." I had to chuckle. Regret was the last thing I felt. If anything, this was the first moment I'd ever felt the weight shift in my favor. For years, I had been careful, cautious, trying not to anger them, to avoid conflict. And for years, it had all been in vain. Now, I could see the consequences of their arrogance and entitlement, and it was beautiful in its own quiet way. I went to the window and watched Uncle Marvin. He was now standing up again, phone pressed to his ear, and pacing like a man on the verge of losing his mind. He didn't notice the building security cameras had an angle that caught the entire lobby, or that the security systems app on my phone gave me a clear live view. My hands hovered over my keyboard as I considered my next move. Part of me wanted to call him down, to confront him directly, to hear the excuses spill out in real time. But another part knew that letting them stew, letting them feel powerless, was far more satisfying. They had spent so many years controlling and manipulating me that I could almost taste the irony. And then it hit me. My parents weren't the only ones involved. Ezra, my cousin, had always been a tool for them. He had this smug little habit of pretending to be clever, pretending to be supportive of me, while secretly reporting everything back to my mom and Uncle Marvin. I remembered the way he had laughed when I tried to talk about my ideas for a side business 5 years ago. He had a way of smiling that made you feel like you were insane for believing in yourself, all while scribbling notes to my parents about every misstep. I checked my inbox again. My mom had sent another text, this one longer, desperate, and almost incoherent. "Logan, I don't know why you are doing this. We gave you everything. You have to help us. This is not who you are. Please don't make this worse." Everything. I almost laughed out loud. Everything they gave me had come with strings attached, guilt trips, and a constant reminder that I was never enough. And now, the same people who had belittled me for years were reduced to pleading through a screen. Then I heard the elevator ding. My stomach tightened. Uncle Marvin had apparently convinced my mom, or maybe Ezra, to come along. The thought of all three of them in the lobby, probably talking about strategies to manipulate or guilt me, made my pulse quicken. I hadn't seen them in months, except for the occasional tense phone call. But seeing them together, vulnerable, desperate, and completely at my mercy, it was going to be unlike anything I had ever experienced. I walked over to the main security monitor, zooming in. The elevator doors opened slowly, and I saw her first, my mom, Sandra, with her usual smug yet desperate smile. She was wearing one of those outfits she always picked to make a statement. Look at me, I'm sophisticated and classy. But the way she moved, the way her eyes darted, betrayed her panic. Behind her was Ezra, looking unsure but trying to mimic confidence. And last, Uncle Marvin, muttering to himself, scanning the lobby like a man who had lost the plot entirely. I leaned against the counter and sipped my coffee, my mind racing through the possibilities. How should I play this? Confront them immediately? Let them stew in their panic a bit longer? Each option had its own satisfaction. Each option had consequences. But I knew one thing for certain. The way they treated me for my entire life had led to this. And I wasn't going to let it slip away. I picked up my phone and opened the chat again, just to check. My mom had sent 3 more messages in the last 5 minutes. Ezra had texted once from Marvin's phone, probably hoping I wouldn't notice, and Marvin himself hadn't sent a message, likely relying on calls. And then it happened. A small, seemingly innocuous text, but the tone was different. I could feel it immediately. "Logan, we need to talk. Now. Please. We can fix this before it gets worse." I set the phone down slowly, looking at the live feed of them in the lobby. My pulse quickened. They had no idea that I already knew everything. That every single word they had typed in their private chat, every whispered complaint, every demand disguised as concern, it was all laid bare to me. And they were walking straight into the trap. I could hear Ezra whispering to my mom, "Maybe he'll just give us the money back if we apologize?" My mom shook her head violently, whispering, "No, not yet. Not until we figure this out." Uncle Marvin paced behind them, muttering, He can't actually." I took a deep breath, feeling the calm before the storm. Years of planning, years of being underestimated, and now, this moment, it was finally here. And the best part? They had no idea what was coming. I pressed a button on my monitor, unlocking the main entrance. The doors clicked open, and the three of them stepped in, their eyes scanning, searching for the familiar sense of control they always assumed they had over me. But this time, there was none. I walked out of my apartment, deliberately slow, giving them time to register my presence. Marvin's eyes widened. My mom's hand shot to her mouth. Ezra's expression froze somewhere between fear and confusion. And then I said the first words. "Hi," I said, smiling just slightly. "We need to talk about what's been happening." They froze, like deer caught in headlights. I could see the panic starting to bubble. Every instinct they had for control and manipulation was kicking in, but it was useless. They all just stared at me for a moment, and the silence was deafening. Marvin's mouth opened, then closed again, like he couldn't figure out whether to yell, plead, or storm out. My mom's eyes darted between me and Marvin, her lips pressed tightly together, betraying both panic and disbelief. Ezra, the youngest in the room but always the most confident, or at least he pretended to be, looked like he'd suddenly realized he might have miscalculated every move he'd ever made. I kept my hands in my pockets, letting the pause stretch, letting them feel the weight of the moment. Years of manipulation, belittlement, and passive-aggressive advice had built up inside me, and now, for the first time, I was the one in control. Finally, Marvin muttered, "Logan, we didn't know you were. I mean," he trailed off, clearly struggling to find words that wouldn't make him look weak. "You didn't know I was listening," I said calmly, my voice low, measured. "Or maybe you didn't think I would ever notice. Either way, we have a problem." My mom stepped forward, hands raised slightly, trying to take charge, the way she always did in these situations. "Logan, honey, we can fix this. You know we've always loved you. We just what?" I interrupted. "Expected me to pay for your mistakes? Expected me to sacrifice my hard work, my stability, my life, just because you decided to spend recklessly and act like the world owes you favors?" Her face tightened. She opened her mouth to respond, but closed it again, probably realizing no excuse would justify what they had written and planned behind my back. Ezra, still trying to recover some semblance of composure, said, "Mom, maybe we can. He'll understand if we just explain." I shook my head. "No, Ezra, you don't get to explain anything. You've spent your entire life contributing to the narrative that I owe you. And for the first time, that's not true." Their panic was palpable now. Marvin's face had gone red, his usual smug arrogance completely gone. My mom's hands fidgeted with the strap of her purse, which she probably forgot she had slung over her shoulder. Ezra's jaw was tight, like he was trying not to cry or throw a tantrum. It was hard to tell which. I let the silence stretch even further. I wanted them to feel the weight of it. I wanted them to recognize, in that precise moment, that they were powerless. They had spent years controlling me, or at least trying to, and now the situation had flipped entirely. Finally, Marvin muttered, We can make this right. We'll pay back whatever you did. Please." I raised an eyebrow, letting the words hang in the air. "Pay back? Marvin, I didn't steal anything. I didn't lie. I didn't cheat. Every payment I made on your behalf, every card I covered, every transfer I helped with, that was out of my own goodwill. But now, thanks to a few adjustments, a few precautions, those transactions no longer exist for you." They all froze. The color drained from their faces. Ezra's hand flew to his mouth, muttering, "Wait, what do you mean?" I said slowly, taking deliberate steps closer, "that the funds you've been counting on, your credit cards, the bank transfers, the automatic payments you relied on, they've all been reversed. Every single one. And none of it is recoverable without my approval." My mom took a step back, gripping the strap of her purse like it was a lifeline. "Logan, this isn't You can't, you don't. Don't what? I asked, cutting her off. Don't take responsibility? Don't face the consequences of your actions? Don't recognize that for years you treated me like a charity case while you sat back and planned behind my back? The room was suffocating now. You could almost hear the panic buzzing, low and dangerous. Every muscle in Marvin's body was tense, his fists clenching and unclenching. Ezra was pale, fumbling with his phone like he was trying to find some way to undo what had already happened. And my mom, who had always been the most composed of the three, looked like a child caught sneaking cookies from the jar. You think you're better than us, she whispered, almost accusingly, but I could hear the tremor in her voice. The very same words they had typed in their chat just a week ago. Only now, they were seeing the truth of them reflected back. I don't think I'm better, I said softly, taking another slow step toward them. I just worked harder. I just built something real. And for the first time, you're seeing that hard work has consequences. Consequences you didn't anticipate because you were too busy assuming I'd always be at your disposal. Ezra finally spoke, his voice tight and high-pitched. But we didn't mean what? I asked, stopping a few feet from them, looking directly at each of their faces. To treat me like I owed you my life? Didn't mean to expect me to cover all your mistakes? Didn't mean to laugh at me when I tried to get ahead? Because whether you meant it or not, that's exactly what you did. And now, you're seeing it play out. Marvin's face twisted in frustration and disbelief. He opened his mouth, probably to yell, but I raised my hand slightly, a simple gesture that froze him in place. I know every single conversation you had about me. Every plan, every complaint, every sneer. I said, I know exactly how much you thought you were owed. And now, for the first time, you're powerless. You can beg, plead, or threaten all you want. It won't change anything. They all sank slightly, like the floor beneath them had given way. My mom's hand shook slightly as she fumbled with her purse strap. Ezra's phone slipped from his fingers, and Marvin just stood there, muttering to himself, trying to figure out how he had miscalculated so badly. I let it sit for a moment. Just the silence, the weight of years of mistreatment, the panic radiating off of them. I wanted them to understand, really understand, that their sense of entitlement had finally met the reality of someone who refused to be manipulated. And then, I finally added, my voice calm but deliberate. The question now is simple. How are we going to move forward? Because right now, you have nothing without me. They all looked at me, eyes wide, and I could see the panic shifting to desperation, like a tide that had finally reached its breaking point. My mom whispered, barely audible, "Logan, please." I smiled faintly, letting the words hang. For a moment, I almost felt sorry for them. Almost. But not really. This was the moment I had waited for my entire life. The moment they realized that their manipulation, their entitlement, and their greed could no longer touch me. And then I noticed it, a small tremor in Ezra's hands, the way Marvin's jaw clenched tighter than it had ever done before, the way my mom's eyes darted as if she were trying to find a lifeline that didn't exist. They were still standing there when I reached the bottom of the lobby steps. The lamplight caught the worry in my mom's face and the raw, embarrassed fury in Marvin's. Ezra looked small, like a kid trying to act tough in front of a playground bully. None of them met my eyes for more than a second. Good. Let them look away. Let them feel it. Before we talk about moving forward, I said, slow and quiet, I want you to understand exactly what you've lost and why. Marvin barked, "You can't just," but I cut him off with a single look. He shut up. That's the thing about people who live off other people's fear. They have very little tolerance when the tables turn. I told them, in plain language, what had happened, that the payments I'd been covering had been systematically undone, that the cards they'd been running up for years were no longer functional in the way they expected, and that the transfer windows they relied upon were closed unless I authorized them. I did not give them a how-to. I didn't need to. I watched each truth settle on their faces like winter frost, thin, then heavier, then impossible to ignore. "You froze our transfers?" my mom whispered. It was not phrased as a question. It was accusation, disbelief, plea, all arranged in a single breath. "I put controls in place," I said. "I made sure the money you thought you had would not disappear into the same habits that put you in this mess." My voice was even, controlled, the way theirs had never been when they asked for help. Ezra tried to reason. "But come on, Logan, you always helped. You always." The The sentence fell apart on him. You could see the memory of every lunch he skipped while I covered their bills, every laugh at some idea of mine that later ended up as someone else's project. He was grasping at an image that no longer fit reality. This was the part I'd rehearsed in my head 1,000 times. The way they'd try to gaslight, to rewrite things, to turn sympathies into liabilities. Let them rewrite. It won't change the ledger. They'd spent decades building a story where they were victims, and I was the obliging benefactor. Now the ledger had a truth the story could not absorb. When Marvin finally spoke, it wasn't the roaring proclamation I'd expected. His voice was small, pinched. Why would you do this to us? The question would have been laughable in any other context. Not here. Here, it was a confession. They believed I belonged to them. I let the silence do the work. You told everyone I owed you everything, I said. So I gave you what you asked for, again and again, until I realized you weren't asking. You were expecting. You weren't asking because you trusted me. You were asking because you were certain I would always be the safety net. I decided I wouldn't be that anymore. My mom's face shifted through expressions so fast I thought it might tear. Fear, anger, bargaining. Logan, we can fix this. We'll cut costs. We'll get jobs. I'll sell the watch. That's not the point, I said. Selling things won't fix the underlying expectation. You think apologies erase years of leering entitlement. They don't. You don't get to treat me like a piggy bank and then ask for mercy when the well dries up. Ezra dropped to the floor in a heap of limbs and wobbly bravado, eyes watering. Marvin grabbed his arm hard and hauled him up, embarrassed and furious and so very tired of being exposed. My mom kept whispering, "Please, please, please," like an incantation. There's a particular sound greed makes when it begins to panic. It's a high little whine in the throat, a plea dressed as practicality. I heard it from my mom when she asked, Can't you just give us one more chance? One more transfer? One. No, I said. I wanted that one syllable to be heavy enough to sink a ship. Because one more chance is exactly what you would use to get two more. That cycle is why you're here. That cycle is why these cards were maxed out and these debts kept growing. This isn't about punishment for the sake of cruelty. It's about boundaries. I could see the protest building in them, the old arguments ready to be shoved into motion. But family, but you're my son, but we raised you. All the worn phrases they'd thrown at me when they wanted favors. I'd listened to those phrases for 28 years. I'd been silent and dutiful until silence became consent. No more. What are you going to do? Marvin started, and then stopped because words like disinherit, lawyer, and press charges hovered loose-headedly in his brain. They had never acted. They only imagined consequences. Now it was my turn to imagine. I'm going to make sure you cannot treat me or anyone else the same way again, I said. That starts with your finances. It continues with consequences for public lies and slander. It continues with a firm refusal to let anyone use pity as currency. Their faces crumpled differently at the mention of public lies. My mom's jaw tightened. Marvin's eyes flashed with the memory of years of boastful pronouncements at family gatherings about what I owed them. They had always been loud in public, a strategy. I had been quiet. That would change. Marvin lunged forward then, not physically, but in a way that tried to reclaim bargaining power. If you tell anyone, his threat was a bluff. Everyone knew it. He had always preferred the sound of a threat to the work of following through. If I tell anyone, I said, people will already know what they need to know about how you behaved for years. I don't want to expose you out of malice, but I will not let this continue. My voice had no malice. It was an inevitability, the kind that leaves a person rearranging their will. What I didn't tell them, because this wasn't the battlefield for technicalities, was how I'd prepared. I'd left breadcrumbs they couldn't see. I'd made sure there were audits and paper trails and a handful of neutral third parties who knew enough to make the truth undeniable if they tried to gaslight me publicly. I had legal counsel on standby, not because I wanted to unleash lawyers, but because I wanted the option to protect myself. That, more than anything, made them tremble. They had relied for years on my reluctance, and now I had none. They begged, they pleaded, they offered part-time jobs, promises of change, offers of humble restitution. I listened, and in every promise I heard calculus. How long would before things slid back to the old pattern? How much would they have to give up to keep the illusion of control? I could smell the math. I let them say their piece, then I told them what I wanted. Not money, Not a quick fix, but a different set of terms. A public acknowledgement. A written agreement they could sign that would force them into accountability. No more surprise requests. No more asking for cash without explicit terms. A clause about transparency around financial decisions involving family members. I wanted clear, enforceable boundaries. Concrete consequences. I wanted them to understand that charity without responsibility was not charity at all. Marvin laughed then, a small, broken sound. You want paperwork, he scoffed. You want us to sign contracts with our son. Yes, I said. I want paperwork. I want structure. I want to make sure you can't erase years of attitude with a few hollow words. At that, my mom flinched like someone had slapped her face. You're being cruel, she whispered. Setting rules is not cruelty, I said. It's adulthood. Just when I thought the conversation could at least find a plausible midpoint, Ezra blurted out, all bright and pathetic. If you do this, we'll lose everything. The house, the car. He was listing their material anchors as if quoting the weather. You mean the things your spending habits have been propped up by? I said. Yes. There may be losses. There may be consequences. That's part of this. My mom fell to her knees suddenly, an image I will never forget. The woman who had stood at my graduation, holding a smug half-smile, now clinging to the marble floor begging like a supplicant. She said one thing that hit me harder than any insult. We gave you life. We raised you. How can you do this to us? That line, the final refuge of entitlement, almost worked. For a fraction of a second, I felt my chest twist, because in any other life, maybe it would have mattered. But the truth was this. Giving someone life is not a license to own it. You raised me, I said gently. You also taught me that I could do better than resentment. You should have taught yourselves that, too. They would scream later. They would weep. They would try to rewrite what had happened. They might call friends, fling accusations, arrange sob stories at dinner tables and in-laws' living rooms. They might threaten to call the police. They might even try to damage me in the public eye. Maybe they already had a plan to fight back. As I walked away from them that night, the lobby lights hummed. The elevators whirred. Marvin watched me go like a man watching a train leave the station, all hopes tied to one car that would never return. Ezra clutched his phone like a lifeline, and my mom wiped her cheeks as if that was the most natural thing in the world. I didn't gloat. I didn't slam a door. I left them with the exact thing they had always feared, accountability. And then, because they were human and not monoliths, they did the one thing that betrayed them again. They started planning not to change, but to fight. When I got upstairs, the first thing in my inbox was a voicemail from Marvin. The message was short and brittle, threats, demands, the usual. I saved it. Then I sat down and wrote a single, curt email to one person I trusted, an old friend who handled accounting for a living, and sent a single line. If they try anything, call me. Don't let them off the hook this time. Outside, a car alarm began to wail. In a few minutes, I knew, the family group chat would be exploding. They'd be blaming one another. They'd be looking for scapegoats. They'd be trying to stitch back the reality they'd ripped apart with years of entitlement. And yet, even as I felt the last tremors of adrenaline leave me, part of me braced. This was only the beginning. They were smart in the ways families are, skilled at manipulation, at playing the long, small game where guilt is slowly weaponized. If I wanted change that would last, I had to be smarter. I poured a glass of water, sat at my kitchen table, and opened a fresh document. I started to list, methodically, what would come next. Notifications to creditors, a line about public acknowledgement, an explicit calendar of repayments and responsibilities. It was boring in one sense, legalese and logistics. But in another sense, it was the calmest, most grounding thing I'd done, converting years of resentment into systems. And then my phone lit up with a photo of a bank statement sent from an unknown number. The balance, a number with commas and zeros, had a line item marked, pending reversal. Below it, a message, we need to talk. Now, the sender ID read, MOM. I took a breath. I read the message twice. I typed a reply and paused, my fingers poised. I hit send. Okay, we'll talk, but on my terms. The typing dots appeared, then disappeared. Then, from downstairs, I heard a car pull away, tires crunching gravel. Someone was leaving in anger or shame. I couldn't tell which. My phone vibrated again. It was Marvin, calling. The screen flashed his name with the little smug emoji he always used when he wanted to sound casual. I let it ring. I didn't pick up. There was more to be done. There would be fallout. There would be lawyers, bluster, and the kind of family drama that peels paint off the past. I was ready, but I also wanted to savor it. Every uncomfortable hour, every desperate text, every small, crumpled apology when they had to sit across from me at a table and face that they were not owed me. Then my doorbell rang. I looked at the screen. Marvin's face filled it, pale and furious. He wasn't alone. Behind him was someone I hadn't expected, the cousin I thought was loyal to their side, standing with an expression that could only be described as grim. I opened the door. They both stopped mid-breath when they saw me. Marvin started to speak. The cousin, whose name I hadn't heard in years, raised a hand, steady and businesslike. "Logan," he said, "we need to talk. It's about the bank." Before he finished, my phone buzzed again. A message from an unknown attorney's email. Subject line, "Urgent demand for restitution." The words blurred and then sharpened. "We're preparing to take actions that will make this public." I looked at the two men in my doorway and then down at my phone. The night, which had felt like mine a moment ago, just widened into something larger. "You invited this," Marvin sputtered. "No," I said. "I called it." He laughed, a thin, brittle sound. "You'll regret this." I held up my phone, opened the document I'd been drafting, and tapped to send. The email went to a handful of people, one accounting friend, two lawyers, and an independent mediator whose name I'd kept in my back pocket for years. Then I closed the door slowly. They were not the only villains in this story, but they were the ones who had made the choice. And now, with their lives and reputations beginning to fray, I sat back down at my table and waited for the next move. The clock on my oven clicked. The building hummed. My phone vibrated again. 3 calls at once, then a text. "Mom, please don't make us do this publicly." "Marvin, call me." "Unknown attorney. We have instructions." I stared at the messages. Something in me clenched and released. This was revenge, yes, but it was also a reckoning. I'd wanted them to hurt first so they might learn. Now the hurt was spreading faster than I anticipated, and I wondered, in that quiet second, if I had the stomach for watching them burn. And yet, the doorbell rang one more time. Outside was someone I had not expected and had not planned for. A neighbor, face tight, clutching an envelope addressed to me. Inside, a single folded page. A bank's notice, a legal-looking header, and a line that made the room go cold. "Pending freeze. Account under review due to suspicious activity." My phone lit up one last time that night. A single voicemail from an unknown number. "You're playing with fire, Mr. Collins. We can make sure it keeps burning." I pressed play and listened. The voice was official. Calm. Detached. I turned the volume down, swallowed, and realized I would have to choose. Escalate or step back. Either way, there was no going back to the quiet life they'd expected of me. My coffee had gone cold at the edge of the mug. I picked it up, sipped, and waited for them to knock again. I set the mug down and walked to the window. The street was quiet, but I could feel the tension radiating from the lobby below. They hadn't left yet. They were still hovering, unsure whether to knock again, call the police, or try some other desperate tactic. I knew their type. They always overthink, always panic, always try to manipulate their way out until the rules finally trap them. I opened the door again, this time stepping out fully. Marvin, my mom, and Ezra were all there, a mix of fury and desperation painted across their faces. I didn't flinch. I didn't speak. I simply raised my hand and gestured for them to listen. They froze immediately. "I've given you time to understand your position," I said, slow and deliberate. "Now it's over. You've gambled on my silence and my willingness to fix your mistakes. That's done." Marvin opened his mouth, probably to yell, but I continued. "The transfers are gone. The credit cards are frozen, and any future transactions you might have relied on are under my control. You tried to manipulate me for years, and now you're seeing the cost of those manipulations." My mom's face twisted in outrage. "This is cruel, Logan. We're your family." "No," I said, voice calm but firm. "Family doesn't demand obedience under threat of shame and then act shocked when the obedience ends. You made your choices. You wanted me to serve as your safety net. That's over." Ezra stepped forward, his hands shaking. "But you can't. People won't." "I can," I said, "and they won't need to. You've already done the damage. Every call, Every text, every complaint you've made in private about what I owe you is documented. Every attempt to manipulate, to coerce, to guilt me has been recorded. You've created the perfect paper trail against yourselves." Marvin's face went pale. My mom's hands trembled, clutching at her purse as though it were armor. Ezra's bravado crumbled completely, revealing the little boy they'd spent years grooming to follow their commands. I let the silence stretch. I wanted them to feel it, to understand it fully. The power they'd held over me for decades was gone, replaced by a truth they couldn't spin or charm their way out of. "Starting now," I said, "you will have no access to anything without my direct approval. No transfers, no loans, no bailouts. Any attempt to bypass this will be documented and can be taken to legal authorities. You will also make a public acknowledgement of your expectations and manipulations over the years. Written, signed. Not a casual apology, formal, accountable, and enforceable." My mom opened her mouth, but no words came. She looked like someone realizing they had been caught in a lie too deep to escape. Marvin muttered something incoherent, and Ezra just stared at the ground, defeated. "You'll get nothing else," I continued. "No money, no favors, no special treatment. You gambled on me being loyal to a family story that never existed. That story is over." They were silent now. The panic had shifted to resignation. They understood, finally, that I wasn't bluffing, that the power dynamics had shifted permanently. I could see the realization in Marvin's shoulders slumping, in my mom's eyes welling, and in Ezra's nervous glances around the lobby. "Do you understand?" I asked, slow and deliberate. They nodded, barely. Words failed them. It wasn't just anger or frustration. It was the weight of knowing that every manipulation, every demand, every entitlement had been undone, and there was nothing they could do to reverse it. I turned back toward my apartment. "Good. Now leave. All of you. You're done here," Marvin muttered. This isn't over, but it had no bite. I didn't look back. I closed the door and locked it, the sound of the click final, decisive. From the window, I watched them file back to their car, arguing quietly among themselves. My mom was already blaming Marvin. Ezra was cowering in the back seat. They had no idea how far-reaching the consequences would be, how public the acknowledgement would eventually become, or how many people would now know what kind of family they really were. The weeks that followed were quiet but tense. They tried phone calls, texts, emails, even showing up at my building again, but every attempt was met with the same calm, measured boundaries. Their accounts remained frozen or carefully monitored. Their public lies about me were countered with evidence I'd carefully documented over the years. Every effort to regain power ended in frustration, humiliation, or both. In the end, the family who had spent decades belittling, manipulating, and exploiting me was left powerless. They had no access to funds, no control over narratives, and no way to demand anything from me again. Marvin and my mom were still proud, still entitled in their attitudes, but now it was impotent. Their words were empty, their threats meaningless. Ezra learned quickly that I was no longer a person to be intimidated or toyed with. I didn't forgive them. There was no reconciliation. There was only justice, slow, deliberate, and effective. They were left to confront themselves, their greed, and the consequences of a lifetime of entitlement. And me? I finally had peace. I could move forward, knowing I had reclaimed my life, my finances, and my dignity. The family that had once been villains in my life had proven it once again. And now, for the first time, I held all the cards. It was over. I was free, and they would never forget it. Thanks for watching. Share your thoughts in the comments. If you like this story, don't forget to like and subscribe for more content like this.